Welcome back, everyone, to the Croatia Regionals in Zagreb, thanks to Magic Ohm's day number 2. I'm Chinois, and I'm joined with Kai, and we are set for our top 8. How do you feel about that?
Very excited. We did have that top 16 match just yesterday at the end of the day. So we will be jumping in straight from the top 8 matches. People are now playing for glory, playing for that trophy. And of course, some people have been asking, of course, people have been wondering about the deck breakdowns. Let's quickly run over that before we jump straight into the game very soon. The top 16 had 6 Mihawks, 4 purple NLs, 3 red-green Luffys, 1 black-yellow Teach, 1 green-blue Luffy, and 1 purple-yellow Shuntei. And top 8, now we have 3 NLs, only 1 Mihawk, 1 purple yellow Shinante, and 1 black yellow Teach, and I think that's it. So
yes, 5 Mihawk died. Wow.
Yeah, the Mihawks just got decimated by all the other decks, it seemed. So Mihawk will be fighting against Purple NL in his top 8 match, but that is not the matchup that we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing a clash of titans with Giovanni versus Julius in this top 8 match, who's going to be on Purple NL against Red-Green Luffy. Now, before we jump into this matchup, how do you feel about it in general?
Well, I'm very excited, especially about this matchup, because when I saw the breakdown, I was like, okay, there are a couple of players that are, let's say, popular, or they have at least a big amount of serials already. And Giovanni and Julius are 2 of them. Julius, I think, from Berlin, the practice group as well, with Ixeto, Kevin Lee, who attended Worlds. And he's playing Red-Green Luffy, and he will be playing against Giovanni, also known as Johnny, for some players who had amazing season. I'm gonna say again with Purple NL, and yeah, he's just stick to Purple NL. The deck is just too good, so why not play it again? The amount of serials that he already grinded with this deck is insane, and now once again in top 8. So
yeah, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. So Johnny is just going to keep playing that Purple NL and is now in top 8, which is basically feels like his domain at this point. He's here so often, but it's not just Giovanni that's always here, because Julius is another name that Gino has told me right before the stream is always winning.
yeah, there are so many players that feel like they are always winning. They have the serial already, so I think now a lot of stress is already gone, so they can play at their best as well. Sometimes I do think at streams in Top Cut, Top 32, Top 16, some players are not familiar with 1 hour for 3 games. Some players are stressed because the prizes that for top 16 and top 8 are a very big difference. So sometimes you have some weird plays. But now all stress is gone. They are at the top 8. You are playing for the title, for the fame, for the playmats as well. And low-key, that playmat does give some aura in a way, right? If you are sitting down and they open a playmat with champion, you do know, okay, this guy knows how to play.
Yeah, at this point, that's the glory that you're fighting for, just being able to put down the playmat and just kind of aura farm the opponent at the start of the game. But this is not going to be the first time that either of these players, I believe, are going to be on the stream during this tournament. We had a RG match during Swiss, and Giovanni also showcased just how well this NL deck can be piloted in the Swiss rounds. So a bit of a rematch in terms of it just being on stream once again, but first time that these people are seeing each other in this tournament. Starting off very slow for both players. No Searcher from Red Green Luffy, nor no 1 cost from NL until he finds that Shida.
And normally this matchup is, I'm going to say, quite difficult for RG Luffy. It got a little bit better because of the stage, of course, 7 cost Luffy, so you can deal sometimes with the 6 cost NL. 10k power is a lot, but minus 7k, you can deal with it.
Yeah,
But
and both these players finding their one cost one turn late, but for NL who has the rush on that Shida doesn't really care all too much, and Red Green Luffy just being able to chain that Nami into the Thousand Sunny is going to be able to fix that early game. So at the very least, they're now somewhat on equal footing. But yeah, it does seem like it might be a bit of an uphill battle if Giovanni can keep clearing Julius's board.
Something that I did learn the past few months from RG Luffy versus Purple NL is RG Luffy should try to not play one body at a time, or at least not small bodies. Uh, the very good RG Luffys don't play their Usopp on turn 2. They play it together when they can combine it with Sanji or with 6-cost Luffy. So they always have 2 threats, and Purple NL has a harder time dealing with 2 threats instead of 1, of course. If you just play 1 threat at a time, they will just keep removing it with Gamma Knife, Hamaragan, Gamma Knife, Thor, Lightning they are playing nowadays, and so on and so on. So
Yeah, putting down that double threat is going to be very important here. This next coming turn for Red Green Luffy, who is going to be going second in this matchup, will be pivotal if he can find something like that 6-cost Luffy into the 4-cost Usopp, which is now made possible thanks to that Thousand Sunny stage being able to attach one Dong to the leader, the Usopp also giving 2 Dong at the end of turn. So that stage does do a lot of work because it enables you to expand your board a lot more without having to worry about finding the Dong to put onto your leader.
oof. I thought it was Pudding. We did see it yesterday. Pudding can miss as well, but he did find out that last card, a Lightning. A Lightning very good in this matchup as well. Both players do have an open deck list as well. They do know the deck list from their opponent. And I think if I look at the red-green Luffy list, very consistent, playing 16 Searchers in his deck list. Only one 6-cost Luffy, so that's a card that is falling from, well, it's not being used anymore in this deck list, and he's on 4 Zoro, of course, maybe one of the best red cards ever printed, and 3 of the new starter deck red Luffys.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The 6-cost Luffy just works really well with this deck, but the issue with that is that you want to make space in your deck for other cards like the 7-cost Luffy or the 7-cost Zoro. So fitting in all those counterless cards, you need to figure out where you actually balance out that power budget in your deck. So does not seem to have, at the very least, that 6-cost Luffy on this turn is just going to play down that Nami. This may not mean that he doesn't have anything to play on this turn, but it may just be that he doesn't want to give up anything because, like you said, would only be able to play down one thing if he were to play it on this turn. So just playing a slower game with that Nami will be able to restand 5 Dong at the end of the turn as well to have a very defensive turn in this early game.
Ooh, and this is the first time that I see this altered of the 2-cost Sanji. It's the unblockable one. And he's playing 4 of them.
Yeah, the full art. This was a card that the very, very old version of Red Green Luffy used to run, where you would just play down the 9-cost Zoro, just get the triple unblockable attack at the opponent's leader, and just hope that it's enough a lot of times. Thankfully, the deck doesn't have to play towards that anymore and does have a more consistent game plan. Whether or not people enjoy that more, that's a whole other discussion. But card, it's still a 2K Straw Hat. So very happy to have, and does have that alternate game plan of giving something like that 7-cost Zoro or that 7-cost Luffy unblockable to try to go for game at the end.
Very, very powerful card. At some points, at least. We have to trash, of course, a card indeed from 6-cost NL, and
yeah, this card still reads very strange to me. It's a 6-cost 10,000 power character that cycles through your deck. Super, super powerful. But thankfully, Bandai has been printing more answers to it recently. Unfortunately, though, Red Green Luffy is not one of those decks that actually has answers to this card. So he will just more or less have to accept that it exists on the board because he doesn't have magical cards like 5-cost Olden in his deck.
yes, I guess that Electrical Luna is one of these answers, but that's probably the only one. And the new starter deck Luffy, I guess. Once this NL is sideways, you have to watch out for the Luffy. But other than that, you can't indeed remove it. It's also unremovable, basically.
Yeah, very hard
as
to remove
well.
the guy.
Just why not?
Yeah, but RJ Luffy is going to be going for that 7-cost Zoro rather early. on curve, actually. Usually, a lot of times you want to expand your board a little bit more in the early game with things like that 5-cost Sanji, with things like that 4-cost Usopp, so that when you drop down that Zoro, you'll be able to restand a couple of them at the end of the turn to make your leader very, very tanky. But decides to just go for the 7-cost Zoro right now, and Giovanni is going to attempt to take it out. Now, because the Zoro is now 4,000 power, I believe, after the Gamma
The
Knife, as well
Gamma.
as, yes,
Mhm.
Mamaragang. Now, it feels very awkward to defend this guy because you really want them to hit into your leader's 7,000 power.
Yes, we do have one Don open, and we do have a blocker, so should probably see how many hits. Like 6. Well, you also have leader, so it would cost you basically 1k and a 2k to protect it. So
Yeah,
you can
actually,
do.
I would have expected him to
That's
just try to get rid of that Nami with something like that Elthor, but yeah, doesn't even really want to consider it, wants to keep his resources and just lets it go on the first swing.
Yeah, the big problem is if you save it, they can still, in worst case scenario, they can just lightning it, so you can't restand it anyway, and that will put you behind. But you see, he's not hitting with the NL, even though there was only one Don up.
Yeah, just decides that it's not really worth it at this point to maybe play into some things potentially like Luna. But I mean, it's not a terrible timing to rest the NL because that Luna would only affect one actually important target. So, but decides to play the slower game as Julius is going to chain those Zoros. This is one of the strongest things that this set can do, just staying at 7,000 power for the entirety of the game, but doesn't feel as powerful if you don't have your board already established.
And we did see another Gamma Knife in hand from Giovanni, so do we have also another Mama Ragan? I do think so.
Yeah, but I don't know if I spotted a 4-cost. That would definitely be something that you want to connect with that Gamma Knife if you do go for it. So is going to go for the 6-cost Enel instead.
That means this Zoro lives another day. We do see Varis, and of course in the deck from Giovanni. It's not only a 2k counter, but definitely a card, which at the very, very start of Purple NL wasn't in the deck. It was like the only spell that people didn't play. They were all on Altor, Lightning Dragon, Kitten, and so on. And Vari is basically the last one that got added to this deck. And the main reason for that card is cards like Electrical Luna, boosting your NL from 6 cost to 8 cost, so Electrical Luna doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty pivotal to this matchup because those characters are 6 costs. Once you add the 2 costs from Vari, it will become 8 cost. So the important thing, because I know as a deck, as you mentioned, not many people really want to play this card. It is a 2k, but there are other cards that you prefer to play in the deck. Generally, they only run 2 of the card, if that. So when he decides to use those cards, he needs to make sure that it's the perfect timing to use it because he really doesn't have additional timings later in the game.
The good thing for Giovanni, in this case, he's playing 3 of them. 3 of them to place safer, I'm going to say, into Electrical Luna, and still not hitting at all.
Yeah, just keeping everything active up until this point, which you may argue is just making it so that the Electrical Luna hurts more later on, but as long as Enel has the tempo in this game and stays in the driver's seat and just make sure that Red Union Luffy doesn't have the power to go on the offense himself, I think that he is in a place where he can afford to play a little bit more defensively here.
And maybe he is also keeping the NLs behind until Luffy is a 5k leader and not 7k leader anymore. So potentially next turn we will see some attacks at least of the NLs.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the one of Luffy. He does have the Dong to still play that out if he has something good to use the rest of his Dong for, but does finally start to develop some of those Sanjis onto the board, and there's the Luffy. 6 Dong, but restanding 4 immediately, cannot play a 5 cost anymore, but will be happy to play down that Nami, who will, despite the fact that he is going to be going back to a 5k leader, is still going to be very, very tanky on this next coming turn.
Absolutely. 2 blockers, 3 big bodies. This is actually looking good for the red green Luffy, even though we are looking in the eyes of a Reiju and double big 6 cost NL.
Yeah, I mean his board is full right now, and even if he does manage to reduce the cost or reduce the power sending rests it hit into it, those blockers are actually going to be pretty annoying if he doesn't have Althor to deal with them.
And it's also a card that comes to my mind for the upcoming turns is Brook. Brook for resting that Reiju and restanding that double attack potentially. Also super scary for Giovanni's side.
Yeah, there's a lot of threats at this point. If Red Green Luffy can manage to also play a more defensive turn, for example, with for example, a third 7 cost Zoro, that's also an option if he does have it in his hand. But he can go aggressively with that brick. He can go defensively with the 7 cost Zoro, but he could also find a little happy middle ground with the 7 cost Luffy as well.
Mm-hmm. And he does have one in hand. I did see, or I did track one of the Luffy's in hand for Julius.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Giovanni's hand, though, it's a whole lot of events. Is there even a single character in his hand?
I don't think so.
This is what happens with this deck occasionally. It doesn't happen all too often because you do have a lot of filtering through those 6 cost NLs. Once you can establish them down, you can easily chain them into the cards that you need. But when you just happen to draw into all of these cards, yes, you have infinite ways that you can get rid of the opponent's board, but you aren't developing, and there is always going to be that looming threat of Luna, because Red Green Luffy is a deck that does happily run that card at as many copies as they possibly can, unlike a deck like Mihawk that usually only runs something like, I know you're strong, but I'll go all out from the start.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And he's going to start with getting rid of at least some stuff.
Yeah, splits up the power reduction, so has something in mind here. Reduces the Sanji down to 6k power, now in range of that Gum Gum Lightning, but also that Zoro.
Bottom decked the Sanji. That would make lightning even better.
Yeah, that would mess up a lot of decks randomly, but thankfully he does go to trash, and Zoro now sitting there with 4,000 power, but still active. So Giovanni needs to think about how he wants to approach this, because most surely he wants to get rid of that card on this turn.
And I do think that we have double Mama Ragan in hand, so I'm pretty sure that we will see Mama Ragan as well on this Zoro, but that means that you are forced to use or to attack with your six cost NLs, or maybe he's hoping, of course, to draw another kitten so he can outdoor the Zoro. Oh,
Yeah,
we do have the outdoors, but I don't think we have a
yeah.
kitten.
I don't know if he had the kitten, but he actually has 3 Althors in his hand right now. I think that the decision that's going through his mind right now is, does he want to use them right now on these Namis? They're very annoying as blockers, but a lot of times you want to hold on to them for something like, for example, a 4 cost plus Gamma Knife plus Althor to be able to get rid of, for example, the 6 cost Luffy on the board, because that would cleanly get rid of a character that's 8,000 power or less. So trying to balance the odds. I do believe he also has a kitten in his hand as well, top card that you can see in his hand right now. So
yes,
just deciding is going to go for that kitten. So decides against using the Mamonaga and against using the Althors on the Nami, and will just get that Zoro into range of Althor and just obliterate it while it stands.
And just like this, we got rid of 5 cost Sanji and 7 cost Zoro.
Man, what a nightmare this deck is sometimes. Very powerful turn, despite the fact that he wasn't able to find any characters. But sometimes I think even if you have characters, this is a pretty good turn just to be able to make sure that the opponent doesn't have their aggressive plan. Because what looked like a very powerful board from Red Green Luffy suddenly two of some of the most high priority characters in this deck are now gone. So if Red Green Luffy wants to find his footing in this game, he will have to reestablish those at some point in the game. But as the game goes on, it will get harder and harder. Giovanni, though, still deciding not to swing into leader.
Yes, and he had the option to play Ohm, but that would make him go to 5 Dawn next turn, which was not ideal, especially because he has a pink in hand as well. And with pink in hand, you like to be on your 6 Dawn, playing pink, activating a Dawn back, so you have 2 Dawns to play with, so you potentially can Gamma Knife Mama Ragan again next turn.
Yeah, that Senior Pink. Usually decks only run it at a few copies because it is counterless, but it effectively just makes every single event in your trash, basically, or in your entire deck +1 count, because you can just grab any event that you need, any part of the combo that you need. And this deck is so combo centric that being able to choose exactly which part that you're missing is very, very crucial. So if he can play down that Senior Pink combo, something like that Gamma Knife, as you mentioned, to just continuously clear the Luffy's board, then he will get a lot of use out of those Elthors that he's been holding on to this entire game.
He's only playing one Senior Pink. Some people are playing like 3 copies, some 2, some 1. It's definitely a card that not every player is still on the same boat on how many copies we should play.
Yeah, it almost feels like one of those personality tests at that point. How many Senior Pinks do you have? Because it feels like every person has almost the exact same list with NL, but there's going to be some very slight differences, whether it be the number of Divine Departures, the number of Frankies, the number of Senior Pinks, for example.
Yes, I do think a card that we won't see anymore, or not very soon, is probably the Ohm, or the Holy, I have to say. The Ohm we will see, of course. It's a very good card, but the Holy, after Blue Yellow Nami lost a lot of popularity, that card also disappeared. And here we do see the Senior Pink and the Gamma Knife.
Yeah, a great alt art. Going to pick up that Gamma Knife, does restand 1 dong and will immediately use the Gamma Knife, filling out 6 dong very nicely. Straight into the Mamaragan, going to rest that Sanji. Just brutalizing Red Green's Luffy's board at every turn of this game.
And I think it's nice to see, watching these players, that how much he prioritized like 5 cost Sanji, 7 cost Zoro, and a card Luffy would double attack, he doesn't see as a threat. Like, I can imagine a lot of newer players or players in general see Luffy double attack and are scared of the power of that card, so that he's literally ignoring it.
Yeah, both of these players just kind of staring each other down and waiting for the opponent to make the first move before they answer. But the interesting thing here is that despite the fact that Giovanni has not been attacking with his board and the opponent's leader, you can see Julius' hand, he only has 4 cards left. So just by waiting for Julius to burn his own hand by playing down the cards that he needs to establish at some point and just quickly and swiftly, efficiently getting rid of those with all of the events that you have in your hand as Purple NL, he has been able to whittle down Julius's resources. So eventually in this game, he will only have those Dome cards through his leader effect that he'll be able to use to defend his leader, but no cards in hand that actually end up helping him. And once he gets that green light, and once his hand is potentially just full of some Lunas that are weirdly dead in the current situation, then maybe Giovanni just flicks the switch and just goes for lethal in 1 to 2 turns.
Giovanni definitely taking his time in this matchup. I didn't know that they would take that long to attack with these 6 cost NLs.
Yeah, this is not a playstyle that I'm super used to. This is also a best of 3, top 8. So whoever loses this match does need to win 2 matches very swiftly. So there are a couple of factors that come into play if you need to close out the game quickly, especially if you feel like you're on the back foot, or if you feel like your loss is inevitable. Then sometimes people will scoop somewhat early to just get into that next round. And this game, I mean, if all 3 games go like this, it's going to be a pretty long series.
Sometimes you just have to acknowledge that you lost and go as soon as possible to the next game. But both players here are still in a spot which doesn't look very bad. Like,
Yeah, I
I think that
think.
both players don't feel like they're losing.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think that this was the moment that Giovanni was waiting for this whole game. He didn't want to rest his NLs because of the threat of that 7-cost Luffy just wiping it out. But now Julius, because of that smaller hand size, has no other choice but to play it at this point. Doesn't have any other cards, I presume, that he wanted to play instead, and is forced to play down this card, even though he cannot actually get rid of that Reiju at this point in time. So we'll just play it down. Does get the power reduction temporarily to make sure that that leader attack goes through and forces some counter out of her Bloodhound's hand, but will be left standing there. Just both players going to keep staring at each other until someone makes the first move.
I have to say, as Giovanni, you put yourself in a spot that you can lose if you just can't remove one turn a threat of the board of Julius, because let's say both these Luffys live and we have a broken hand. Aren't we in a very, very tough spot? We play Brook, re-rest the Reiju, and we go for two very big double attack swings. That means that we can Brook, re-rest the Reiju, and we have even 5 Dawn to put on our double attack Luffy, which means it's 12, 12, 5, and a 9.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah, that's fair. You need to defend 112, you need to defend a 5 and a 9.
That's a
So
lot.
that is a lot of damage that you will have to defend against. So, yeah, ideally, I mean, if Fennel can develop one more blocker, I do believe that he still has Reijus in hand. So, yeah, he can go for that if he wants to defend against that play. But I think that Julius, if he does have that Brook in hand, then that is something that he will be looking to do. But the first part of that equation is going to be to make sure that one of these characters stick onto the board, which is what he's been working towards this whole game. And it just hasn't really happened quite yet.
Fennel keeps removing your board. It gets very tough.
Yeah. And finally, these Namis who've been standing there ominously this whole game are going to be the target of these Ohm attacks. But Jace is going to use his only standing Dong from his leader effect to defend that Nami, as it is a Straw Hat character, to defend it for now and force one more attack into it if he does want to actually clear out that Nami.
I think that Julius was a little bit surprised that the Ohm attacked 2 on one of the Nami and didn't do the -1 on the Luffy. He did see a little bit of stumble there. And in the end, he decided to protect the Nami so he can potentially force an attack into it. So it basically was a blocker, but now it's frozen, so it won't have that much merit anymore.
Yeah, the nice thing about Enel is that he can just chain those Lightning Dragons and make sure that one of those 6,000 power or less characters are invalidated for basically the rest of the game. But he is going to use it for now, is going to be able to ignore that Nami temporarily. But if he can't chain those, then that Nami eventually will come back as a blocker. Nice thing, though, is that this Lightning Dragon will still cycle one card, though, so it has a bit of upside in both directions, helps him potentially find some other cards that he's looking for, while also dealing with some of the opponent's board and slowly but surely set up attackers that can hopefully at some point break through. But this is a pretty long first game, almost reaching 30 minutes in what could potentially be a 3-game series. So
I
making
do wonder
sure
what he is looking for. What are you looking
Divine
for as
Departure.
purple? Yeah. Removal?
Oh, he has it though. He has Divine Departure in hand. So yeah, I do wonder what he's looking for. He's going to use the Elthor. Well, plus 1k to the NL, getting rid of that Nami. Finally, these Namis no longer a threat, which means Giovanni, yeah, there it is. Finally, the 10k swing at leader. No Dong active from Green Leafy, so he does have to respond to this. Takes the first life in the last 5 turns.
Okay, another swing, going down to 1.
He doesn't really have a choice but to take this attack. It is far too big. NL finally found that opening that he's been looking for this entire game. Leader effect. 4 Dong onto that Senor Pink. one more dong onto that. That's going to be another 11,000 power swing at the opponent's leader. Now, Red Green Luffy down to 0 life against a full board from Purple NL.
Yes. We do need Electrical Luna.
Electrical Luna, it would have to be Electrical Luna plus a little bit more because he's at 0 life now. Giovanni can just break through brute force with the attacks that he has on the board. So, what does he have in store for us? He does have the Dong to do something like the 7-cost Zoro plus Electrical Luna, but because he wasn't able to develop things like that 4-cost Usopp or that 5-cost Sanji, won't be able to get Dong back at the end of that turn. So his leader effect effectively would be null and void in that case. So he needs to figure out something fast.
I do see a Brook. I do see the Electrical Luna as well.
I don't know, he might have to go for it, but 2 blockers is really big right now. It's a 9k start. I think he's trying to see if he can just get the NL to block with Reiju first and foremost. Because a 9k double attack, you can't just take this for free, you have to imagine.
Absolutely, because deck lists are open as well for both players, and you do know that Julius is playing not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 copies of the unblockable Sanji 2-cost. So taking this 9 means that you have to defend a 15,000 swing from the 7-cost Luffy as well. So I think he is forcing Giovanni into a block. So there's only one Reiju after the Electrical Luna.
Yeah, I really like these higher power swings because it forces Enel into a much more awkward spot. Because this 9k leader, he even showed in a very early search that to Sanji. So Giovanni knows that that has to be a threat. And presumably, you could also check the opponent's trash to make sure if they still have it in their hand or not. You have to imagine that he has one at this point with the way that he's playing. Is going to be forcing Enel to counter out just purely out of hand.
8, 9. We
+3,
need one more.
+4. Yeah. He does need one more. And that's going to be another Reiju going down to 1 card in hand. There might actually be a way around this if he has something like Deadman's Game.
We do have Brook, we do have Unblockable, but that's not enough.
Well, you go Brook.
Luna?
Oh, he's going to go for the Luna. So he's just going to stun the opponent's characters and is going to try to play for another turn. Does have 5 Dong active. Oh, now 4 Dong active. Going to swing 7 at the opponent's leader. All those characters that are currently rested right now will remain that way and is going to drop down that Nami, who unfortunately cannot rest those Reijus because they have +5 cost, make them 9 cost, barely out of the range of that Nami's on-play effect, and also would be out of range of Luna. So Red Green Luffy just trying to stall this turn, stuns the opponent's board, that NL and Senior Pink, and now it's going to be up to NL to try to find a lethal through this Nami, who will die to a measly Elthor, but 5 Dong and 6 cards in hand. Luffy's going to try to make it work for one more turn.
So many cards in hand if you count the Dons as cards as well, all as 2Ks. I do think we have an answer for the Nami at least. We do have Mama Ragan. We do have options. But if you use Don, let's say you want to attack 7 with your leader and afterwards Mama Ragan, there is like already a very good shot that this Nami already took the block. So
yeah, exactly. So if you want to use those cards, you have to use them first, which basically means that you lose 2 active Dong at the beginning of this exchange because there's no character that you can really put down that would make a lot of sense unless it's something like Shuda. But even Shuda on play would -1 Dong, so it doesn't actually help in that equation. And hitting into Red Green Luffy, very, very tricky. I've seen some very good YouTubers out there, like Skepas, who has put out a guide on how to hit into this leader. But if you don't know what you're doing against this leader, those 5 Dong on the board right now are effectively 10,000 counter into Purple Enel, who only has 6 Dong active as per the rules of the game. So even though it feels like you should theoretically be able to break through just 1 blocker and 6 cards in hand, it's so much more than that.
Absolutely. Let's see. He's checking his trash if he can still draw cards like Eltor or other cards. I do think he has like 15 cards left in the deck.
Honestly, this first game decides a whole lot considering this is a best of 3 series. Getting that first win on the board is going to be extremely pivotal for how long they've been using in this match. Starting with a 7k, and he wants to be as Dolan efficient as possible. Doesn't give 2 Dolan cards, but rather gives 1 of his Dolan cards and a 1k from hand. Bamaragan going to be used. So does actually manage to get rid of that Nami. Did end up starting with that 7k swing. Julius maybe just not having the read that he had another means of dealing with that Nami. But this is where the puzzle starts. How do you swing into all of this counter?
It starts with a 9.
Yeah, 9 is just going to be countered with 2 leader effect and 1 1k. Still has 4k counter on the board, 1 more attack. And one thing of note, actually, Charleston is an incredible card in Red Green Luffy. Will restand 3 Dong, but due to the order of battle in the One Piece card game, you won't be able to use that Dong that was reset immediately through your leader effect because your leader effect activates before the counter phase. So just making this attack as big as possible, not spreading out your Dong among your smaller characters, and swinging is the best way to play around that Charleston. And now the question is, does Julius have enough?
The
Uh, uh, I
Okay,
believe
I
that's
think it was enough from the purple NL side. Also, one small notice: deck lists are open, and there is no Charleston in this red green Luffy.
Oh, you're right. That's interesting.
No
That card.
Charleston at all, and that makes the puzzle a little bit easier, I guess, because you do know you basically swing into a hand where you know that they have 5 2Ks in hand. While it's Charleston, it becomes a puzzle, as you said, that you have to swing, and because of the ruling that they can't use, they're done afterwards, and so on and so on. But now it was attacking the most efficient way from Giovanni's side, and it looks like I'm pretty sure that's 1-0 for the purple NL.
Yeah, if he just blocked that first 7k attack from the NL, I feel like he probably would have had enough counter in his hand to defend against that final attack.
Yeah, that
Assuming
was a
that it actually
1K and a
went through.
2K. So Reiju swung for 13, I think.
Yes, he had 2 Dawn cards left. He had 2/2.
And 2/2/1 in hands.
Oh, is
maybe
that
that's
not
enough.
just defended 14? I don't know who won this game.
Maybe Altor.
Okay, we'll have confirmation very soon on exactly who actually ended up winning this game.
Yeah, if there was
the
no
Luffy one,
Altoran acquisition, then Luffy won indeed.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, it looked like enough counter. It was just a crazy amount of counter. I think that the Reiju swung, it was 7 up to 13. It was 2 leader effect activations, 2 2Ks, and 1K, 14K. I do think that means that Luffy did win game 1. Which means that now Giovanni needs to win 2 games in the next 25 minutes, so he cannot play the slow game that he has played before. Yet we just have confirmation now. Julius did win game 1 with having exactly enough counter at the end, so he knew that he had everything that he needed, and Charleston wouldn't have even mattered. So maybe that is the correct pivot for this deck.
Yeah, that was actually a really close game. But how funny is it that these 2 6-cost NLs only swung once? They are close to Burgess tier right now.
At least they got 1 swing in. Yeah, I mean, but it is a little bit different in this situation because Giovanni chose not to swing with them, whereas the Burgess never found a time to shine in some of those earlier Swiss rounds that we were looking at. But Giovanni playing the slow game, trying to find lethal later on in the game, but that did not end up paying off. Red Green Luffy does manage to have the counter in the end through that leader effect, through the life and all of the counter in his hand innately, using his leader effect and the natural counter in his hand just as a way to simply and purely play around that. And we're having a very similar start to the last game, but this time Enel does not have any 1 cost, even on turn 2.
Every time that I hear a very good player say he lost with purple NL, the conversation starts with, I had no 1-drops. So this might be a very tough game for Giovanni, and only 24 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, he needs to play this game fast. He doesn't have the aggressive start that he needs to actually have that happen. But Luffy, on the other hand, though he didn't have searchers before, he is able to chain that into a bunch of searchers now. Plays down the one cost Navi into the one cost Navi into the 1000 Sunny, is going to get all of the balls rolling now. And just going to get the engine rolling. Another Nami searched off of that. So just a really accelerated start from Red Green Luffy. If he can chain that into a solid board from now on, then he will be in a fairly comfortable spot for the rest of the series.
16 searchers, so it's not really weird that he is finding all those Namis and stages, of course.
Yeah.
Although
What I
we
will
can
say
almost...
is weird, though.
Oh, go ahead.
The NL, I mean, this happens when I play NL as well, runs 15 one costs and wasn't able to find them. So it's one of those things, you get a little bit of whiplash looking at your hand. You're like, what is this hand? You don't open any one costs, but sometimes it happens even if you run a very high count of those cards.
Luckily for him, he did have the 6 cost NL right on curve. Can play it on his turn 3.
Yeah, if he didn't have that NL after not having any one drops on this game, it would be devastating. But just not having a one drop in general on turn 1 or turn 2 means that his leader effect has just been a ramping tool and not actually a means of attaching those 4 rested on and gaining 1 active. So a very slow start in a game that Giovanni cannot afford to be slow right now.
So we balance the card.
Yeah, still ramping 5 is a little bit crazy, but
absolutely. And here we have a 1-drop Satori.
I think that is one of the better ones. It will help him solve some of the issues that he's had in this early game if he can manage to see them in the top 2, or if he doesn't see them, send them to the bottom of his deck.
What is best case scenario for the Luffy right now? I guess. Oh, he's gonna search.
Yeah, starting with a search. Ooh, picks up the all out. Wow, this deck is here to deal with any 7 cost or less, because my god, is Julius running every single counter to these lower bodies. Has 4 Lunas in the deck and also 2 all-outs, showing 1 early on, and making it very hard for Giovanni to actually rest this NL, even if he wants to go aggressive.
His only real answer to it is basically Vari, and without Vari, he can't do anything about it. So that was the whole reason why Giovanni didn't swing last game with these analyses. I'm not sure if we did see Varys or if he cycled him early on, but if you want to have more merit of... The thing is, if you swing with your NL, it's either Luna, it's either I'm Strong, and if you have Vari, it might just be the 7 cost Luffy. This red-green Luffy did gain a lot of answers to the 6 cost NL.
Yeah, I think even if Giovanni wants to go more aggressive in this game, he can't rest the NL on this turn, because it will just get completely blown up by something like Luffy on curve, or even the I Know You're Strong that we just saw from that search. I think there's far too many threats to this NL that he can't rest it unless he's resting everything together. So, I mean, although we talk about him having to play the game faster, I don't know if he can actually accelerate the game plan. He may just have to play the same game that he did the game before, just faster. He's going to keep clearing the opponent's board like he did in the game before, so slightly restabilizing. Interestingly, does not swing with that Satori either, so is just going to keep playing that slow game, because Red Green Luffy, leader effect, so powerful, would make those smaller attacks just completely null and void.
You do see that both players have a high pacing in this matchup, so that is, I think, very nice for both sides.
Yeah, it's good to see. It can feel a little bit nerve-wracking if you're down 0-1 and suddenly the opponent starts thinking a lot about their turns, which I think, honestly, you can't blame them. A lot of the times there are a lot of things you have to think about, but especially in these high-stress, high-paced situations, 5 seconds can feel like 5 minutes.
I do feel like the early turns, I have a hard time if they take very long times, because I think turn 1, 2, 3, even maybe 4 are just quite straightforward with a lot of decks. Afterwards, if then you take like a second. Okay, now I have to think. But the first few turns, I feel like are most of the time with most of the decks quite straightforward. I would have a very hard time if Black Yellow Teach start to think on their 4 Dawn turn, for example.
And then they just play Burgess and pass.
For example, yep.
Yeah, after all of that thinking. But yeah, right now, both players playing a much quicker game. Luffy just going to drop down another one of those Sanjis, has a very wide board of searchers on the board right now, which, although those guys are just 2k power, they do a lot in this game. Not only are they going to be able to answer Giovanni's smaller weenies, as people say, once they become rested as attackers, but also because, except for that Bonnie, they are all Straw Hats. Once he plays down that 7-cost Luffy, that's going to be a minus 7,000 to one of the opponent's characters, which is massive on a 7-cost 9,000 power body.
Absolutely. And this almost looks like a copy-paste from last game. If Julius is going now for the Chain of Zoros, we are very close to it.
Yeah, so far, Giovanni, aside from that turn 2 not finding that Shida, has played basically identical to the first game. Oh, almost dropping a card there. Might have flashed it to Julius. Gamma Knife, good card to have. But the nice thing about this search, though, although he may have accidentally revealed some information from slipping up with his hand, this search off of the 6-cost NL does not have to reveal any public information to the opponent.
Definitely something that I did wrong for the very first times that I played with Purple NL. It's a habit of showing what you searched for. So playing 6-cost NL and show what you searched for. But the 6-cost NL, you can take whatever you want and you don't have to reveal it at all. So
yeah, sometimes I see if my NL opponents are awake, and after they search, I'll like pause for a second and be like, "Oh, sorry, what'd you search?" Like, "Oh, Mamoru," and then like, I got him. I only do this in friendlies, but my friends, if they're listening at home, they'll know that I do this a lot. I'll ask them, and most of the time they catch me, but sometimes I get them. Yeah. Is going to remove that Bonnie, just setting up more Sanjis. That Sanji from the turn before did actually live because Enel did decide to play down that 6-cost Enel on this turn. So he's going to develop these Sanjis, which he didn't have the turn before. So he's going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable. And now with the Risadon from the Sanji on play, we'll be able to play down not only Sanji, but also Zoro.
This is a very good turn. We now have Zoro and 2 5-cost Sanjis set up. And down to 1 life.
Yeah, this is feeling much, much better for Julius this game, despite not being all too different in terms of what he's played. It's just that he was able to get one of those Sanjis to stick, which means that now that he has the Zoro in play at the end of this turn, despite him not having any active Dong now, we'll have 2 Dong active from both of those Sanji effects. Swinging at leader with 8k, and Enel is going to respond with a Mamoru, the card that he just searched off of the 6-cost Enel. So he's going to get the cycle there and thinking what other cards he wants to give up. He still needs to give a fair bit more counter to actually defend against this attack.
Yeah, that's the reason, because he played the Mamoru.
What can you do as Purple NL? I guess we will get... Okay, it was back. The screen was for a second gone for me, but we are back. It's 2 active done. Thanks to the Sanjis.
Yeah, very clean turn for Julius here. And I think Giovanni, if he doesn't start to deal with these characters, they're going to become more and more of an issue as the game goes on.
And we have still 3 lives and quite some cards in hand, so we are very, very healthy as Julius here.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to try to get rid of everything on the board. Minus 1,000 power to that Sanji, minus 5,000 power to that Zoro Mamoru to rest it. So now that the leader, despite it being 7,000 power, your board is so much weaker in power that it feels really bad to defend these characters, even if you want to.
Okay, we are starting to swing.
Yeah, swing's coming in much earlier this game. So 10 at Sanji, and he is going to let that go. 10 into 6.
Well, I have to say, if Purple NL manages to win this specific game, suddenly it looks really good for Purple NL because with the overtime rules, where it's important who has the most lives as a first breaker, I'm going to call it, as a life leader, you have, of course, the edge against 4 life leaders.
Yeah, but I mean, Red Green Luffy, despite being a 4 life leader, is very good at keeping those life cards. We saw in this game and the last game before, was able to hold on to 3 life for a very, very long time. So we'll have to see how this actually ends up going, as we are close to 13 minutes left on the timer for 2 games left. So if Julius doesn't win this game, then we will have to start to discuss how some of those time rules work, which you will actually have to remind me about as well, because I'm from the East, and in the East we have different time rules. So
Also
that'll
in
be
Top Cut?
exciting if we get to that point. Yes, in Top Cut, we have extra turns, but we don't have best of 3. It's always best
Okay.
of 1.
Okay,
So,
also in Top Cut, it's also only best of 1. And do you still get the dice and only a best of 1?
you
With
don't
a
even
higher
have any
seed?
sort of seed advantage. Yeah,
Oh,
it is
wow.
just rock, paper, scissors. So your seeding literally does not matter in the East, and it's best of 1. So at the end of the day, you know, there's a whole lot of things that can happen, because there's a whole lot of things that are happening on this turn right now. Giovanni is going to take out all of those small characters with those L Thors. In the first game, he was holding on to them for a very long time, but now he gets rid of them to make sure that even if Julius plays down that 7-cost Luffy, it's only going to get a few thousand power reduced, thanks to those Namis being destroyed by Althor.
And pushes the Luffy down to 1 life as well. Only 5 cost Sanji on the board. But we do have a Reiju. We do have, I think, a healthy hand, so we're not dying to Brook anytime soon. But there is a Luna in hand, and we do know from before there is I Am Strong as well.
Yes. And I mean, both of those will be able to stun the same number of cards right now, but the Luna may be better to just throw, because the I Know You're Strong can also be used as a plus 3k counter, though effectively just turns your lead effect, which already gives 2k counter, into plus 3k. It does mean for something, as we saw in that game before, where he won on a game of inches. He's going to start with a Searcher, though, which is going to filter through his deck, find another one of those I Know You're Strong, second one that he's seen so far, and potentially even make that 7-cost Luffy stronger if he decides to go for it. But I don't know if you even want to at this point. This is the prime time to use those Lunas, so I don't think he really has the dong to allocate to some of those larger characters. And it looks like he agrees, because he's just going to be swinging big to try to see if he can close out the game faster than Giovanni's looking to close out the game.
Yes, this is close to a copy as well from last game. Very big swing while there is a Reiju active, but the Purple NL low in hand, low in life, and anti-turn with just an electrical Luna.
Man, dude, that electrical Luna and the 4-cost Nami combo can be incredibly powerful. It doesn't do as much into this deck, but will be able to deal with that Satori hit, for example, potentially. But as we mentioned before, those Reijus, because they are 9-cost, when you have 4 or more events in your trash, won't actually be affected by Lunas, which makes this card so powerful in NL, and has probably made this deck a lot stronger than potentially the designers had anticipated. Yeah, weirdly,
No more
even though you
blockers.
have... yeah, and it looks like this is exactly what he's going for. The Nami into the Electrical Luna, brute force through the opponent's backline, and making sure that they don't have the means of hitting back into you. Let's see if it's enough, though, this time, because the game has to be played much faster this time around.
Yes. Do you still swing with your Sanji push them to 0? Pushing them to 0. Pushing them to 0 has so many merits because you play so many unblockable cards.
Yeah, but what if he counters that? I think he still has 3 cards in hand. If he does have the means of countering it, which he does actually counter out, and you lose this Sanji, then suddenly Enel's going to have 1 life, and if he can clear that Sanji, you don't really have attackers on the board to actually close out the game. So this can be pretty scary for Luffy, even if he survives on this next turn.
Absolutely. Also, not to forget, the unblockable Sanji only works on characters with 6,000 power or more. Of course, with these Namis, you can get to 6,000 power or more because you can attach Dawn. But what you can't do is you can't put the unblockable Sanji on your leader, for example.
Yes, only affecting those Straw Hat type characters. So if the NL doesn't find a way to close out the game right now, if he can just manage to get rid of that Sanji, then it will make things very awkward for Julius on this next coming turn. So I think he has a couple of options at his disposal right now, and this first search is going to influence a lot of that decision making. I don't know what he picked up. It might have just been the Lightning Dragon because he just immediately used it out of hand, but it does look like he just passes back the turn. He's just going to wait.
1 card in hand?
Yeah, I believe so. Did get the cycle on that Lightning Dragon. So,
Sanji Brook, is that lethal?
I mean, he has
That's
2 blockers on the
9/9.
board.
But Sanji Brook is 9/9. And only 2 cards, so you need 2k Mama Ragan 2k to survive against the Brook Sanji here with you had only 1 card in hand.
Yeah, oh yeah, the 2-cost Sanji.
Yes, 2-cost Sanji, swing 9, Brook, and then swing 9 again. That should be lethal. Except for 2k Mama Ragan 2k exactly. He's going for it.
It looks like he's going for it. The 2-cost Sanji going to affect that 5-cost Sanji because it has 6,000 power or more, making it unblockable for this turn. Attaching 2 more Dong onto it, 9k at leader. It's going to go through to Enel, exactly as you said, 6-cost Brook, and he has it in the end. Only 1 card in Enel's hand. I thought it was 2, honestly, but unfortunately only had the 6-cost Enel to play the turn before, so had to trash a card after that search, meaning that that double swing is going to break through as Julius does not need overtime, and we will be able to see Red Green Luffy, who, as we mentioned, in a slightly difficult matchup, pull through and win 2-0.
Yes, advancing to top 4 with Red Green Luffy. Red Green Luffy already has a title on his belt in Europe in OP16, but not yet in OP16.5. This is the first 16.5 regionals in the EU region, and we do have Red Green Luffy advancing to top 4 with a Titan game from Giovanni versus Julius, and Julius was able to win 2-0.
Yeah, despite both players playing the same side of the matchup, with Giovanni being able to go first both times, Julius was able to pull through in the end with a similar game plan, just kind of stalling for a long time, but the game ending much faster this time around as Giovanni forced to pull the trigger much earlier, and Julius responding, just honestly attaching a ton of dole onto his leader turn after turn and finding that angle to actually create lethal. You couldn't just decide to do that spontaneously on that last turn. You had to set up for that many turns in advance.
Something that we noticed and learned is maybe Charleston is not mandatory at all in this deck. And I also think what we did learn after seeing this matchup is we did see that Julius is deciding not to play a 4-cost or a 5-cost on 4-don or 5-don. He is deciding to play or almost as much as he can 2 threats at a time, so Purple and L cannot get rid of it. I think the power house of Purple and L is that they can get rid of the board every single turn. But if you can play 2 things at a time or even 3 things at a time, it gets a lot better. And we did see Electrical Luna, still a very, very good card, especially in Red Green Luffy.
Yeah, and unfortunately at the end, I think if Giovanni was able to just clear out that 7-cost Sanji, or the 5-cost Sanji 7k power, then I think that it would have been very difficult for Julius to actually close out the game, but not able to find the chain of cards in the end that would actually allow that to happen. In the end, all of his relevant attackers stunned, and just has to hope that his blockers are enough. And unfortunately, with that 2-cost Sanji and 6-cost Brook, they kind of meant nothing.
Yes, he needed a very specific combo with 2k Mamaragan 2k to counter out of a 9k unblockable swing of Sanji twice. But that means that Julius is, and I will very quickly check if I can find it, but I think that he's potentially playing against his very, very good friend, Kevin Lee, if Kevin Lee won at least, because they are at the same side of the bracket. Julius played against Giovanni, and Kevin, or also known as Xeto, who attended Worlds, is playing against Dafit95. And the matchup is Black Yellow Teach versus Red Green Luffy, which should be a good matchup for Black Yellow Teach. And if Kevin is winning, that means he will play against his very good friend, teammate, and practice teammate as well in top 4. On the top of the bracket, we have Hakun on Purple NL versus the Purple Yellow Rosinante of Mage, which we saw yesterday win in the top 16 versus Green Blue Luffy with a 2-1 score. And last but not least, on top of the bracket, we have the last swordsman standing, Roko Z with Mihawk versus, I'm going to apologize, I'm not going to try the name. I'll leave that to Kai when we get there, on Purple NL. For now, I'm going to call him Abi.
Abyssoride is what I'm gonna try and call him for now. But yes, we have a couple of purple NLs, but we did see one get knocked out. There are a couple of very exciting matchups ahead, and stick around for those because we are going to have the top 4 match much sooner than later, as this one almost went to the full time. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll see you guys after a quick break.
Welcome back. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Welcome back to the Zagreb Regionals hosted by Magic Elements. I am Eiichiro Oda here with Shinoi's after a very exhilarating top 8 match. How do you feel about that series?
I was very surprised. In my mind, Purple NL was always very favorite, I have to say, versus Red Green Luffy. And now it felt that how he approached both players, how they approached the game, that RG Luffy can do better than we thought. It was a 2-0, so all games were very close. And yeah. Okay. And so the RG Luffy did show that he can win an unfavorable matchup 2-0 even, but now he is playing against his very good friend Kevin Lee, also known as Exeto, also known as the guy that went to Worlds with Black Teach, and he is on Teach again, but this time on Black Yellow Teach, and that's a deck that you are quite familiar with, Kai.
Very familiar with this deck. I'm happy to see him performing so well up until this point in the top 4 now. But yeah, I mean, Julius, a really good showcase the game before. I think both players had a good game plan going into it, but Julius was able to conquer. And hopefully he has a game plan for this matchup as well, because this is significantly harder.
Yes, this is a very tough matchup, especially because that 10 cost Teach is able to nullify your leader effect. So basically your Dawn cards do become a lot worse. One of the things what I noticed about Julius' list is he's not playing Charleston. Charleston is making your leader ability better in a way. However, if your leader ability is nullified, those open dawns can still be used in Julius's list for I Am Strong, That Man's Game, and so on, to still have some counter up as well. So maybe he was a little bit prepared for these kind of matchups.
Yeah, hey, I mean, if you can win without it, then you definitely don't need it. It is one of those cards that can sometimes feel win more in some cases, but does feel a lot of times like it can clutch some victories. But hey, I mean, if you don't need the card, a lot of the times also if the opponent plays around it correctly, you can feel like you're not getting as much value out of the card. And he has proved that he doesn't need it all the way up until this point, top 4 in the Zagreb Regionals. But now against honestly, a matchup that you probably don't need it all too much either, but can still be nice just as a plus 4K if you did have that in the deck.
Absolutely. So we do see one of your favorite cards in the black-yellow Teach deck on turn 4, right on curve, this Burgess.
Yeah, I won't say too many bad things, not here, not now, but this card can sometimes be really good, especially into some matchups like Proprio Rostante, which actually may end up being a matchup to consider, considering that Proprio Rostante still is in this tournament on the other side of the bracket in top 4. But a lot of times just kind of sits there for a while and accrues value. Importantly, though, on the 6th turn, Kevin, instead of playing that 6-cost Shiryu, plays down the full lead. So missed on what would be one of the first very important pieces in this matchup, and is going to be very great for Julius to see.
So we did see that he bottom decked the Shiryu after this this search. But Borsellino on curve, never that bad, I guess. Heal 1, put a blocker.
Yeah, you're never complaining about Borsellino. It's just a excellent card. But one of the nice things about the Shiryu would be that 8,000 power stat line, especially when you're going against a deck like Red Green Luffy, where those Dong, at least in the early game before they become negated, are going to be a lot of counter. You just want that raw power to actually be able to break through, because you don't necessarily need to play defensively like you would into a deck like Green Blue Luffy, for example.
I'm going to take a 7. Still no trigger.
Yeah, a lot of the times you do take these earlier hits because there are a couple of random triggers that can help, whether it may be something like the Van Augur, but maybe not the card that he would be looking for, because Kevin only runs one Van Augur in his list.
And the deck lists are open for both players, so they do know what card can punish and what card can not. I do think that the list of Kevin is quite standard, I'm going to say. Maybe one card that pops out that you don't see every day is the 4-cost heal Zoro in the deck of Black Yellow Teach. Other than that, I do think it's a quite standard list that he's playing with against the Red Green Luffy. Not super standard because we don't see the Charleston.
Yeah, and before everyone runs home and tries the 4-cost Zoro and Teach themselves, I do need to remind you this is only run at 1 copy in his deck. So I imagine this is just more things he could play on the 4/5 Dong turn, or perhaps in tandem with something like the Black Rope Dragon Twister on 10, for example, just to fill out that curve neatly. So I could see some merit to the card, and Kevin is running it at 1 copy. We'll see if it can find a place in this game. As right now, both players are just trying to set up their board as best as possible and make sure that they can play on curve for the rest of the game.
Yes, and I do think since we skipped the Shiryu on our 6th Dawn turn, that we are aiming for a Teach on our 8th Dawn turn instead, which we already have in hand.
Yeah, does have that card in hand, but he does need to make the decision now. Redirecting on this attack would not really do all too much, considering that you don't have any good 1 costs on the board. So we'll likely just take this down to 1 life, but the attackers that are on the board right now are somewhat scary, because if you do play down the 8-cost Teach in the next turn, you don't have enough Dong left to play out something like that Vasco shot that can deal with these 7,000 power attacks from Sanji. Is going to take it, but it seems to be a trigger. Ooh. It's the Devon, which would draw a card and play a 1-cost Blackbeard Pirate from trash, but unfortunately does not have that, so is just going to be using that for the filter, just trying to dig deeper and deeper into the deck, looking for some of those late-game cards that he needs.
It's no 1-cost just yet for Kevin.
Yeah, if he had a Vasco shot, that would have solved every problem up until this point, because he would have been able to pull it out of his trash to have on the board the turn after to deal with those Sanji attacks, but now he has to make the decision, does he want to just heal and pass and absorb the damage that's probably coming out on this next turn, presumably at least 2 7,000 power attacks, and that leader maybe hitting for 7 or 8,000 depending on what cards he plays out, or does he do something a little bit weirder? We'll have to see what he ends up going for, because a lot of it comes down to what's in his hand.
Yes, he does have a Black Rope in hand to get rid of these Sanjis as well, so it's either going to be, I think, an 8-cost 8-cost Teach or Dragon Twister this turn, because those Sanjis are quite threatening as well.
Yeah, actually, if he does have that Dragon Twister in his hand, I might actually prefer that play. I think the only 1-cost in his hand was that Dot Q, which will get rid of those Namis, but as we mentioned before, it does make the 7-cost Luffy a little bit weaker. It does feel bad not being able to develop your board on the 6 or 8 Dong turn, but Red Green Luffy has a pretty aggressive start right now, and if you don't have those 1-costs to be good redirect targets, then it can feel pretty bad as Black Yellow Teach.
If Red Green Luffy can go aggressive enough, it might still get a very tough matchup for Teach.
Yeah, picks up the search event, which does have trigger, so you can use it for your leader effect, but may also be looking to use that this turn. He can do, for example, the search event, look for a potentially better 1-cost, for example, and then use that Dragon Twister, but we'll see what ends up being the play here.
If he plays if he plays My Era, might indicate that he is playing the Dragon Twister this specific turn. And this Vasco shot fits perfectly in the curve, right? We have 7 Dawn left, so 1 for Vasco and 6 for the Twister.
Yeah, there is even an argument that you may want to play down the Dot Q. He does actually pick that up from the search, because once you deal with the opponent's board with that Dragon Twister, the only characters on the board are going to be 1-cost, which will just be better in the face of that. Putting the Vasco shot into trash will set up some opportunities for example, the Katarina Devon trigger, as we saw earlier in this game, and just in general, prioritizing the 2K at the moment, and just trying to deal with the board that exists and not for the board that may exist in the turns to come.
So we also have that Docu on top of our life, lost life as well.
Yeah, if anything, it's a 2K, so I think that you're happy to just know that that's there, the comfort of that being there. But the one downside of Dragon Twister, one of the upsides of Black Yellow Teach, is concealing a lot of this information. doesn't actually play out any one cost on this turn, so just prioritizing having as much counter in his hand. But by revealing that he has Dotkyu in his hand, or in his life, now he doesn't have the sort of surprise element where that could potentially be a Devon, where that could potentially be a Vasco shot that can suddenly flip the game. So loses the element of surprise, but does have that knowledge advantage that may have also contributed to him not playing the Dotkyu that's in his hand currently, as Julius is just going to keep playing down those Sunjis. The single best card in this deck, in my opinion, at least until the new start deck has come out.
Yes, very strong. 5 cost, but you can active 2 Don, and at the end of your turn, activating a Don again every single turn over and over again. Very, very strong. And this looks like a very slow turn for Julius. Had to play stage over stage and swinging 8 with leader.
Yeah,
I guess we are just going to develop a new sub.
it seems like that may end up being the play if he does have it in his hand, but this 8k swing is rather annoying for Black Yellow Teach. If he did develop a 1-cost Dotkyu on the turn before, then you could easily redirect into it. Yes, you'd go down 1 in size, but or 1 in hand size, but you'd be able to absorb that 8k swing. Instead is just going to give the Dotkyu in 1k in this attack, which ends up being actually more cards used than if you were to just play down the Dotkyu the turn before, but still elects to go for this path instead, prioritizing keeping the Borsalino alive, importantly.
Yes, I am a little bit surprised about this block double counter, but maybe he do want to keep extra blocker later and later in the game, because we are at the 10 Dawn turn of Black Yellow Teach. We are possible to chain 10 cost Teach, which I don't think is yet what he's going for or aiming for.
It does
Maybe
feel a
one.
little bit early to go for it, especially since he still has that 8-cost Teach in his hand. It is much easier to play that out now than it is later, so he may be considering that as well. But he's just going to go for the Borsalino. Again, just not really caring too much about making his board, just making sure that he survives for a very long time.
Yes, and he is a Black Teach player by heart, so he wants to have his Burgess on the board.
I can't complain about a Black Teach player wanting to run Burgess. That card in Black Teach was one of the most pivotal cards, especially when it came to things like the mirror. But now developing 2 Burgess, which 5,000 power on paper, but now with the number of cards that he has in his trash, 7,000 power with 1 more card, 8,000 power.
That's already a better Burgess, but both didn't swing yet. Both didn't do anything just yet.
Yeah, weirdly, actually, this is very similar to how Black Teach used to play. Because what Black Teach used to do was to play on 4/8 Dong, you'd play like Burgess or double Burgess, and then from 10 Dong, you only use Burgess as an attacker, as you just use the 10 cost Teach to slowly suffocate your opponent out of the game. And he's actually setting up for this really perfectly. He already has at least 2 10 cost Teaches in his hand that we have seen so far from our aerial point of view. And so from this next turn, if he starts to chain those Teaches, then even if Red Wing Luffy leaves up 5 Dong, which would normally be 10,000 counter, that basically means nothing. And these 8,000 power swings from Burgess will start to hurt a lot.
I think the only difference between back then and right now is that there is electrical Luna and I Am Strong to think about, and that makes both Burgesses a little not as strong as they used to be.
Yeah, no, that's a big thing. But a counter argument to that is that now suddenly this deck's allowed to play Borsalino, which is pretty good too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the biggest things when you're playing Black Yellow Teach is trying to figure out how you can save resources, because this deck doesn't necessarily create more resources. You just try to find ways to mitigate the number of resources that you end up giving up. So losing these Borsalinos here does hurt a little bit and does take that first swing, hoping for an opportune trigger, but not finding it.
Double checking the trigger on this Docu. And we are going for the very aggressive approach from Julius.
Yeah, the one nice thing here is that, interestingly, Kevin can redirect an attack into Burgess, which would be 7 into 7, But because there would now be 12 cards in this trash, would make it 8k, so would actually be able to absorb that attack with just one card if he chooses to redirect. But because he hasn't been able to, yeah, he's going for it. He hasn't been able to establish one cost onto the board. He doesn't really have excellent redirect targets, as this is the first time he's used his leader effect this game.
And yeah, 777 swing this turn again from Julius.
Very, very aggressive, but this is how aggressive you need to be as RG Luffy to actually win the game before Teach inevitably plays down the 10 cost Teaches and just slowly chokes you out of your win conditions.
Decides to give double 2k instead of Borsalino.
Yeah, but there is going to be the Electricolino, which means that these Borsalinos, who would normally be blockers for 2 turns in a row, will not be able to serve their purpose. So at the very least, playing very well towards that aggressive plan, and we'll need to see if he can actually carry that through to the finish line.
I guess he's gonna take a 2k. Oh, no, he's gonna go for Shiryu.
Shiryu does open up some possibilities. Now, Kevin is running the 4-cost San Juan Wolf, but only at 1 copy. But if he does have it in his trash, then he will be able to stop some of the aggression that RG Luffy has been playing. So it just holds on to that. It is actually one of the better cards to play on the second to last turn of the game as Black Yellow Teach. So it's nice to have. If anything, you know, it has triggers, so you could always trash it with your leader effect as well.
That helps a lot as well, of course. And here we go. First 10 cost hits the board. No more leader effect for RG Luffy.
Yeah, this is such a massive card in this matchup. Those 5 Dong now doing nothing, which means that the Usopp, which would usually be protected extremely easily, dies to a measly 5k hit. Oh, and this... Oh no, that's the Nami. Yeah, Sanji defending with a 2k, and then the Nami dying to the next attack from the Jesus Burgess. Now, everything is in range of Luna, which can be very scary, but Kevin, not able to afford to play around that currently, just needs to try to get as many of these attackers off of Luffy's board right now.
Do we have another Luna? Because people do like Luna as a card, but in most of the decks, it's an unsearchable card, of course.
Yeah, that is true. If your leader doesn't have Slash, then you can't run things like that 1-cost penalty, which means that it will not be searchable. But to compensate for that, Julius is running the card at 4 copies. So with all of the cards that he's drawn throughout this game, maybe he'll have to just naturally find another one. But we'll see what ends up being. I have to imagine that if he had I Know You're Strong and the Electrical Luna, then he would have chosen to use I Know You're Strong the turn before. But because he chose to use Electrical Luna, either indicates he doesn't have I Know You're Strong, or that he has a second Luna. Does have 3 Dong open.
And there it is. Electrical Luna.
Electrical Luna number 2, locking the entire board. Those Burgess now at 9,000 power, but are not going to be able to attack. And importantly, those Borsalinos not going to be able to serve their purpose as a blocker either.
Are we going for another 10 cost Teach, or are we going for our Borsalino? I think we also drew a Shiryu, but this is the first card we will pitch this turn.
Yeah, ooh, I think he only had 1 10-cost Teach turn before, but now that he has a second one, it makes it more likely that he will actually be able to confidently chain those. So I do think that is probably what he's going to be going for here. I think if you only had 1, there's an argument to just play the smaller characters, whether it be the 5-cost Borsalino or the 8-cost Teach, for example. Because Red Green Luffy only has 2 Dong active right now, it doesn't feel as powerful. I think because you found that third one, it's definitely going to influence your play on this turn.
And now it will get very tough to break through for Red Green Luffy.
Yeah, this is exactly the bottleneck that Black Yellow Teach loves to create. These situations where even though for the longest time you've been at 1 life, slowly but surely the opponent's board is getting smaller, and your board being able to stun the opponent's Sanji, not allowing it to attack, but also setting up these massive blockers, makes it so that basically the attacks that are on Red Luffy's board right now are completely invalidated.
Yeah, and because the redirect and the one life, you're basically at 3 lives in a way. Well, at 2 lives, and that makes it very hard that even DMG can't like sneak in a win, especially with such a small board.
Yeah. Yeah, Red Green Luffy, I mean, with those Lunas, has been able to stop a lot of Kevin Lee's aggression, but unfortunately hasn't really been able to successfully create his own up until this point, even though he was swinging with a lot of 7s. Wasn't quite enough as Black Yellow Teach is starting to stabilize this game.
And with only 3 cards, do we have another Luna? Oh, we do not. We just passed a turn.
Yeah, and right now the nail in the coffin would be a third 10-cost Teach. Those
Yeah,
5
we
don't
do have
active.
it.
Yeah, Julius desperately wanting to use those cards in his Dong area as counter. And my god, these Burgesses can get really, really big if you can manage to get them down on the board safely.
Yes, and with stage and with replacing the Borsalino for your third 10 cost, you also boost these Burgesses to 10k power as well.
It's looking rough. I have to be honest here.
I think the only card missing to make this perfect for Kevin is a Zehaha to close up the game right now. But he has time. That's the thing. He doesn't need to win this specific turn. That's the crazy part about everything. He is probably stunning this 5-cost Sanji once again, swinging with his leader and double Burgess, and probably not even going for it this turn.
Yeah, that's true actually. If he did have that 8-cost event, then the game probably just ends on this turn outright, and it wouldn't even be closed. So, but still, as long as he sets up to close out the game the turn after that, then I think that, I mean, there's really realistically no way for him to lose in this next coming turn unless there's some DMG Hail Mary with the attacks that are on the board. But the attacks on the board are just really, really small.
He's taking his time. This is a very important turn. This indicates that he will be playing a third 10-cost Teach over the Borsalino.
Yeah, you might as well swing 6 there, even though the opponent's almost always going to give you the leader effect, because they may mess up and give you a card from hand. You'll feel very happy about that. So swing with 6 first. Now, not able to use that leader effect as it is negated. This is a 10k swing. Should be 10k swing, I'm pretty sure.
It's another 10.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's another bar, I see. Yeah, 10, 10. And you don't even need to rest these teachers at that point, but you could just swing with 1 to just ensure the game always ends the turn after that. But you're really in no rush at this point.
I don't think that he will go for it because he does know, and decklists are open, that this open Dawn can still be used for Deadman's Game and I Am Strong. He has defensive tool. He's also playing Bad Manners as a card as well, and you don't want to lose because you went too greedy. So with 3 10-cost Teach active and alive, and the leader ability redirect and counter in hand, you can't lose this game anymore. And this is why the fist bump from Julius is coming. It's 1-0 for Kevin Lee. He is only 1 game away for the finals.
Yeah, commanding showing. Doesn't find the 6-cost Shiryu on 6 Dong, doesn't play the 8-cost Teach on 8 Dong, but just stops the aggression that Red Green Luffy has at his disposal and just plays the slow game, eventually closing out the game in a very Black Teach-esque fashion. Those 4-cost Burgesses finally putting in some work in this tournament alongside the 10-cost Teach.
I can imagine that you enjoy watching Black Yellow Teach win in the top 4 against Red Green Luffy in a very strong and skillful way as well.
Is that skillful with quotes around it, or is that actually skillful that you're saying?
Actual skillful.
Yeah,
I like Kevin Lee, so I'll give it to him.
Some people will call this deck a no-skill curved deck, but there is a lot of intricacies to actually playing Black Yellow Teach. There's a lot of small decisions that you need to make, where if you just play on curve, then you probably would have ended up losing this game just to the aggression that Luffy was able to develop very early on. This deck, despite being notoriously very defensive, you still have a 5 cost 7,000 power, which is effectively a 3 cost 7,000. So pretty good at developing board in the early game and playing off curve purposefully to just make sure that he doesn't die to that aggression, making sure that he doesn't lose to Red Green Luffy's win condition. Going into the second game now, though,
I only see
as Red
one
Green
good
Luffy,
card. Yeah.
yeah, keeps his hand, but Black Yellow Teach, Kevin, is going to be mulliganing his.
So we had my era for turn 1, but no stage, no, actually just nothing. With some 1 costs, just not good enough. We want better cards, and preferably, I think he wants stage on his turn 1, since he is playing stage. Of course, he's playing 4 copies of it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely in this kind of matchup where you're looking for consistency, the stage would be very beneficial. We saw in one of those earlier rounds, Black Yellow Teach against Green Blue Luffy, where he actually mulliganed despite having stage in his early hand, or in his first hand, and that was just to try to find that Black Robe Dragon Twister. But in this matchup, I think that you're allowed to play for stage, and he does find it immediately going to trigger that effect to just get the ball rolling and make sure that he can find his curve, despite the fact that he's going to be going first in this matchup.
And, even he did find 2 stages even. One he could trash with stage. Probably your most preferable option if you have it in hand to get rid of, because it's also a that draw out of your deck as well right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty good place to be, but both players finding their stages, that 1000 Sunny from the ST31 Red Nika start deck is going to be very helpful. The 1 cost Nami search as well, finding the 5 cost Sanji. So just all of the pieces coming together for both players, you have to imagine, with that full lead going to be able to cycle through the deck continuously.
Absolutely. He can find the pieces that he needs during this game. But as we know, Black Yellow Teach going second, a little bit tough, or might be a little bit harder than previous game.
Yeah, I think there's upsides and downsides to Teach going first versus second. When you're going first, you have a lot more time to play down 1 cost. As we saw the game before, you really didn't have that many times to play down the 1 cost as you were trying to play on curve, or you need to set up things like that full lead. But when you're going first, you do have that 1 extra long. So although you're playing 1 turn behind curve naturally, you at least have more timings to put down those 1 costs. And things like Vasco Shot, things like Van Augur are going to be really nice in this matchup to stop multiple attacks for only 1 card.
The fact that it also draws a card at first flag here, really good.
Ooh. Yeah, that's really good. The Devon trigger, one of the best in this game, because it turns your lead effect, which is naturally a -1, just from having to play down the card and discard, though you do get 1 draw off of the Onkyo effect. With Devon, because you get the draw immediately and play the card from your trash, it's actually card neutral. So even if the target that you play out of your trash is that 1 cost stop Q, maybe not the premier target you'd for something like the Vasco Shot or the Van Augur, it's still a very good target nonetheless because it's free.
And are we gonna pick up San Juan, if I'm saying it correctly? Because I think we want to combine a 4 cost together with my era. Yes,
Yeah,
we are picking up the 4 cost. Unless we
yeah,
find the Burgess.
We'll see.
No
Doesn't
Burgess.
see it. Yeah. And we'll be sending the rest of the cards to his trash. Picks up that 8 cost each, though, for later on in this game. But yeah, we'll just be dropping down that San Juan Wolf, which is just a 4 cost. But at the very least, it'll fill out your curve on what is one of Teach's worst turns, because he generally doesn't have anything great to play on this turn, if not for that Burgess.
And that is potentially the main reason why he is playing that 1 extra copy of 4 cost Zoro. So he has an extra play on this specific turn, the awkward turn for Kevin. But starting on right now, we do have some things to play. We will have Shiryu, we will have afterwards some Teach. So it can only get better from now on for Kevin.
Yeah, the curve is set in stone for Teach if he manages to find those cards, and the fact that he trashed the Shiryu makes me very confident that he has more.
So we are going to start with a Nami. We are searching. I guess he really wanted to say Sanji, but this is also a very good pickup.
Yeah, unfortunately, one card too late, as he does have to play that Nami before he can actually pick up that Luffy, meaning that even though he started with 6 on this turn, only has 5 Dong left.
He didn't rest the one Don just yet, but ooh, that was a snap pick.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, as long as you can chain those 10 cost teaches, it feels like there's really no way that you can lose. Which is what made me very surprised when we saw the Swiss round Black Yellow Teach, who decided to get rid of some of the 10 cost teaches that he had actually accumulated in his hand up until that point. But, whoa, is that... Did Luffy just pass turn with 4 Dong active and not establishing anything much larger? Oh, I guess he played down the
played
Usopp.
Usopp. He played Usopp and get 4 Don active thanks to both Usopps again.
Okay.
There's a Burgess. And there is a 10 cost Teach.
Yeah, in this matchup, this is the only card that you need, as we saw in the first game. And Julius seeing 2 already up until this point is very, very concerning. Thankfully, because he is going second, that 10 cost Teach is going to be coming down 1 turn later than it would have when he was going second, or when Black Yellow Teach was going second. But right now, Kevin's feeling very comfortable to just play perfectly on curve. The Shiryu coming down, which didn't come down in the first game, to heal 1 life up to 3 life at this point of the game.
So I'm curious what he wants to heal. Do you want to heal an 8 cost Teach to get rid of a 4 cost Usopp and that they stop the aggression for a little? Or is there a Shiryu interest so you can draw 2 cards? Or even Katarina, the Van. He's going for the Katarina.
Yes, Shiryu can only stack a 6 cost or less, so we'll not be able to stack that 8 cost Teach. Otherwise, we would do that every single game. But
yes. Important.
A little bit of balance went into that. So we'll be stacking that Katarina Devil, which is generally going to be the best target for that 6 cost Shiryu, and just helps develop the 1 cost that make Black Yellow Teach so strong.
In this case, Vasco shots of the Katarina might be very good.
Yeah, but
still stop some aggression.
Undeterred. I mean, all of this Dong that he gets at the end of his turn, helpful for the time being. And he just needs to figure out how he can actually break through at some point in the game, because he isn't really playing as aggressively as he was in game 1. So we'll have to see if he's playing towards a different game plan, or if he's kind of just forced to play in this slower way due to the cards that he's drawn, or the exceptional curve that Kevin has been able to draw up until this point.
-3 on the leader as well, so this leader won't attack anymore this turn, but probably. We'll use the Katarina Devon, and let's see, are we going for a Vasco shot or are we going again for the Augur? And he's going for the Augur.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a whole lot of sense given the current board state. The Van Augur being able to give the leader -3,000 power does have a small benefit over the Vasco shot. And you are always forced to attach 1 Dong to your leader, though it is going to be free through the 1,000 Sunny, but it denies a 6k hit rather than a 5k hit. So goes for the Van Augur there rather than the Vasco shot, but does also have some niche use cases in this matchup where it plays around things like 6 cost Brook as well, because the -3k is for the entirety of the turn. Now, suddenly you have things like the Brook restand that would only be restanding your Luffy that's 4,000 power instead of 7,000 power, for example. So a couple of differences between these cards, and Kevin electing that the Van Augur is the better choice.
Still not a 10 done, so no 10 cost Teach just yet for Kevin. And a very wide board for Julius.
Yeah, and I mean, right now it feels like Julius has the tempo advantage, but do you feel like he's in an advantageous point? This is a tricky thing when it comes to these control matchups.
It feels a little bit the same like previous game. Previous game, we also thought, Julius is very, very aggressive, and suddenly 10 cost each, 10 cost each, 10 cost each dropped, and they dropped.
Yeah, and speaking of 10 cost each, there's another 10 cost each in the top 3 cards. I couldn't actually see exactly which card he added to his life, but you have to make a decision. Do you want to add a card with trigger to use the or reap the benefits of that trigger, or do you want to just put that 10 cost each into your life so that you can draw it once you take that damage? Don't know which one he elected, but we will see very soon once he takes that next life. Honestly, I don't hate either option there. Both of them, you have to imagine, would be able to do something in this game, but the 10 cost each is so, so powerful. If it were me, I'd take that in most cases, unless it was some insane trigger like Rayleigh, which we do know that Kevin does not run.
No, he's not running any of the Rayleigh triggers. I do know that a lot of people like the Rayleigh trigger a lot because sometimes it can just win you the game on the spot. KOing a Reiju, for example, from Purple and Eller, something is just one of the best feelings in the world, I guess, if you are playing that card.
Yeah, and uses the redirect, but not to the Van Augur, rather to the San Juan Wolf, making his leader 7k to just make sure that if Julius goes for a more aggressive play this turn, it's going to be through a large wall. I think this is actually a really smart play considering all of the 5,000 power characters that are on the board.
Yeah. 7k leader against these 3 Usops is very annoying for Julius, so maybe yeah, he's just gonna start developing and not. I guess he's not gonna swing at all. Well, he's at the end of your turn. You have a lot of active Dawn thanks to 3 Usops and 1 Sanji. So make some use of your Dawns.
Yeah, now always will be able to pass back with 5 Dong because of all of the cards that are on the board. Importantly, your lead effect cannot activate if you have more than 5 Dong, but because all of your characters you can activate up to 1 or up to 0, you can just make sure that you only restand a total of 5 Dong for your leader effect. The 9k swing is going to go through, though.
Ooh, and another one.
Ooh. The double 9 coming through to deal with the opponent's leader being 7,000 power. If he wants to counter this, he will have to give a 2k, 1k. But it feels like he must at this point. It feels bad to take 2 hits after you redirected into the San Juan Wolf, so he will be countering out of that.
So Julius decides that 2 Dawn active is more than enough because he does know that there is at least 2 10 cost teach in hand from Kevin and that he's right now at 10 Dawn. So why keep 5 Dawn active if there is that threat of 10 cost teach?
Yeah, exactly. I think you have to imagine that the opponent will play down 10 cost each if he has it, and he knows that Kevin has it. So if you know that your Dong's not going to do anything, then you might as well just attach that Dong. This sort of play you can't usually do as Red Green Luffy because you need those Dong as counter. But right now, those Dong realistically are never going to be counter. So he's just trying to go for the more aggressive play, attach that Dong onto that leader and Usopp to at least force some counter out of his hand, as there is the 10 cost each like clockwork. Doesn't care that there isn't that much Dong with that lead effect. It stops the Sanji attack and also develops a blocker while invalidating at least 2 Dong, so that's good enough for him.
And a swing to the Usopp, asking for a card out of hand right now. He decides to freeze the Sanji over the 6 cost Luffy.
Yeah, the nice thing is that it will also be negating the effect, so there is some argument there, but honestly, at this point, because you can always redirect one of the opponent's attacks, you don't worry all too much about double attack as Black Yellow teach.
And there was, of course, a very high possibility that this 6 cost Luffy died to the 10k swing of the Teach. And that would... Well, in that case, you would have lost your nullify effect from your 10 cost Teach. So that's why he did choose to do it on the Sanji and hope to kill the 6 cost Luffy.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good line of play. Because he has so many 10 cost each in his hand, he doesn't have to actually look to close out the game. As long as he gets rid of the threats that are on Red Green Luffy's board, he can play a much slower game. So just trying to get resources out of his hand, gets a fair few cards out of his hand because he wasn't able to use his leader effect. And as we see, going to start with the leader effect into the Van Auger, minus 3k to leader.
And we do see the Zehaha picked up from Kevin. So if he feels like he is in a spot that he needs to win as soon as possible, there are some options right now.
Weirdly, he could actually go for lethal on this next turn if he really wanted to, and even if Luffy plays down a blocker, he could maybe even go for lethal if he chose to. I don't think he necessarily needs to at this point. All he has to do is survive, and he will end up winning naturally as Black Yellow Teach. But that option does exist thanks to that Zehaha.
Yeah, very, very strong card as well. First time when people saw that card, they were like, please ban it already. But at the end, the card feels okay in the format, let's say.
Yeah, instead of I am Whitebeard, I am Blackbeard. But importantly, that card, though, is an 8-cost event. You do need to have 10 Dong on your board to be able to activate it, so it does have a significant difference there. But once you do have 10 Dong on the board, you can play out a Teach of any cost from your hand while also forcing the opponent to take one of their life cards to their hand. So effectively just turns your 10-cost Teach, albeit does cost 2 cards in your hand, into a 8-cost 12,000, which on play removes on the opponent's life cards, which is one of the best ways that this game, with this deck, can close out the game.
Absolutely. That just makes it your opponent, first of all, takes that life, and that you're able to swing a 7 or with other bodies as well. Because as you can see, if Kevin feels like he is losing the upcoming turn, he might just go for it. Play Zeha, puts Julius to 2 life, and then he has 2 down to work with, a leader swing, a Shiryu 10k, and a 12k Teach. But a very important turn, potentially the last one for Julius, so he is taking his time.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you make the correct decision in these places. Both of these decks have weird obstacles that you have to deal with, specifically when you're fighting these decks, so it can feel like a completely different deck. And Kevin, this is one of the nice things about Black Yellow Teach. You take one of these earlier attacks because there's so many triggers in your deck that can deal with the opponent's cards, and there's one of them, which is going to be able to nullify one of the effects and KO another Usopp, which means that neither of them are going to be able to restand Dong at the end of this turn, even if that mattered. But no longer has that Usopp as an attacker, most importantly.
And not activating 2 Dawn at the end of your turn if it would mean something, although we do know those 10-cost Teaches are in hand for Kevin.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, no, surely not. I was thinking maybe you use the stage and attach the Dong to the 7-cost Luffy that's on the board, just on the assumption the opponent doesn't play the 10-cost Teach, but then the opponent doesn't have a reason to play the 10-cost Teach in general. It's a bit of an awkward spot. I do think that it makes the most sense at this point now to just add a bunch of Dong to your leader, swing 6, swing 9, and just try to break through desperately. But that 10-cost Teach, not only negating and studying that 5-cost Sanji, is also a blocker. So just so difficult to get through this wall.
Just gonna swing 6 onto 4. And that means that this 7-cost Luffy has Rush as well. But if you can counter this, yes, you can.
Yep. Very easy to counter out of this. That trigger did make it significantly easier because you wouldn't have to give up an extra 2k, which means that there's no reason for that 7-cost Luffy to swing in the face of a massive blocker. So just passes back the turn with that Luffy active, hoping to use that as a attacker later on in the game. Unfortunately, though, that character may just be stunned by the 10-cost Teach.
I'm gonna start with an 8. I guess if they take, Zeha opens up as well.
Yeah, I mean, he may just go for it at this point. It's 8-cost event into Zehaha, and then now suddenly Luffy would have to defend against a 14k potentially at leader. 7 and 12 also does a similar thing, but there is nothing you can do about this attack with 4 cards in hand. As Kevin Lee, 16 minutes left on the clock, 2-0 into Julius, who had such a good showing in the game before. Unfortunately, will only make the top 4 as Kevin makes it to the finals with Black Yellow Teach and OP 16.5. Did you expect this result?
I have to be fair with you. I think so. Yes, this is a very favorable matchup for Black Yellow Teach, and Kevin is known as a very, very good player as well. Both are very good friends, and both made top 8. So I don't think that Julius minds very much that he lost this game. Of course, you are fighting for the title. You're fighting for that playmat, and he was one game away from a playmat because top 2 gets a playmat. However, uh, he's losing against a very, very good friend of his, so I think he's fine with it. And that means that we will have Black Yellow Teach in the finals, and Black Yellow Teach will either play against Purple Yellow Rosinante or Purple NL. And we did see today that, and yesterday as well, Mage, the player on Purple Yellow Rosinante, won versus Goofy, which is an unfavorable matchup, and won versus Purple NL in top 8 as well. So that means he can win against his unfavorable matchups, and he will get rewarded if he wins again against Purple NL, because then he will get a Black Yellow Teach in the finals, and that should be at least a good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, generally you have to imagine that Green Blue Luffy or Purple N are one of the matchups that you don't really want to see as Roshtante, but he has been able to win not only in Swiss, but even in Top Cut in the top 16 and top 8 match to get to the point that he's at right now. So if he can manage to win once again, maybe pull off a miracle, then unfortunately we weren't able to see it on stream at all. If he's manages to win against this Purple NL once again, he'll be able to fight against Black Yellow Teach in the finals. Now, I should have been more clear. I was talking about the Red Green Luffy versus Black Yellow Teach matchup. Did you expect, for example, Black Yellow Teach or Purple Yellow Shinante to get this far in this format?
Well, it's as one of decks. I think one of decks always can get to a top cut and to a top 16. And if I have to mention one of decks that will make it to the top cut, Rosie and Black Yellow Teach are definitely high on top of it. I don't know how I feel about Black Yellow Teach in the current format, but I can imagine that the deck is good against Red Green Luffy, the second most popular deck in the format, and it's not horrible or very bad into Mihawk. I even think with the current builds, with the Dragon Twister, for example, which can deal with and 6-cost Mihawk and the 5-cost Odin when they play it on curve, for example, can deal with it very easily. I do think that the matchup is also not horrible. So yeah, if you are fine against the most popular deck, and you are very good against the second most popular deck, and overall against Purple NL, you should be favorite as well. You're actually in a very decent spot, and I am surprised that maybe we don't see more Black Yellow Teach in our top cut. Rosie is one of those decks. I do think that the skill level of that deck is very, very high. So first of all, I don't think a lot of players bring the deck to the regionals, also because they got scared of the amount of Mihawk. Mihawk is a very scary matchup, I think, as well for Rosie. It's not very unfavorable, but it's still very scary. And they decided, and so I think a lot of players that play Rosie are not playing it anymore, but players like Mage, I think players like Flyest Raven, I think players like Skeppas, probably today, I'm not sure, he's playing the Treasure Cup right now, and we are hosting the regionals, is playing Rosinante as well. Are we missing a deck in the top cut? Are we missing a deck that you think like, it's weird that this deck in the current format didn't make it?
I think we had a pretty good spread of the decks that you sort of expect to see, but we had a lot weaker of a showing from Mihawk. Only one of those Mihawks in the top 8, despite 6 making it the top 16, compared to, something like Oklahoma, where we saw 17 Mihawks, for example. This deck, at least in terms of the top cut, feels like it has been somewhat underperforming, as it is now completely out of the running of winning this tournament.
Absolutely no more Mihawk. However, if you see the conversion rate with 6 into top 16, I think we can still assume that it's probably the best deck in the format, having the best results, I guess. In a way,
It's tricky which results that you prefer. Do you want to top tournaments or do you want to win tournaments? And sometimes those decks aren't exactly the same. But in any case, though, we have Black Yellow Teach, who has fought his way through the Swiss and now the top 16, top 8, top 4 matches to make it to the finals against either Purple Enel or Pulpero Estudante. We will see you guys soon after a quick break for that final match, and be very exciting, I'm sure.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
go
well,
ahead.
sorry, I had a little voice in my ear that time, but yes, just one more thing that we've been informed of is that there will be a slightly longer pause between this game and the final game because there will be, of course, lunch and all of the setup that's required for that. So stick around. It will be a little bit of a longer break, but make sure to keep the tab open to be ready for when we do return, whatever that may be. Thank you guys. We have been Eiichiro and Chinoise. We'll see you guys very soon after the break. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Croatia Regionals hosted by Magic Ohms. After 8 rounds of Swiss, a top 16, a top 8, and a top 4, we are down to the finals. I'm Chinois. I'm joined here with Kai. How was your experience with this uh, EU Regionals in Zagreb?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit of FOMO. I wish that I could be there in person. The venue looks really, really nice. But as we were going to our lunch break, though, we did watch a deconstruction of Red Green Luffy by Black Yellow Teach. On the other side of the bracket, we also saw what is probably a fairly big upset with Rosdante taking down Purple NL in the top 8 match for the second time, which means that he's going to be in the finals against Black Yellow Teach, which is not the matchup that I was expecting. But how do you feel about this going into the finals?
Well, first of all, I think it's insane that Mage beats Blue Green Luffy in top 16, Purple and Allen top 8, Purple and Allen top 4, and now is playing the finals against Black Yellow Teach. It feels like he gets rewarded for 3 bad matchups with the finals of a good matchup on paper, at least. Although we did see some bad matchups go very well during this weekend. So, but yeah, I definitely did not expect this finals. But to be honest, I'm very, very happy to see this kind of finals. Um, well, would you have preferred Mihawk versus Red Green Luffy?
No, certainly not. I'm very happy to see some more, I guess, popular picks, but unorthodox in this OP 16.5 meta. Very happy to see. And, as you mentioned, anything can happen on these game days. So, because Rosnante has been able to have some crazy upsets throughout this day already, it's not out of the question that Kevin, who is a very, very good player, can do the same in the finals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kevin does have the dice roll in the finals for at least game 1. So let's see, he did pick second. I guess that's a very tough choice because I don't think you want to let Rosinante go first, but Teach is just so much better when they can go second, right?
Yes, yeah. Rostante, a deck that likes to go first, Teach a deck that likes to go second. But in general, Teach going second is so much stronger than Rostante going first, which is why you generally want to pick second in this matchup. So thankfully, with that higher seeding, 6th versus 8th, he does manage to choose side selection for this first game, which can be somewhat important if it's going to end up going on for 3 games.
Yes, and I do think that this finals is untimed as well. So maybe we will sit here forever, heal, 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 and we will have a very pleasant Sunday. Or we will go down to like every single match today to 2-0. That's also very possible. It's a best of 3 finals between Kevin Lee, also known as Axeto, on Black Yellow Teach versus Mage on Purple Yellow Rosinante.
Yeah, a matchup which on paper feels a little bit unfavored for Black Yellow Teach. Just Rostante has those tools similar to what Enel has, but just being able to have more than 6 stolen, being able to play out things like that 7 cost Sakazuki, and also importantly, being able to use the activate main effect of that because your leader is in fact the Navy type, will be able to accelerate Rostante's gameplay, making this matchup significantly better for Rostante than it is for Enel.
Also, both deck lists are open for both players, so they do know what to play around, they do know what to respect and not to respect. A very cool thing to see in the list of Mage, he is playing 4 Dragon Twister in Rosinante.
Yeah, a very, very good card into those green matchups. Green Mihawk as well as red green Luffy. But in this matchup, not going to be as powerful. The only smaller targets that exist within this deck are the 6 cost Shiryu and something like the 4 cost Burgess. But the 6 cost Shiryu with your leader has become 7 cost, and that Burgess cannot be KO'd. So in this matchup, that card may end up becoming a brick. So where he's teched for the other important matchups, he has not successfully teched for Black Yellow Teach, at least when it comes to this card. So this matchup, which on paper feels a little bit Oshitante favored, maybe from the deck building phase, is shifted a little bit towards Black Yellow Teach's favor.
Yes, I'm gonna use my Haki, and Rosinante is winning because he can Dragon Twister 2 Borsalinos. Oh, that also, yeah, no, only one works. Okay, never mind. Aki is down.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of things that you can do with this deck. So we'll see what the normal curve is going to actually end up being here. Importantly, getting that 4-drop on your 3-dong turn as Roslant is going to be very important, and chaining that into the 6-cost Roslant in Law on your 5-dong turn going to be the start that you're looking for. And then from there, things can start to deviate quite a bit. Does see the Roslant in Law and will be picking up from that first Marine Ford search.
Very strong card, of course. Basically the heart of the deck. So far, no stage in hand.
No stage yet. Will be searching for it, but doesn't see it. 2 targets here. Does he want to pick up the 2K or does he want the Vasco shot? The Vasco shot in this matchup is extremely helpful, especially as the opponent starts to develop those 6-cost Roslant in Laws. So we'll be picking that up.
Let's see if he wants to develop it instantly, or is he just gonna keep it for now and play the Augur first? He is thinking about it.
Yeah, especially when you're going second, you don't have as many timings to put down these 1 costs because you're trying to play on curve. So does decide to develop this on this turn very early on, and is not going to be punished for it for quite a while. Ooh, also sees another Vasco shot, and this one he's going to just use the trigger of to just draw 1 card, cycling through his deck to try to find a better card on curve.
And so far, so good for Rosinante. We do have stage, we do have 4-cost Law, and we do have 6-cost Rosy Law as well in hand. So for the first 3 turns, this is basically best case scenario.
Yes, for both players, honestly. Though Teach doesn't have the 1-cost full lead quite yet. We'll have to see what sort of ramifications that may have in the late game, whether or not he tries to find a timing to play that down later on, or if he just forsakes that entirely. Importantly, though I do slander the 4-cost Jesus Burgess a lot in this matchup, it is actually quite relevant because Teach's game plan in this matchup is, for the most part, to just wait. If you wait for a really long time and slowly but surely take back the opponent's board, then you can slowly find an avenue back into this game. And that character just being an extra attacker is going to be very pivotal, especially when it comes to those later turns when the opponent's able to play down things like that 7-cost Sakazuki.
Wasn't doubt for this Dragon Twister to trigger it, but I do like triggering it. The card is not that valuable in this matchup as well because of the leader ability of Rosinante. It's very lore accurate, I would say. It's protecting once per turn. If your Trafalgar lore would be KO'd, you may add 1 card from the top of your life cards to your hand instead.
Yeah, and importantly, one small ruling thing there is that the Dragon Twister, though it does get rid of 2 cards, even if you try to get rid of 2 Trafalgar Laws, that will still only force the Rosnante leader to take 1 life as it is at simultaneous effect. So that card not going to be very helpful, so just using it to filter. And thankfully, through that Vasco shot trigger as well as the filter from the Dragon Twister, he will be able to at least dig through his deck. Whether or not he can find the cards that he needs, doesn't look like he found the 6-cost Shiryu, but there's a whole lot of Burgess.
Yes, not amazing here to pick up another one, but maybe he doesn't have another. Well, he has a 2 lives. I guess we will see Borsalino already. He did do that before. Or is he going for a double Burgess play? These are already at 7,000 power, of course.
Yeah, honestly, if it were me, I might just go for the Jesus Burgess here. Like, Rosnante can be somewhat aggressive, but it's not to the same extent that a deck like Green Blue Luffy will be. But these Burgesses just being a large stat line will help make up for the fact that you didn't find the Shiryu on this turn, and actually help to win back the game. You'll notice that Teach has been refusing to hit into Rosnante's life this entire time because he wants to make sure that Rosnante doesn't have enough resources to actually protect his board once Black Yellow Teach decides to rest everything at the exact same time.
And also, they prefer to start hitting once they are at their 10 Dom turn, so they can nullify the effect of Rosinante leader's ability. As said, the protection of Trafalgar Law, taking life instead of letting it KO, it's not possible anymore when they play a 10-cost each.
Yeah, that leader effect is the main reason why this matchup is so difficult for Black Yellow Teach, just not being able to clear their board at all. But once you get down the 10 cost Teach, you will at the very least be able to start to contend with the board without letting them just grab their life for free through that leader effect. So he is going to be playing up until that point. Now, although a lot of people say this matchup is deathly winning for Rocinante, as long as Black Yellow Teach manages to get some of his characters to stick onto the board before his 10 cost Teach, importantly, also if Rocinante has something like the Gum Gum Lightning to be able to answer that 10 cost Teach with the 7 cost Sakazuki plus Gum Gum Lightning, then things can look really sour. But if he doesn't manage to clear both the 8 cost Teach and 10 cost Teach, then things can start to look up for Black Yellow Teach in this matchup. So that is going to be what he's going to be aiming for.
The combination of Sakazuki and Lightning, as you mentioned, it's so strong. It helped his deck so much. For example, Red Blue Ace was also a losing matchup for Rosinante, but now they can just do Sakazuki Lightning and get rid of a 12k Newgate, 12k Teach, and many other characters as well. So
Yeah, no, that card, that combo specifically, the 7 cost Sakazuki being able to reduce one of the opponent's characters by minus 6,000 until the next turn, as well as Gum of Lightning that gets rid of a 6,000 power or less, was a really powerful combo in OP16. But not many people have been teching for this Black Yellow Teach matchup, as it has fallen a little bit out of favor in many people's eyes, despite still being relatively strong, as we see still in the finals. But perhaps for this reason, importantly, something worth noting is that Mage only runs one Gum of Lightning in his deck.
it's definitely something important to know for Kevin Lee. But I'm pretty sure during the break that they both studied the opponent's deck list. If there are important stuff to think about. We are playing the Tsuru. That's not something that you see every day. So he's really searching, I think, for that Sakazuki.
Yeah, but we'll find the Kobe, which could chain into another Sakazuki, but he will have to trash one card after the Sid effect because that Sid is a 2k. The power balance of this game, sometimes annoying to deal with, is going to get rid of a Mamaragang.
And here is the French Treasure Rare Kobe.
Yeah, it's really nice. Some of these treasures that exist. Too bad that we can't use any language treasure rare. Then people could use like the Japanese Prison of Impeldown. But
Yeah.
still, just going to keep searching for more searchers to hopefully chain that into that 7 cost Sakazuki, because that is the single most important card in this matchup as Roshinante.
Still no Sakazuki. At the start of this game, we did bottom deck one. That is definitely something I do remind. But he's playing, of course, for Sakazuki, I would imagine. And I hereby confirm, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to imagine that it should be within the next couple of cards if he hasn't seen his second one, but there is always the chance that it could just all be stuck at the bottom of the deck, and that's just one of the unfortunate things that can happen with card games. But starting with a 6, and is going to use the Mamaragang, only has 6 Dong on his Dong field, Dong area, I should say, so he's going to get that draw.
Also a card that you don't see every day in Rosinante, but Mage decides to play it 2 times in his deck list to make it more consistent and to see that Sakazuki is Buddha Sengoku. It's a 1-cost Navy spell to look at 5 cards from the top of your deck and reveal 2 Navy type cards and add them to your hands. Rest goes to the bottom, and then you have to trash 1 card.
Yeah, and importantly, Kevin wasn't able to play down the 8 cost Teach on this turn, which would have been very helpful to get rid of some of those 6 cost Rostante in-laws, just being able to swing 10,000 power into them. So a little bit unfortunate that he may not have had it on that turn, or perhaps just chose not to play it in favor of being more defensive. But the fact that he swung 6 into the opponent's Trafalgar Law, and also that Mage decided to counter out of hand, albeit with a Mamaragang, is kind of interesting, because these players are not playing at least purely towards that Starve plan, because Mage, if he wanted to, could have just grabbed his life instead. So a couple of differences in this matchup that we're starting to see, and we'll see what can start to differ as we get into some of these later turns.
I think that Mage feels that his board is strong enough and that he can generate more than enough bodies that he can play the long game. He doesn't feel starved or something. His hand is healthy. He has double Rosian law. He has the stage up. He has forecast law. He has almost literally everything that he can ask for in this specific matchup.
Yeah, I mean he's feeling comfortable right now for sure. The main reason why you starve in this matchup isn't necessarily to make sure that they don't have enough resources to protect their characters, though that is a factor, but a lot of it is just so that they don't find the 7-cost Sakazuki, which Mage desperately is looking for with this next search. Sengoku Buddha. Check the top 5. Is he gonna have it?
I don't think so.
No, the second card, I couldn't tell what it was. Oh, but no, he doesn't have it, does he?
But this
He's gonna grab
another one, another Buddha and Sengoku. So he will see, well, I think he's already like 30 cards deep, if not more. After and Kobe, 2 Buddhas, stage, Tsuru.
looked at 15 cards in just the last couple of turns alone through those searches, even more if you count the draws for turns. So really, really digging through this deck. We'll also have the opportunity to draw one, trash one with this Marine 4 to activate main. And
Oh, there it is.
I think that's it. He got it right on time.
We are at 7 done, so you can't use the ability of Sakazuki.
Yeah, and he did also importantly get rid of, I believe, 2 Mamara guns already up until this point, but I think he has more in his hand. So
even 2.
yeah, could get rid of that Burgess if he so chooses to. Doesn't necessarily need to hold on to that Dong if he prioritizes getting rid of these characters. And yeah, I think he is just going to hold on to that for one more turn. There isn't as big of a threat because the 8-cost Teach isn't on the board. So we'll just drop down the 4-cost Ripla from ST10. And
here we go.
Let's
Also
go again,
treasure rare.
Oh,
Ooh, not that bad. 8-cost Teach and the 2k counter.
Yeah, so did have the 8-cost Teach in his hand, decided not to play in favor of playing down the Borsellino, but loses the card anyway, unfortunately. Yeah, this is one of those tricky decisions. You really do want to play down the 8-cost Teach if you can, but if you're getting pressured really hard, then it can be difficult to, especially if you don't have things like those Vasco shots lined up to deal with the barrage of 8k attacks that Mage is inflicting upon him. So probably just decided to go for the safe play there, but it does mean that he will be once again playing that Black Teach game plan where he's using these Burgesses as attackers, and now, importantly, the leader is negated, meaning that the opponent will not be able to take their life to protect those Lorsenante and laws, which, as per the rules of the game, are named Trafalgar Law, and he'll keep trying to chip some resources out of his hand or blockers.
Now the game basically starts for the black-yellow Teach, and he is at 1 life. I'm not sure how many cards he has in hand, but we do have Lightning, we do have Sakazuki for this turn, so we are not going for the 10-cost Teach. It seems that we are aiming for the Burgess instead.
Yeah, does he have the Lightning in his hand? That's interesting
if
if he decides to go for the Burgess. It may
Maybe
be
it's a
Mamaragan.
Mamaragan.
I think if you have the Gum Gum Lightning, you always just clear out that Teach. Not only is it a massive character, but also it's a blocker. So
it's a Mamaragan. My apologies.
Okay. Yeah, is just going to try to take out these Burgesses, at least one of them now that it is rested, and very difficult for Kevin to actually protect against all of the attacks, making it even more annoying that he's starting with a 3k attack from Kobe.
Yes, Kobe the hero.
Try to take down Jesus Burgess here, but Kevin has to really think about this. If he counters this out, then it will force Mage to allocate one more attack at the very least into that Jesus Burgess. But if you expect Mage to swing for 5k anyways, it doesn't make a huge difference. That one extra Dong there and the 7-cost Sakazuki's activate main are going to make the decision a little bit more tricky. I don't mind just countering this attack here, because you don't know how big the next attack is going to be. So in response, Mage just gives the 5k swing into the Burgess, and in this way, he was able to absorb a much larger attack.
Let's see. Are we gonna swing with this Rosie and Law? Because one of them can hit. However, we do have still a redirect as well from the Teach side, I think.
Yeah, 2 more attacks on the board. Does have that redirect, but one of those attacks needs to be dealt with, whether it's taking your life or just countering out of hand. But those are some pretty big attacks that you don't really want to give too many cards out of your hand for, if possible.
Yes. I think this is the last attack normally. One Rosie Law is frozen or stunned, I have to say, and Sakazuki has just been played. So I do think that's only one hit, and we do have one redirect left. So far it looks okay for Kevin. I think he is not that happy that he lost one of his Burges, of course. But I would love to know the hand size of Kevin. Because, oh, 4
I
cards,
believe
thank
that's
you.
4. Yeah, he gave us this right there. Yeah, I totally forgot that one of those characters were stunned. I was surprised that he took the free block on that 5 swing from leader, but this makes a lot more sense because it still forces the opponent to go into your Burgess, and now with only 1 attack left, we'll be able to redirect that. So no matter what, he'll protect this next attack with only 1 card out of hand, as long as it has trigger. I see a Divine Departure there. That seems like it could be a very good card.
He's in doubt. Also, because this Burgess is 1 card away of becoming a 10k forecast.
Yeah, the Burgess in Kevin's hand seems a lot stronger than it has seemed all day. Just using the Burgess as this massive character, just as a huge attacker on the board to create more threats. And he's allowed to play in this way because he's playing things like that Barcelona that he can fill out his curve with instead of just playing on curve with things like the Shiryu and the 8-cost each. It's definitely a different play style, but it is a good way to play the game, especially if you're used to this sort of black teach gameplay.
Absolutely. And he's going for a 2k instead of a Sakazuki, I guess. So I wanted to say 2 Sakazukis to the bottom, but maybe that's not completely fair since he did so much searching already that maybe he has like he's close to the next one already.
Yeah, that's true, actually. If there isn't one left in his deck that he hasn't seen, then the first one that he saw in that very first search may be coming up to the top pretty soon, and you have to imagine that that other one would probably be in life if you haven't seen it up until this point. So it's a fair bit of information that Mage is gathering, but whether or not he retains it is a whole nother question. But these are the tricky parts of Noshinante, because you do reasonably cycle through your entire deck in some matches. Knowing what's coming next and knowing what searches may or may not hit, what cards that you can expect to see in the next coming turns are one of the tricky things that only the upper echelon of these Noshinante players can actually attain.
Yes, we need a lot of experience in the deck, of course. We are going to play a 10-cost Teach again.
Yeah, just stunning that Sakazuki, which is also going to negate its effect on the next turn, meaning that he won't be able to get that free active Dong with the activate main, and is going to be swinging for 10,000 into the Noshinante and Law. Now, thankfully, because Mage wasn't able to clear out the second Burgess or the 10-cost Teach, there is actually a good chance that these cards may end up falling on this turn if he swings this 12. And he does. That's 1 Noshinante and Law down. If he can manage to survive for a couple more turns, then he can find a way back into this game. As you mentioned, the game really starts for Teach once you get to that 10 Dong turn.
And I don't really see a play in hand of Mage. I did see Mamaraga on a 2k. Thinks it can help him, like, counter-wise, but I guess the Divine Departure can potentially get rid of this big 12-cost Teach. Maybe that's the thing that he wants to do this turn, but other than that, Borsalino can't heal yet. Mamaragan doesn't do anything. Also doesn't draw. You're at 10 Dawn. Yes, we are going for the Departure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly fine place, effectively for 6 Dong, because 1 Dong has to be attached. We'll be able to give one of the opponent's characters minus 8,000 power into the Mamaragan to rest that 10 cost each, so no longer going to be useful as a blocker, and now going to be the victim of quite a number of attacks. Yeah, and it is just going to fall. 6 into 4, not worth the 2 cards. And now Kevin still has his redirect at his disposal. There are 2 more attacks that Mage can throw at him. Question is, how much Dong is he going to attach, and how annoying is it going to be for Kevin to actually deal with these? He can just take one, redirect the other, but going down to 0 can feel a little bit scary, especially when you want to be using those 10 cost eaches as attackers.
Yes, and you're also only at 3 cards in hand as well, so definitely something that we need to consider. We're going to 0.
Yep, going down to 0, which means that next turn he will have 5 cards in hand. 8/8 is going to be the allocation of Dong for Mage. Does have 2 Dong active, but one thing worth noting is that I Love You, though it does still give you plus 2k power, you do not get the card called Trafalgar Law out of your trash unless you have 2 or less life. So that's another reason why you don't want to hit into the Social Nante leader as Black Yellow Teach, the Borsalino offline, the I Love You offline, and so therefore those counter events don't have much value, and instead just with that leader effect is going to put down just a simple blocker, but these sorts of blockers can be very annoying.
Absolutely. 4 cards in hand. We did pick up a 10 cost each, I think.
Yeah, despite not having stage, is able to find the cards that he needs, so still feeling somewhat happy with how the game is going, but he's still feeling very pressured. He's not out of the woods by any means.
Nope, he's only at he's at 0 life. That's the hard part about this turn. But Mage only has 2 cards in hand, so maybe if you can clear the Law and the Rosie, stun the Sakazuki, and you can survive one more turn. You have a Borsalino in hand. Maybe you can do like the comeback that you need.
Yep, that is exactly what Kevin Lee's been working towards this entire game, trying to slowly whittle down Mage's hand by not hitting into that leader, is going to actually stun the blocker law, which is going to mean that both of these laws are going to fall to these massive attacks on the board. 10,000 from Burgess, 12,000 from the 10 cost siege, and now he can even consider starting to go against leader, but he still feels like he's not quite out of the woods, so is going to hold on to that last attack, trying to clear out the opponent's board entirely before he switches his attacks to leader.
No Russian deck of Rosinante, so the next attack from the Sakazuki he can easily free block or, well, redirect, I mean. So that's why he took the free block.
Yeah, I actually really like that he decided to negate the 4-cost blocker law rather than the 7-cost Sakazuki, because effectively what that means is that if the opponent wants to get in an extra hit, it can't just be something like the Trafalgar law, which most of the time you can just deal with a redirect, for example, or a 1k/2k out of hand. But by leaving the Sakazuki, if Roshinante wants to get more damage, he has to rest that Sakazuki, and that Sakazuki is going to be immediately taken back by all of the characters that Teach has been slowly building up. So he's building up a scenario that makes it much more awkward for Mage to play out this next turn, to the point that he may even consider leaving the Sakazuki active, and he does.
That means that Kevin gets to keep 1 extra card this turn, so will we finally start attacking as Black Yellow Teach? Is it time?
I think it has to be time. The thing is, even if you play down another thing that can life heal, unless you have something like double Borsalino, for example, then you don't really have enough time to actually play down your 4th 10 cost siege, if you even have it, to take back the opponent's board. There it is, the 5k swing at leader for the first time this game. I think the only world where he would ever not hit the opponent's leader at this turn is if he already sees the next 2 turns, and those next 2 turns would be something like double Borsalino and the 10 cost siege in his hand. But given that he only has a couple of cards in his hand, you have to imagine that he just doesn't have those answers already prepared. So he needs to play in a way, kind of walking into the darkness, as you might say.
Yes, we
Although
even
he is the
counter
darkness.
this 5k swing. We do have a Borsalino from Kevin Lee's side, and we do also have a Zoro, so we can heal back to 2 lives.
Oh, does he have the Zoro in hand?
Yes.
There it is. Wow. And so this Zoro, a little bit of an expensive heal, does have to trash one card on play, but still a heal nonetheless. And in these sorts of yellow decks, that life can be anything. There's a lot of triggers that can do a lot of diabolical things against Roshinante. Thankfully, one of the scariest ones, the 8-cost Teach, is not one of them due to the fact that your leader effect can activate on the opponent's turn as well. But things like Vasco Shot, things like Van Augur, lots of good cards that you can play.
Teach. Also, just Chiryu and just getting back some cards in hand would help a lot at this point of the game, because we are down to 1 card in hand.
Yeah, but hey, I mean,
triple
he's
blocker
getting
up.
there.
Triple blocker up, and that 1 of Zoro to heal 1 extra. I guess if he could choose, that was a second Borsalino, but I don't think he regrets that he has that 1 of right now.
Yeah, one of the small benefits of the Sora would be that it's 4 cost, so maybe you could use that last dome to play down something like a Vasco Shot out of your hand. But given the fact that he only has 1 card in his hand, decides not to go for that. And also doesn't want to make his board any weaker, because these characters, when they do become rested, all of them are going to become rested at the exact same time. So just trying to play a little bit longer. If he can manage to find 1 more 10-cost Teach, then this could actually completely flip in the favor of Kevin.
Starting with a 7 swing.
7 at leader. All of the characters on the board have the ability to attack, as none of them were negated or stunned. And now the math begins.
Yes, because Rosinante is playing with more done than we can effectively see, because can go -1 with stage, -1 with leader, use Sakazuki ability for 1, gain 2 dawns back active. So
yeah, this deck's crazy. when you manage to set up that 7-cost Sakazuki and you start to get some of those crazy Don combos going off, this can do a whole lot of things. But the nice thing is, because this is an untimed finals, no players in a rush. And honestly, this is, if you're going to hit Proprio Roshinante as Black Yo Teach, you love for it to be the finals, because you need as much time as you can in this matchup.
Yes, and Divine Departure.
Incredible card.
Yes, the second copy and the last copy of it. Yes, and now he will try to take down this 10-cost Teach, the second one that will go down.
Yeah, Teach now at 4,000 power. Mage does have the ability to attach Long to that Colby as well and threaten to swing into that Teach, but unfazed for now, taking the free block off the 8k swing. 8k again, deciding whether or not he wants to redirect that, but then he will be out of defense measures, save for that 5-cost Borsalino. If he wants to keep this Teach alive, he needs to act right now, though.
Yes, I think this Kobe was played this turn, so that's 1 attack less. However, Borsalino can still hit, the Law can still hit, and Rosinante is at, let's say, a safe 4 lives still. So Kevin needs to think what his best option is. Also, crazy to see, I think, not 1 stage in his complete trash pile, not in hand. So it means somewhere there are still 4 stage full elites left.
Yeah, and actually, this is exactly what you would hope to happen if you don't find full lead in the early game, because if you get it stuck in your hand, the only way to get it out of your hand is with full lead. So it can be a compounding problem that the card itself creates. So he's actually kind of happy to see that, but the question then becomes, does that mean that those cards are now all in his life? We'll have to see when we get there.
He's gonna redirect, so he's basically forcing the Rosilo to swing with the blockers, and potentially you can go for it as Teach in the upcoming turn. Because we have only 1 card left.
Forces the Borsalino to swing, and that Borsalino, notoriously not called Trafalgar Law, means that it will not be protected by that lead effect. So now, even though Kevin Lee may not have that 10-cost Teach on this turn, we have to see what he managed to draw. But he can still potentially take out the Sakazuki and Borsalino, who are not protected by that leader effect, importantly. And if he can just stall for a little bit longer, as he still has 2 life, then he still has a chance in this game. This is the resilience of Black Yellow Teach, a matchup that on paper is rather unfavorable. If you get to the point where your board starts to stick, it really doesn't feel that bad.
Do you think it might matter of the draw if he has to go for it? Well, I guess we can't go for it because there is a blocker and 4 lives, so it would need to be a very good draw. Okay, 8 on 8. But we do have leader ability if we really want to.
Yeah. Oh, uses the card from his hand to protect. Does that mean that Mage is also has 0 cards in hand? It's 1 versus 0?
Yes, 0
Wow.
cards in hand and 1 card in hand.
This is really, both players are being stretched thin right now. And yeah, I do think this is probably the play that Kevin's going for. I think that he's just going to allocate all of his Dong to his characters and hold onto that card in his hand, most likely to use for his leader effect, or maybe it's just a stage or something that you'd rather just keep as undisclosed information. Oh, or it could even be Borsalino with the amount of Dong that he has left up. That'd be an insane top deck. Oh, it is not.
Ooh, and Mage concedes.
Yeah. No, he
1-0.
sees the... Yeah, once the game gets to this point, it really is difficult to come back if your hand is burned, and slowly but surely, Teach was able to find it in the end, just relentlessly hitting the board, and Mage isn't able to protect it and just concedes, goes to the second game in the finals, now needs to win 2 in a row, but this time will have side selection. And as we can see, you're going first, buddy.
Very fast. Most important thing. But wow, what a game. Both players literally played until the last card in their hands, fighting for the board, using leader abilities, using their biggest drops, and in the end, Teach won this game. And I just love when Kevin is playing Teach. If it was Black Teach, Black Yellow Teach, Kevin, it's like a kind of an aura that he has right now. He is basically the in real life Teach right now.
And I wish I could be him. Yeah, some crucial decisions throughout that game to just play defensively and playing through that 4-cost Burgess rather than other larger characters like the 6-cost Shady or the 8-cost Teach is enough in the end. Felt somewhat scary in the mid game as Mage was hammering so many 8k attacks, but in the end, Kevin able to barely stabilize 1 card in hand, 2 life to his name, and a dream, is able to win this first game.
I think it's amazing to see how valuable he makes the 4-cost Burgess in this Black Yellow Teach deck, because it's definitely a card that a lot of people, including you, are like, I'm not sure if it's an auto include in Black Yellow Teach. And if you are watching this specific game, I think a lot of people will be like,
yeah, that card's crazy.
Maybe I need to reconsider. But if you saw the games from yesterday from Black Yellow Teach and this Burgess, it's basically a 1k counter.
Yeah,
so
I mean, the issue with Burgess is that he's just a very high rolly card. If you can manage to play him on Fordlong and still find your curve on the turns after that, then it feels amazing. But I did mention at the start of the series, I will mention, does show a couple cards. But
now you definitely mulligan.
Yeah, it's like, no, you don't need to see that. But I did mention at the start of this series that this is one of the matchups where that Burgess is actually very important, because having those attackers means more cards that you take out of Mage's hand, and we saw exactly that happen. Being able to play that Burgess on the 4 and 6 Dong turn was able to translate that into enough attacks to get rid of all of the cards in Mage's hand, which led to him conceding going into game 2.
Yes, exciting game 2 coming up. Will Purple Yellow Rosinante overcome this Black Yellow Teach? This time, Rosinante is going second, Black Yellow Teach is going first. And third's indeed a tougher line for the Black Yellow Teach. We did see some people try 9-cost Boa Hancock, the 3-cost Burgess from the new set as well. But Kevin, overall, playing a very standard Black Yellow Teach list. I do think the only card which is well, I'm not gonna showing it
Oh,
again.
no. Yeah, and that would be one of the life cards, I believe. So probably need a judge decision. Oh, not a life card, thankfully. So we'll see how the judge decides to deal with this. But just goes for another mulligan, it seems.
He didn't
but yeah,
see his hand, so I don't mind completely. He didn't see his hand if it was good, bad, worse, or best possible. But Kevin, last chance. Don't flip it over again.
He's
Kai
done it
and
2
me
times
are
already.
coming to Croatia.
I hope you're paying though. I'm not going. Not going through my wallet. But yeah,
Sponsored by Magic and Ohms.
Kevin, hopefully this time doesn't accidentally flash a card because he has done it twice so far, but being much more careful this time, slowly placing down his life, and we should be good to go. If at this point he shows any cards, then it will just be information advantage for the opponent, so we'll not be able to do anything about that. Starting the game off with a simple search, though.
Oh, there's stage.
Yep. So that'll be one upside compared to last game.
Quickly takes it.
Rosnante, no 1-cost searcher. The deck does run quite a few, but either choosing not to play something down like Eiichiro or just simply not having one in the end. Right now, not a huge issue as he just needs to find that 4-cost and 6-cost, but those searchers are going to help him connect into those cards. So we'll see what Kevin can do here, just searching into more searchers. And I mean, this is what Teach is very good at because especially if you run the 4-cost Burgess, this My Air Begins is going to be very, very nice for filling up your trash quickly.
Yes, Burgess would already be at least almost a 7k 4-cost. Just from these My Ages and stage. No turn 1 for Mage. That was, I guess, not what they wanted to see, but I guess he's not playing as many searches as before. He's not playing the 1-cost Rosinante search, but he is playing Buddha Sengoku. He is playing cards like Kobe, of course, 4 times, and 4 stage, but didn't see any of those. However, playing Kobe and 4-cost Law on his second turn is very good.
Yeah, picks up the 7-cost Sakazuki as well, so feeling somewhat comfortable as long as he can manage to find that Roshinante Law on this next coming turn. So happy with where he is at this current point in the game, and Teach, if he has a 4-cost Burgess, then this can set up a... Oh, now Mage dropping cards too. Everyone's a bit nervous today, but there's a lot of pressure when you get to this point in the game. You've played through so many games, lots of thinking in some of these very intense and sometimes very difficult matchups. So the nerves do get to you, but thankfully the cards get to Kevin as he will find that Burgess on curve.
Okay, we do have the Buddha for Mage, so time to look for 2 Navy cards. And the Lightning is going to the bottom of our deck. It's not a Navy card.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see when that 10-cost Teach comes down, but will not be a factor in this game. Definitely not on curve at the very least. Would have to recycle it back to the top of his deck. But importantly, did pick up another searcher. So if he didn't have that Ascendant Law, he surely should be able to find it off of more searchers that come after. So just going to start with a couple of swings as he did the game before, keeping the pressure up. Because as we saw, if the game goes on too long, then Black Yellow Teach is inevitable.
And the later the game goes on, the bigger this Burgess will be, especially thanks to the stage. This time he is playing with stage. Last game, no stage, and without stage, it's pretty hard to play, of course. But okay, he's picking up another stage.
Yeah, sees some decent targets. Things like that 5-cost Porcelino are in fact Navy cards that would be searchable off that Marineford, but is just going to keep looking for searchers. which has me worrying a little bit that he might not have the cards that he's looking for quite yet. Thankfully, does have the card that he needs in this turn.
Yeah, I wonder what he's looking for. We do have our second Rosila. We do have a Sakazuki. What Navy cards are we looking for so desperately? Do we want another Sakazuki? It looks like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that is the card that you're looking for. If you can chain those Sakazukis, not only are you not only are you able to take back the opponent's board with relative ease, but also you're out of range of the opponent's removal as well. Things like, for example, the Dragon Twister or even Vasco Shot's resting effects, just by virtue of being 7 costs. So very influential in more than one way for this Roshnante deck.
Ooh, and Kevin decides to trash a 10-cost Teach from his stage.
Which usually indicates your hand is in an incredible spot where that actually ends up being the worst card. So he must be happy with the hand that he has and thinking about what he wants to pick up now through this search, as he does want to keep looking through his deck. This card also very powerful in this matchup.
Goes for a Vasco Shot. We did see a second Burgess in that search, but he's going for the Vasco Shot instead. We have 7 done. This might be a Shiryu plus Vasco Shot turn, maybe. We also at 2 lives, so potentially also playing a Borsalino.
Yeah, no, I think the Shiryu play is just really, really nice. Wasn't able to do it in the game before, but was able to do the second misplay in playing down Burgess. But this time does actually have the Shiryu, will be able to sack that Devon and also play down the Vasco Shot. This is actually a really, really nice place to be in as Teach. You have your stage step, you have Burgess, you have the 6-cost Shiryu, and perfect life, perfect board. The opponent's going to swing, you redirect that into the Vasco Shot, goes into your trash, the opponent's going to swing into your leader, bring back that Vasco Shot, and you just repeat that all over again. So, at the very least, in a matchup that is, for the most part, pretty difficult for Black Yellow Teach, Kevin is finding every card that he needs.
Yes, but Mage is fighting back and is also finding some very strong cards with Sakazuki Mama Ragan on this Burgess.
And
Needs
this is
to let it go.
exactly why you want to go second in this matchup. When you go first, you can only play down the Sakazuki, and if you chain that with the Mamanaga, you can't use the activate main of Sakazuki. But because he is going second, he will have that 1 extra Dong, and will be able to use the activate main and re-ramp that 2 Dong that he lost from Mamanagang.
2 dom left.
Yeah, thinking if it's worth swinging here or if we should allocate Dong, but is just going to go for the simple 6k swing at the opponent's leader. And Kevin has to decide if he wants to redirect now to get rid of that Oshlantin Law attack. But I imagine that should be the correct play here.
Yes, if you don't, then it's fairly easy for Mage to attack with Rosie and Low afterwards, and last with the leader, of course. So
Yeah, I will say Kevin much more healthy than he was the game before, but Mage much more commanding in his position on the board. So both players doing better than they were before, but when both players are getting the cards that they need, generally speaking, Roshnante is going to be favored in this matchup.
yes, because there is another Sakazuki in the waiting line for upcoming turns.
Yeah, but there's going to be the trigger we just talked about to recur that Vasco Shot. So we'll be able to stall a little bit longer in this next coming turn. This is the benefit of going first to Teach, is you have 1 extra Dong for those small 1 costs. So we'll be able to stall time for a long time, but Mage with that second Sakazuki in hand as well, he's not going to make it easy for Kevin to get into the late game.
Absolutely. And we are at 9 done, not even at 10, so no 10 cost Teach just yet. And that's, of course, the big difference as well of going first or second. Still a turn to wait before we can play this 10 cost Teach.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like that 10 cost Teach is just a turn too late when you're going first, when Roshnante's board is this big this early in the game.
Absolutely. We picking up a 2K.
Yeah, And he did actually, when he used his leader effect the turn before, use the 8-cost Teach as fuel for that. So I wonder if he has a second one in his hand, or if he used the only one in his hand as a redirect target, just because I believe he has a lot of 10-cost Teaches in his hand. That may have actually been the case, because he is going to be playing down the 5-cost Porcelino here, playing down a blocker and healing 1 life, but the Burgess,
Yes,
like it's been
another
revived
one.
from the dead.
And
Very powerful turn.
And it's huge. I think it's
It's
around
huge.
8 or 9k power.
The Burgess in this matchup does so much, and he manages to get one back on the board after Mage is able to take one out through that Sakazaki Mamoru Gun combo. And now the question is going to be passed back to Mage every single turn. Can you deal with this? Can you deal with this? Can you deal with this? And the second that the answer is no, that's when Kevin flips the game.
And we do know there are 2 10 costs for Kevin waiting in his hand to freeze at least one character. And from that point on, Kevin will start pushing on the Rosinantes that are rested or lost.
Yeah, 1 turn away from when he can start playing the game effectively. But Mage trying to make that as difficult as possible, swinging 5k at the opponent's leader. But Kevin still 3 life and a blocker on board, feeling rather comfortable.
He's gonna take this. Preferably a baby 5 or a Shiryu maybe for some extra card draw. Looks like a trigger.
There's definitely a trigger here, and he's thinking about a lot, which means it's probably not going to be one of the lower impact triggers like Dragon Twister. Yeah, okay, he's going to use the Docu, which will get rid of that Colby, but more importantly, drawing the card. So the decision in his mind was, does he need the 2k or does he need the draw? And elects for the draw in this case.
Stage, such a good card as well in this Rosinante, being able to cycle every single turn over and over again.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why this deck is able to afford to run 4 Dragon Twister, just being able to cycle that card out of your hand if you don't need it through this Marine Forward stage, which works perfectly with the 7-cost Sakazaki activate main to re-ramp that Dong.
And look at that board. 3 Rosie and Law in play, a 4-cost Law and Sakazuki.
Yeah, pretty commanding board state, but thankfully those Osantin Law's 6-cost does mean that Vasco shot is going to be pretty annoying to deal with if Kevin Lee can find an opening to get it out, whether it's through a trigger or just raw playing it out of his hand. But this turn, finally, he makes it the 10 Dong turn, which, like clockwork, should be the 10-cost each.
And he has 2 cards of making his Burgess a little bit bigger, and 10k is a little bit more annoying because you ask 1 more card from your opponent, being able to swing 10 into 8 of the Rosie.
Yeah, for sure.
But yes, 1 card off, and you can't really do anything about it, I'm afraid, especially if you play the 10 cost. But yeah, I do think we are in a position we have to play the 10 cost. The phrase, the Sakazuki.
Yeah, I'm interested in the fact that he did go for that Sakazuki, because this does mean that he will be able to use Ishosante and Laws as blockers, meaning that this 4-cost Law, which you do want to get rid of on this board, is going to be relatively easy to defend if the opponent just gives you block 1k, block 2k, and he's debating right now if that's really worth it. The board is full, so you may consider just getting rid of it, but does prioritize keeping all of his attackers on the board. Sakazuki will not be able to attack, but there are still a crazy number of attackers that Kevin's going to have to deal with on this next coming turn, because none of them were killed on this turn.
Okay. This is a big amount of swings coming for you, Mr. Kevin. We do have double Sakazuki in hand. Maybe we want to get rid of this Burgess or Shiryu, preferably the Burgess, I guess. But definitely also a thing to think about.
Yeah, it's actually a very tricky spot to be in, Because if Mage wants to play down one of those 7-cost Sakazaki, he will have to play over his characters, meaning that he did give away the 2k. But it would be a 2 that he gave away for a 7k swing. So just doing the math there, there's a Shiryu trigger that you were talking about before. Maybe thinks that that trade is worth it as long as he can get more cards out of Kevin's hand. And Kevin would have preferred a trigger that would affect the board, but still happy to get a couple more cards in his hand in a deck that generally doesn't have ways to generate resources.
Very good trigger was really needed as well for Kevin. Some extra cards in hand, and yeah, we are gonna replace the Law and play Sakazuki.
Yeah,
So as you mentioned, maybe he is one card down, which he could have kept. But the Law did the swing, I guess. So
Yeah.
1 for 1.
You sacrifice one card in your hand to get one extra life out of Kevin. I do think that's a worthwhile trade for Mage. So he's pretty happy about that. And now Burgess 4k power, staring down the barrel of 3 8k swings. Does have 2 blockers and a redirect, but that leader is also able to attack as well. So defending this Burgess is going to be pretty costly if he goes for it.
We do have a somewhat healthy hand for Kevin, but same goes for Mage. He's gonna block.
Yeah, is going for the block. So I think that he will just commit to protecting this Burgess, which means 3, make that maybe 4 8k swings. There it is at the Burgess, and it's going to cost quite a bit of cards from Kevin's hand, but
with how many? This is important.
I
mean, need to recount.
8 into 4. So he will have to give up 3 cards here if he wants to protect this cleanly, which is a very large number of cards to give up as
potentially 2. Potentially 2 because it grows +1 as well.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if you just give away 2 2Ks.
2K, 2K?
5K again.
Yeah.
Does he have it?
I hope so. He committed already the 1 2K. Yeah, he does have it. So that makes 20 cards in trash and makes the Burgess big enough. Okay.
Yeah, for every 4 cards in your trash, Burgess does gain +1000 power, and that is always going to be constantly checking for the number of cards in your trash. So if you just counter, get more cards in your trash, that will increase Burgess's power even during the combat. So is able to get the free 1k there, as you mentioned, now that he has 20 cards in his trash. The Burgess, massive now, like he was the game before. This card in this matchup in particular is so good because now it feels like you have so many attacks at your disposal. You can really start to bully Mage's board.
Yes, because we are pretty sure that there is another 10 cost in hand for Kevin, and that's super important. Being able to freeze and start swinging on the board again, asking card hands from Mage.
Yeah. This is the game of questions that we've been talking about this whole game. Every single turn, each player is going to keep asking each other the question, can you deal with this? And Mage is trying to close out the game. Kevin's just desperately trying to survive. We'll have to see if it'll turn out like the first game where Kevin is able to survive or if Mage is able to close it out. These Sakazakis are putting in quite a bit of work, but Kevin, by sacrificing cards in his hand, is able to maintain his board one way or another.
This Burgess will be very hard to deal with if we don't have another Sakazuki, because now it's a 10,000 power character.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you just have to ignore the Burgess and just go straight for leader and hope that you can actually break through. So I'm actually curious. It does look like Mage has a couple of cards in his hand. I wonder just how many.
I think 6, if I'm correct. Maybe even more?
It does look like 6. Yeah, so, I mean, if you counter this out cleanly, assuming that the opponent plays down the 10 cost teach, you swing 8 and 10 into the 8k power Roshanten Law, that would take away 3 cards, and the 10 cost teach would most assuredly take down one of those characters. So if you could just survive on this turn and just chain those one after the other and slowly chip away at the opponent's board, then he can start to set up the situation that he's been doing time and time again from game one.
Yeah, I think the big issue here is that the Burgess, the minus 6,000 power on Burgess is still in effect from Sakazuki, so he can only swing with the Shiryu. And if he wants to, of course, with the 10 cost, but he needs to wait one turn before, yes, the dices are back from the judge. So otherwise, we could have asked for some more cards, but now it is again.
You're so right. Yeah, no, I completely forgot. I've lost games like this before. The Sakazuki power reduction stays during the opponent's turn as well, meaning that even though he was able to play down the 10 cost each, is able to get that much value to the fact that the opponent's leader effect is negated.
We need a Hound Blaze button on the cards when they use Sakazuki. Okay, are we going for it? That's the real question. Or do we have time? We do have time, I think. We have triple blocker, double Sakazuki, and quite some cards still in hand. Mage gonna count his deck. I'm pretty sure that Mage knows where every single card, or almost every single card, is right now.
Yeah, I mean, his board's still very commanding. Full board of 8k power characters, and Black Yellow Teach, though he does have 2 blockers of 2, is basically forced leave up, still has 1 life, still has that redirect, and cards in hand. You never know what that trigger can entail, because that can immediately just get rid of one of your 8,000 power attackers at worst.
Okay, let's start with a 9. He needs a Vasco shot trigger or something.
Yep. And doesn't see it. I believe that was
Stage, I think.
Not the card you want to see at this point in the game. But yeah, especially, I mean, as Black Yellow Teach, you like to take these first hits because there is always the chance that that trigger can absolutely flip the turn. But sees not only a card without trigger, but a counterless card in that full lead, I believe, which means that Mage just has the green light to just keep hitting, keep relenting with the attacks that he has on the board.
Takes the block. Another 9 is coming. First
going for the
Sakazuki effect.
Yeah, the leader effect, the Marine Ford, the Sakazuki effects, all of these things just giving you free dong out of thin air to make these attacks bigger and bigger. 9k blocked, 10k coming in now. Redirect, and that is going to be game as Mage finds it, is able to push through, as we are going to go to game 3, the finals of the Zagara Regionals. Kevin against Mage.
One game to rule them all. One last game of this Croatia Regionals. One game that will decide the winner. With Teach having the dice roll in his last game, thanks to a higher seed finishing 6th. Oh, Kevin, don't lose all the cards again.
Yeah, this is where this is going to start to be very important here. Because he was able to choose whether or not he goes first in that first game with the higher seed, now gets to choose to go second in this final game as well. And so far in this series, the player going second has won both times, so he will feel much happier with that advantage.
Absolutely, and we did see why it's so important for Teach of going second. Being able to start one turn earlier with your 10 cost Teach chain is just so good. It not only prevents an attack, it also makes you start attacking earlier and is saving you some cards in hand because you can block with a 12k blocker as well.
Yeah, no, there's so many ways that this matchup can go, especially when you're going second. There's the 10 cost each on curve, but also effectively delaying when the 7 cost Sakazuki hits its power spike, as they can't use 7 cost Sakazuki and Mamaga and the activate main within the same turn on 7 Dong. So many reasons why you want to go second in this matchup. And while Kevin put up a fairly good fight, was able to establish those Burgeye, maybe multiple Burgesses. Eventually was not enough in the end. Just didn't have enough time to actually take back the opponent's board with those 7-cost Sakazukis, which I will remember for this game. Gives power reduction even through the opponent's turn.
Absolutely. Very, very important to remember. I think both players get the quick toilet break. The nerves are going up because we are going to that last and final game of the Croatia regionals. We had yesterday 8 round of Swiss. Only 16 players made it to the top cut. That means that at least 23 players out of, I think, 29, 6-2 players didn't make it into the top cut. In the top cut, we had 6 green Mihawk, and 5 of them lost their top 16 game. Only one went to top 8, but also lost in top 8. And at the end, we have Rosinante versus Black Yellow Teach. Who is taking it?
Ooh, it's a difficult question. My heart says Rosinante. I do love the deck, even though it's not the deck that I'm playing that much this set. I think it's just very cool to see someone who's so good at the deck proving that you can still succeed if you are good enough at the deck. I don't know. I'm going to go against probably everyone's predictions, but I hope that Rosinante takes it in the end after going through such a difficult bracket to get to this point in the finals.
Okay. Fair choice. I think. I think on paper, the Rosinante should also be in an okay spot. Kevin, of course, a very, very strong player. Well, I wanted to say Rosie as well, but now that you picked Rosie, I have to do the other way around. So
you don't have to.
Okay, in that case, I pick also Rosie. So yes, Mage having an insane season. I even have to correct myself from yesterday. I said he picked up 1 Serial Zoro and 2 Serial Luffys in the past season, but that was a lie. He has 3 Luffy serials, 1 Zoro serial, and +1 after this weekend as well. So Rosinante definitely doing a great job for him, and I'm sure he will test an OP17 as well if Rosinante is still strong enough to compete with all the new decks that we will see. Decks like Rox, Kaido, and many, many more. Elbaf Sabo also like a very aggressive deck potentially.
Yeah, I will say Rosinante does seem like it does relatively well into Rox being able to clear the opponent's board, as we have seen him do time and time again in this match as well. So I don't think it's impossible, but there are quite a few matches that you do have to worry about. So we have to really see once we get to there, and Mage will definitely be one of the people to answer that question. Now, I do believe, looks like we are going to go straight into the final game. So I was cut off by what I was about to say. We are going to be jumping straight into that last game where Kevin is going to get side selection and is going to be going second. I mean, after I heard that Mage already has 3 serial Luffys, maybe I should flip my vote to Kevin here. Hey, I mean, Kevin follows me on Twitter too. He's kind of my boy here, but also playing Teach, I think this is really cool to bring both of these leaders all the way to the finals in OP 16.5 when it feels like so many other leaders have been buffed. These players proving that you can still make it work with these decks.
Absolutely. Both players, I think, are taking a mulligan, or they are shuffling the deck for just to take their first mulligan at least. But yeah, something that really comes in mind when I'm thinking right now about that OP17 and Rosinante, if you have a wall of triple Rosie Law and Borsa and so on, and maybe a 4-cost Law, there is one specific card that says rest all characters on your opponent's board, and that might be something very tough to overcome.
That's true. That is the ultimate blocker killer, and fairly easy to slot into a lot of green decks that exist as well. So yeah, I mean, maybe Mage, maybe skip us. There's a couple of very good Rosinante players out there that will be able to tell us if the deck is actually playable. And as long as these guys have hope, there's going to be hope for the deck. Roshlant is just a very cool deck thematically, and it's really nice to see this deck finally shine after it was printed back in, I believe, OP, when was it, 12, I think?
Oh, I was confused for a second. Yes, OP12. I was confused too. Mage is putting his life, but it doesn't have his hand already. But here we go. That was very easy to fix. Final round, finals of the Croatia regionals, thanks to Magic Ohms.
Yeah, is going to pick up that Sengoku, the Hotoge Sengoku, but this is one of the risks, is that if you don't find 2 cards off the search, you only pick up 1, you are still forced to trash 1 card. So instead of picking up 2 and trashing 1, he only picks up 1, trashes 1. But with the card cost of Buddha Sengoku, is going to actually be going minus in hand.
Oof, yeah, that is very painful to start with. So, okay.
Cards flying.
Yes, when you're watching a match of football, you can say that the pitch is very wet, and that's why the players are falling. But for Kevin, I don't have an excuse ready.
Oh my god. The cards are flying right now. No, I mean, the excuse is that there's this is the final game of the day. There's a lot of nerves, I'm sure. But thankfully, does have that Burgess ready for that Fulgrim turn, which we've been repeatedly saying how pivotal it is for this matchup. So he's happy to see that card, and hopefully he can chain that into a win, because Mage consistently, every single game so far, has managed to find that promo law on this second turn.
We do have the Burgess.
Yeah, an echo of the first game, Burgess, but no stage quite yet. Thankfully, does have quite a few cards in his trash thanks to My Era Begins. So does have a big Burgess, but can he actually chain that into a good curve?
And no stage again for Kevin when he's going second.
Yeah, but Mage had the first Buddha Sengoku that searches and trashes a card, and once again playing down Tsuda that searches and trashes a card. So Kevin, pretty happy about this turn of events, because Mage is just naturally losing cards where he otherwise shouldn't be.
Yes, Mage really, really wanted that rosy law of that search of Tsuru, but no rewards. He is 10 cards deep, basically, with Tsuru and the Sengoku Buddha card, and no rosy law. This is going to be a very tough game for Mage with only 4 cards in hand, which are not very playable as well, the upcoming turns. So Mage does need some help from the top deck.
This is a terrible place to be in as Mage. This first 6 Costos London Law on curve is so important to this deck, and not only not finding it, but not even having anything else to play on this turn, whether it be the promo law or even something like that Rip Law, just to have something called Trafalgar Law that's difficult for the opponent to get rid of, means that effectively, I mean, Teach in a way cleared one of the opponent's characters. So this is a really, really bad start from Mage.
Yes, absolutely atrocious. Let's see. Did we pick up something? We do find a Kobe. We are going for the Sakazuki Mama Ragan.
Yeah.
Gonna get rid of that Burgess very early.
Yeah, firing the convo early will not be able to get the activate main just yet, but we'll be able to use it at the start of the next turn. But this feels more like a desperation play, just keeping the opponent's board under control because he wasn't able to stand his board.
Small 5 swing. Yes, Mage is changing plans on how you normally play into the Teach. Only have the Augur, the Docu, my apologies.
Yeah, the Docu, I mean, as we mentioned, the Katarina Devon trigger is effectively going to make that a free redirect, so you're happy to have it, but not necessarily the one cost that you were looking for. The Van Augur or the Vasco shot would have been much better targets to play out of trash, but still, just having a target is enough at this point, especially considering that Mage is low rolling. You can't really ask for more at this point.
We do have 8 cost Teach ready as well. Guess we are gonna swing onto the Suru. And then just play 8 cost Teach? Or is he going for a Borsa and a stage play this turn? No, he's going for the Teach.
Yeah, I definitely think it was in consideration for him. Now let's think about what card he wants to plant in the top of his life. I think that might be a San Juan Wolf, the one of that he runs within his deck.
But also Baby 5. Drawing 2 cards, never that bad.
Yeah, there's
Or is it 10 cost Teach? Oh no, it's 10 cost Teach. And he values 10 cost Teach more than Baby 5 in life.
Yeah, in this matchup, you want to chain those teaches. So just putting into your life to ensure that you draw into it once you eventually take that life is going to be pretty nice as the game goes on. But right now, finally showing us the standard teach curve. We've seen time and time again that you are able to play off curve and still make it work as Black Hole Teach. But this time, for the first time this series, going to be able to play down that 8 cost teach to ensure the card that goes into his life. And this is made possible by the fact that Mage was not able to be as aggressive as he would have liked to in the turns before.
So we are dropping cards again, but thank God it's a card that we are probably going to play this turn. It's 59 degrees in Croatia, and the players are very sweaty. I'm joking.
59. Sakazuki's affecting the entire venue at this point.
Okay, we're starting with a 7. We're gonna redirect immediately, or are we feeling safe to take at least 1 life?
The weird thing is you can kind of use the information advantage that you saw because you expect them to play down the Rostante Law, and maybe you take that life, but yeah, is just going to do this because you know the next attack is going to be a 7 anyways. You know what that life is, so there's never going to be some Hail Mary trigger like in Van Augur that would affect this next attack. So just decides to use the redirect, get the draw, which you don't have control of, you don't have any knowledge of. And now Mage just responds with a 6k, which is just going to be comfortably answered with a 2k.
Here is 10 cost Teach. Buddha. Once again. Oh, this time I do see a bunch of Navy cards going for double Rosy Law.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to play the longer game, that does make sense. You just want to develop these Rostante laws and just develop a huge wall of 8,000 power characters, as he did in that second game where he did actually end up winning. So is playing towards that rather than picking up any of the other targets that were in that search. And Kevin, like clockwork, the 6, 8, 10 costs Teach to deny the opponent the ability to protect their laws, and is going to now look for an angle to try to take back the opponent's board.
I'm gonna freeze the... Can we get rid of the Sakazuki as well? Ooh, I do see Divine Departure, so not this turn at least. And we are gonna get rid of one of the Rosy Laws.
Yeah, if you lose the Sakazuki at this point, I think the game is as good as over at this point. So he does need to counter that, but that is still fine for Kevin, who's just looking to get as many cards out of Mage's hand, who's already only down to, I believe, 4 cards in hand at this very early stage in the game.
Yes, that's a little bit because of not finding Rosilo, who is recycling himself, and because the Buddha on turn 1 was basically, I'm going to call it a whiff, although he did find 1 card, and he had to play out Suru, so tough turns.
Yeah, both of that, Buddha Sengoku and the Tsuda going -1 in hand, not finding the Roshinante Law despite all those searches, which is importantly just a free blocker in those early stages of the game, while also drawing you an extra card, has led to a state where Mage is just feeling like he's a little bit on the back foot in a match where you really can't do that.
Absolutely. Time to
Does
start
have 6 stone left.
swinging. Gonna take the free block. We do have another Rosy Law on hand, so I guess so. Yep, why not?
The double style here is really nice. The -2 cost from your leader effect, the Sakazuki activate main to get back some active dong, and the raw playing of the Successor Shanten Law for a perfect 10 dong is going to be able to solidify a very powerful board, leave everything active. So now the question is passed back to Kevin. if I leave everything active, you can't hit into anything that's on my board. Do you swing into my leader, or do you just pass back the turn? We start this staring battle at each other. The board is much scarier for Mage, and yeah, I actually really like this play a lot. If he does have something to fill out that curve, play down the full lead, start to cycle some bad cards out of your hand, maybe play down something like the 1-cost Vasco shot, then the threats on Mage's board are not as scary.
So I think preferably Kevin really wants to see Shiryu or a Borsalino this turn, or maybe even an Kostic, just to heal up and just pass the turn. I don't think he will swing.
Yeah, I think it is far too early. Even though there's so many blockers on the board, I feel like a 5k swing, most likely be like, okay, I'll take that one. He'd be in a comfortable spot, given that he doesn't have that many cards in his hand currently. Yeah, he's going to go for that Kostic, as you mentioned. Does have one Dong left at his disposal.
Let's see. What does it have to offer? I do see another 8-cost Teach, which is not that good in this scenario.
Yeah, it would have been amazing in almost every other matchup, but in this matchup, does not do all too much.
This looks like a docu to me, so healing a docu and probably just gonna pass the turn.
Yeah, doesn't even play down a 1-cost. So these 8k swings are still somewhat scary, but I think the biggest, most important thing right now is that Kevin is able to stick these characters on the board. Mage has failed to get rid of these characters, so now the Shiryu 8-cost Teach and the 10-cost Teach are on the board. So the second that Mage rests his characters, assuming that Kevin just doesn't die, Mage's board is basically just going to evaporate.
Yes, this is an amazing full house board for Mage.
Indeed it is, yeah. They have nice color distribution as well, the red and the purple.
Yeah, we need an alt art of this Marine Fort already.
6 on 4.
Yeah, it seems like it's much more powerful in this deck than it is in single, the deck that was intended for. And Mage is finally going to start trying to chip away at Kevin's board. All of the power reduction into the Teach, into the Mamagagang, and now all the 8k swings. Yeah, and does grab that docu just as a 2k counter so that he can make sure to defend some of those attacks later on in this game.
Kevin really wants Mage to put his character sideways so he can start attacking on it, of course. Next turn, we will probably see a 10-cost Teach and some attacks onto these Rosilos or this Sakazuki.
Cards in hand?
And you know what would go crazy in this scenario? Electrical Luna. Thankfully, not something you have to worry about in this matchup, but Mage resting all of his characters at exactly the same time. So even if Kevin can take out some of those characters, surely he can't take out all of them, as he was able to take out one of those 8-cost Teaches, but still having another one on the board. Because Mage played the slower game, Kevin was also happy to respond with a slower game as well, because he's also able to hold on to those 10-cost Teaches. If you don't need to use it, you want to hold on to your hand for one of these turns where you actually do want to flip the switch and try to take out the opponent's board. See if he decides to go for that as he picks up the Shiryu from that search. He does have trigger, so it will be nice to trash with his leader effect. We'll see.
So we do have the 10-cost. I did see it. Yes, here we are. Fairly fast. Going to freeze one Sakazuki. And of course, the leader ability. And I guess now we will start punching this Shiryu. Probably going to take a 1k or maybe an I Love You. Because I Love You is not the same card as it is in other matchups. You won't be able to pick up a 2k. You're not at two lives. Maybe Divine Departure.
And Mage really wants to hold on to these cards. Is just going to use the I Love You for plus 2k, but doesn't get to draw one of those Tralgarlos from his trash. So just a 2k and another 2k out of hand. Only one card left in hand. And Mage is running out of time, but if he can manage to protect this board on this turn and just try to go for lethal on this next turn, then it doesn't matter if you have 10 cards in your hand or 1 card in your hand. If you win, you win.
Yes, it's departure left in hand. So basically nothing. But if you can win the upcoming turn, it doesn't matter. This might be the final turn of Mage. We'll go to Tendon. So
And I think Kevin's debating whether or not he wants to rest this Martial D Teach, which will 100% get rid of one of those characters on the board. It might be worth it just to deny the Sakazuki the ability to use the Activate main. He is going to go for that. So he trades one block for one of the opponent's attacks, but importantly, gets rid of the ability to use that Activate main on the next turn.
it's 4 attacks. 1 blocker, 1 life. A bunch of cards in hand for Kevin, so I think 5 cards at least. We do know a Docu. That's the card that we did see that he healed with a 8-cost Teach. The other cards I'm not sure about, but looks like Mage is going for some attacks. I think he hopes to get there. If he doesn't get there this turn, this might be over.
Yeah, I think he's out of time. I think that he just has to go for it on this turn to split up his dole, which basically means, does Kevin have the counter in hand? He may with the number of cards that he has, and also that last trigger, it can be something that just devastates Mage. The second that you flip over something like a Vasco shot, or even a Devon to pull a Vasco shot out of your trash, if that has fallen into your trash, can just end the game on the spot because you need all of these attacks from these 6-cost characters to actually go through.
Now, I can hear Mage straight from Croatia. People of Earth, give me your energy. Starts with a 9. I think Kevin is thinking, how much can Mage actually swing in total? Sakazuki is not able to use the ability.
Yeah, in a very technical sense, if Mage just splits up his dong normally, then this is the smallest attack. He can go 9, 10, 10, 10. But there's also the thing you have to think about. If Kevin ends up defending the 9 out of hand, then Mage most likely just goes for another 9 after that. So I think, I mean, I'm the sort of guy who would just grab this last life and go gambling, see what ends up being there, because that'll educate my decision for the rest of the turn. But it really largely comes down to just how much counter is in his hand currently.
You're 1 Vasco shot trigger away of winning.
The trigger of destiny. Yellow decks in the end. Sometimes it just comes down to this. We'll see if that's going to be the pivotal factor, or if he just simply has enough in his hand right now. Is going to start with the block from the 10-cost Teach. No more blockers left. 3 attacks at Noshlan's disposal, but Teach still has that leader effect.
Leader effect and the life. So basically he needs to counter 1 9.
Oh, and actually the attack's bigger because of the stage as well as the Sakazuki activate main alongside your leader effect. So the attacks do get fairly big. Is going to counter out of this 9 while he still can, because the next attacks would actually become 11. So is going to give up 3 cards there. Now only needs to defend against 1 more attack to cement his victory.
I do think that Sakazuki is not available because of the stun of 10-cost Teach. So this is all the Dawn to work with. 2 more hits. But since he was able to defend, I don't think that Mage can get there.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
There's 1 redirect and 1 life, so it's impossible. Saka is it's not possible with Sakazuki, the attack or a ramp. So
that life card was completely camouflaged for me. I thought you had to defend 1 more, but no, Kevin is out of the woods now, which means Mage has to go on the defensive.
Yes. The other side, Mage is still at 4 lives, so maybe he can even play for 1 more turn. It's not said that Kevin is winning the upcoming turn.
So few cards in hand. It's very difficult to actually find an opening, as Black Yellow Teach can just choose to leave up these 10 cost teaches as blockers if you wanted to, and Mage doesn't want to allow that to happen. Going to swing 6 into the 4,000 power Teach and is going to take it down.
Ooh, that's really good for you. Oh, this is the last card in hand, so Kevin will exactly know what card it is. It's I love you, but we don't have done up, I think.
I believe we don't. So
and that's
we'll
a 2K.
just...
That's a 2K counter. We do have a 2K counter in hand. We have 4 lives, and there's only 4 swings from Kevin. Kevin needs another 10 cost, basically. I do think that Mage can still win this.
Yeah, no, he's still in it. I think actually one thing of note here is that 1 cost Colby makes going for lethal very, very different for Mage, because he still has that 1 life. That Colby might actually become an attacker if he looks to end the game here. But importantly, Kevin just not having enough attackers on the board to even threaten lethal at this point. Maybe... I mean, Mage just
he needs to
look
win
for
on
lethal
a
turn after.
Zehaha. If Kevin needs to go for game, the only way possible is a Zehaha.
Yeah, and he does in fact run 2 in his deck, so it isn't possible. Hasn't used that full lead either, so just checking what options are at his disposal. Hand size is low, so that attack might go through from the leader as well. But
Nerf
Kevin
wrecking
has...
turn for Mage.
Oh, what a difficult turn to play. I mean, if you have the 10 cost Teach, you negate their leader effect and you can just clear the opponent's board and try to push back in the next turns after that. This is, after all, an untimed finals. But...
Oh, we do have the Zehaha as well. The problem is Rosie only plays 6 2K counters, so do you really want to respect that that 1 card in hand is a 2K counter? I guess Mage did see already like more than half of his deck, so maybe you should.
Yeah, I think what you could potentially do here, you could start with a 5k swing at the opponent's leader, and depending on if they take this or not, choose whether or not you want to go for lethal with Zihaha, or just play down the 10 cost Teach and clear out their board, sending another character, leaving up 2 blockers, and just trying to survive for yet another turn. I think that either of these avenues are possible, but it really comes down to how Mage responds to your first couple of actions on whether or not one or the other is correct.
I think that if you swing 5, Mage is gonna counter, because the only way he can still lose is Zehaha.
Yeah, so...
maybe you should swing 7, 7, 8, 10, 12.
Oh. He's just gonna start with that.
Oh, we do have a 10 cost. I didn't see that one. I did see Zeha.
Yeah, he has the 10 cost. Oh, yeah, and he's just going to go for the play at leader, or at the board, I mean. Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine. What I was thinking...
Okay, this is way better.
Like, if you were looking to clear the opponent's board, you could potentially start with a 5k, and if, as you said, Mage gave away the 2k in his hand, then it would be very, very easy to clear out that board. And you would be able to allocate that dong to the Shiryu, for example. But I mean, in the event that they take that life, you could potentially just go for lethal on this turn. But Kevin, I mean, with all those options in mind, just decides to go for the safer option here, and is going to just clear out the opponent's board completely. 2 attacks, as that Sakazuki is going to be stunned, and only...
Yes, I didn't see that 10 cost in hand, but having the combination of Zehaha and the 10 cost was perfect for Kevin. He did play the Zehaha, although he didn't give the free card to Mage. This Zehaha was purely played so he can swing 10 into an 8 Rosie Law, and which is not, you just can't counter it with only 1 card in hand. So it was a guaranteed kill with Shiryu and both Teach. So a perfect combination of cards for Kevin, and this looks locked right now. This Sakazuki also not able to swing We only have Kobe the Hero, the French treasure rare from OP16, and Rosinante on the board. This looks like the final turn.
Yeah, fitting for Kobe to be the one that's standing against Black Yellow Teach in this final turn, or what could be potentially the final turn. But I mean, at this point, very difficult. Mage is going to need to play for at least another turn after this. He has no means of going further lethal on this next turn as that life card, which I still believe is very well camouflaged in the top left corner for me, as well as the
Yes.
blocker and that redirect makes this deck so tanky. Shlante needs to survive this turn and even after that try to find lethal, but Black Yellow Teach is in no rush anymore because he's already gotten to the point that he wants to be in this game.
It's 3 lives, 1 blocker. Against this. He is not giving up just yet.
Yeah, importantly, that Shiryu minus 6,000 power on this turn, so only 2k, so 1 less attacker, going to make it a little bit more tricky for Kevin to actually go for a game if he wanted to. The Forecast Trafalgar Law as well going to be pivotal on this turn for Mage. And because he did use that Zehaha the turn before, does not have the ability to just take one of Mage's life.
Let's see how Mage reacts. He only has 1 card in hand, of course, and
Yeah, I'm getting nervous.
he's thinking about it. He is going to give the 2k counter, so no cards in hand for a Mage on Rosie.
Yeah, but this does guarantee that you are going to survive this turn unless Teach randomly has another Zehaha in hand. But I mean, it's a lot to ask for given Kevin's hand size right now. So is going to chip away at some of Mage's life, but does now finally put him down to 2 life, meaning that if Mage does manage to find that Borsalino, will be able to not only play blocker, but also heal now that he's at 2 or less life. So ideally, as Black Yellow Teach, once you get the opponent down to that 2 life range, you really want to end the game on the next turn if possible. So Kevin's deciding how likely is it for this Borsalino to come out onto the board, and if it seems somewhat likely for him to find it from this life or from this top draw, he might need to swing with his 10-cost Teach.
Kevin in doubt. Do I want to swing or not? Tough turn.
I mean, there's so much going through your mind at this point. It's not just how you play, but every single point up until this point in this tournament has led to this.
Oof.
And my God, he has another 10-cost Teach.
He has another one.
Yeah, not afraid of the Borsalino stall. There's also the very small but possible chance of a double Borsalino, which would be devastating if you were to rest that 10-cost Teach. So leaves every single Teach active. If I'm not ending the game, you're not ending it either.
Yes, he's playing max safety, which I understand. You are in the finals. You have. How can you lose with 3 Teach active as blockers and the life and the leader ability? The only way there is no leader ability is if you have no trigger card in hand.
It's always a possibility. You never know. But because he didn't use that full lead, you have to assume that it's a card that he actually likes to have.
Mm-hmm.
There's the off chance that full lead could miss, or you could only see things without trigger. So probably just holding on to that for safety. So part of Mage's equation, you know that one of these cards are going to be redirected, which means that he's actually going to go for the Teach here.
Different approach. Do you have counter in hand is what he is asking right now.
And this guarantees he has enough dunk to do it twice, and this guarantees that at least one of those Teaches will die here. Does give the 2k, but goes down to 0 cards in hand.
And he concedes. We have a winner. Kevin Lee is your Croatia Regionals winner with Black Yellow Teach.
Yeah, knew he must have had a good card in hand because he didn't use the full lead, but had to go for it anyways. The only way that he had a chance in this game was getting rid of that teach in the end, but unfortunately, just not enough. Kevin finding the cards that he needs on time, and Mage slow start to the game and wasn't able to translate it as best as he tried.
Absolutely. Mage for a second time becoming the second place in a regionals. Definitely something that you can still be very proud of, Mage. Congratulations to both players. Kevin Lee, everyone already knew who he is, a very, very strong player from Germany, from Berlin to be exact. And he attended Worlds when he, in OPO9 with Black Teach, won the finals against Angelo on Bello Betty. And he was there with his Black Teach playing that 4-cost Shiryu, which was that important back in the days. And now he won a regional once again. This is not the first regional that he won. This is maybe second, maybe even third time. I can't count it anymore. And Mage, with a terrific season, once again, becoming second place. But he said before, I prefer the second playmat. So maybe he is doing it on purpose. I don't know. But still, second place, still a thing to be very, very proud of. So congratulations to both players.
Yeah, a day of upsets that it was. Unfortunately, not able to translate it into the end, but Rosnante, I mean, he fought through yesterday in the top 16 match, Green Blue Luffy. Today, he fought against 2 purple Enels to make to the final, and unfortunately wasn't able to clutch it in the end against Black Yellow Teach, who was able to consistently, game after game, find the answer he needs to stall the game long enough, create the threats on board, and eventually push back. Very, very good showcase from both players. I was worried from the third turn where the Rosnante ended up missing out on his Rosnanten Law, that may have just been lights out, but he stuck it out and made it very, very close despite missing that card in the early game.
Absolutely. Kevin needed 3 teaches to, or even 4 maybe in the last game, to fight back against the storm of Roselaw and Sakazuki's. But in the end, it was Black Yellow Teach that overcome everything. But everyone, we are not finished yet. Although the regionals is finished, but we will also stream the last 2 rounds of the Treasure Cup that is currently going on. The Treasure Cup, I think, also with 256 players that started, 8 rounds of Swiss, we will cover round 7 and 8 as well to discover not only the players that are going home with a beautiful, beautiful serial Nika, but also the top 4 who are going home with a serial Zoro. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be right back with round 7 of the Treasure Cup.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you haven't disappeared quite yet, because though the regional has finished, we now have a new overlay around us, this golden background, because we are now in the Treasure Cup. The last couple of rounds for the Zagreb Treasure Cup that has been going alongside the finals day 2. We're just jumping into this, so I don't even know what decks we might see, but it is going to be a Treasure Cup, so we can really see anything up until this point.
Yes, it's also round 7 already. They started this morning. So it's basically as watching top 4, basically. That means we have 4 players at 6-0. After this game, we have 2. Oh, it's Skepas! Skepas at 5-1. So important games going up, but my boy,
Yeah.
Mr. Skepas on purple yellow Rosinante against Alex Brout, and also a very name that is I don't know his Bandai ID, but I definitely know him as well on purple and Nell. Also, Alex is I think from Greece and Skepas from Cyprus, but of course he speaks Greek as well.
Yeah, and I guess today's just the Rocinante show, because although this is not the 6-0 table, we are going to see a somewhat exciting matchup in the Rocinante versus Purple NL. Now, this is a matchup that is generally favored for NL, but as we saw today, I mean, it's very possible to flip this matchup, as we saw happen in the regional. So we'll see what Skipas is going to do in this matchup. 100% he's going to be watching this VOD later on today. So we need to say nice things about him and his hairline as we get into this game.
I will do my best, but here he goes. And Skepa's playing with that wonderful manga Sakazuki as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jumping into game, and Purple NL will be going first, which does seem like it will be somewhat pivotal in this matchup, especially because we do not have best of 3s like we did just now in the top cut of regionals. Still, Skipas playing a slightly different list from what we saw in the finals just now, is going to be running that 1-cost Rocinante, which will be able to search anything called Trafalgar Law. Is going to pick up that Rocinante in Law.
It's no 1-cost for purple NL again. That is, again, very painful.
Yeah, we're seeing NLs miss these 1-cost left and right. It never happens when I play against them. But we'll see. He still has another turn to draw into them. And once you can draw 1, it can still on to more, as on play they will draw cards. So right now, Skipas just trying to play his game, trying to do the best that he can while he's going second in this matchup. And that's going to start.
Yep, I love you picking up.
I love you too. And going to send the rest of the cards to his trash. Does also have that Ostante and Law in his hand to play down on the 3rd turn. Hopefully he has something to play for this next 2nd turn.
Do we have a 4-cost at least for Alex? Doesn't look like it. He is picking up that Dawn and putting it on his leader. Yes, starting with a 6. Skepas happily taking this.
Yeah, completely different dynamic from when you're playing Black Yellow Teach. NL happy to just keep hammering hits into the opponent's leader like he's doing right now, just trying to put pressure onto Rocinante. And is going to, as we just mentioned, snowball those 1-cost. 1 draws another, and now, although he didn't have one the turn before, he now has a Shura, which he can use his leader effect with that rush to attack into leader if he wants to.
We do have leader effect still up, so positive that we will use it, of course.
Yes, most certainly will use it. The question is going to be, does he want to put the swing in now? A couple of different ways that this matchup can go. What makes this matchup, in your opinion, tricky for the Rocinante player as a whole?
I think the hardest part about it is the amount of swings that it can generate. All those small bodies that can swing 5, 6, and so on and so on. I don't really think that the big 6-cost NL is the biggest problem when you're playing against it, because as Rosinante, you do have access to Sakazuki Mamaragan to get rid of it. It's basically all these small weenies, as we call them, are able to swing 5, 6, and 7, and so on. And at some point, it's just too much. We are still playing a 4-life leader.
Yeah, and already down to 2 life on this second turn is going to start with another Dorsal Law, which can find that promo law if he's still looking for it. I do believe that is a Rip Law at the very least, so may have something to play on this turn, even if it's not the
But he did
opportunity
find
card.
Spoon Law.
Oh,
That's the
Spoon
best.
Law.
That's the best name that we were able to give him.
In my part of town, we call that Ladle Law. Yeah, the Spoon Law, Ladle Law, whatever you want to call them, Soup Law, Kid Law, too many names for this card. 4 cost 3,000 power, but during your turn, plus 3,000 power, so can swing for 6k, and importantly, on play will be able to ramp you 1 Dong card. So a somewhat similar effect to that promo law, being able to re-ramp the Dong that you just lost via your leader effect, but this character, a little bit more aggressive, as although it will be 3,000 power on the opponent's turn, still quite difficult to get rid of thanks to your leader effect in some slower matchups like Teach. In this matchup, probably not much.
Altor is a very strong card against this tiny body. Of course, they can protect it with their leader ability, but do you want to protect a 3-cost, a 3k law and have to give up a life for it?
Yeah, most of the time the answer is no. One of the benefits of that Ladle Law is that you do get a Dong back active. So if you can use that Dong card well, then maybe it's worth the downside of playing that law instead of something like the promo law, but unfortunately doesn't have any to play after that, just passes back the turn with 2 Dong. But it can be I Love You, even though there isn't anything in trash.
Yeah, there's nothing yet in trash indeed, but he did pick up a 2k law from his life. It was the first life, I think, so he can start countering with that law into the I Love You card, so...
Yeah, there's many ways to make that work, and all of those effects are going to be online because he is already at 2 life in this point in time. But Alex, not afraid of the 2Ks, is just going to swing 6 to force 1 out of hand. And there it is, the Elthor.
You are never giving your life at this point, I guess. And we are going to play pink, getting back that Altor.
Yeah, I mean, ideally on this turn, as Purple Anil, you would have most of the time wanted to play down that 6-cost 10,000 power Anil. But hey, I mean, it's a free Elthor effectively. You get it back to your hand immediately with that Senior Pink on play. So not the body that he was hoping for, but is able to play the resource game a little bit better. So I mean, it could be a glimmer of hope for Skepas, though.
Just want to say, don't forget, we do still have that plus 1,000 from Eltor, but he wants to keep his Ohm active. That minus 1k is just potentially too important. Skepas finally at 6 Dawn, so we are able to play, well, last turn, I guess, as well, to play Rosy Law.
Yes, and importantly, if you take a look at Alex Braut's Dong right now, he only has 4 on his board, meaning that unless Rosnantin Law minuses 2 Dong this turn, then he won't be able to get the draw, which is exactly what ends up doing here. Minuses 2 Dong with that leader effect and the Marine Ford, I believe, to make sure that he gets that re-ramped Dong and the draw off of the on-play effect, which only activates when you have equal or less Dong than the opponent.
Yes, that indicates a very good purple and an L player, in my opinion. If you're thinking this far ahead, putting yourself to 4 Dawn, not to 6, just to make it harder for Skepas, his Rosy Law to draw a card and ramp a card.
Yeah, and though Skepas was able to sort of recover the situation and still get the draw by minusing more Dong, it does mean that on the next turn he's going to start with 7 rather than 8, which he would have into other matchups where he wouldn't have had to minus 1 Dong excessively. But the thing is, regardless of whether he starts at 7 or 8, that's still going to be more Dong than Enel's ever going to have in this entire game, meaning that any more Roshantin laws that are played throughout this game are most likely not going to be able to get that on-play effect to ramp Dong and draw cards. So this is another one of the annoying things with this deck, is that a lot of your effects that rely on the opponent's number of Dong cards on their Dong field just cannot work when the opponent only has 6 total.
Here's a Gamma Knife. Gonna use it on the Rosy Law. Do we have Mama Ragan? I assume so. Yes, we do. This is gonna be very tricky to keep your Rosy Law alive. It's now a 3k, and because of that that we kept standard, we can swing into the Rosy basically for free. We are going to ask a lot of cards from Skepas here to protect the Rosy. Yeah, Skepas acknowledges it's too much.
Yeah, just lets that go. And this is one of the brutal parts. When you are a deck that can be as aggressive as you are good at getting rid of the opponent's board, you just can't activate that second part of your leader effect that can protect your character's named Trafalgar Law. So unfortunately, has to let go of that Leda Law, has to let go of that Oshlte End Law. And Alex just going to keep up the pressure. Still has not used his leader effect, I believe.
Yes, and this is the matchups that when I'm talking with Skepas about Rosy versus Purple and Nell, that he has a lot to say, that it's remains a very tough matchup, doable but very tough. He always tries to starve the Purple and Nell to give them not as many options. If you don't give them options, they might stumble at one point, but with 2 senior pinks, he can of course grab back the cards that he needs out of his trash as well. And of course, almost all the cards are just cycling. So still quite some cards in hand for Purple and Nell. Just not 10 like we are used to, more like 5.
Yeah, the Senior Pink or things like the Forecast Frankie are some anti-starve tools that NL has at its disposal, but not every NL player runs that card. You know, as we mentioned before, it's the personality test. How many Senior Pinks, how many Frankies do you actually run your deck? And I believe the NLs that we saw on stream before only were running 1 Senior Pink, but we've already seen 2 out of Alex this game.
Swinging 7, I think?
Yep, it does seem so.
He needs to decide if he wants to keep the top on top. Yes, he does.
Yeah. Yes, and there was an Elthor in there, and that Elthor, very good at dealing with the opponent's characters, especially in combination with things like Gamma Knife. Gamma Knife plus Elthor can easily get rid of an 8k power character, which, I mean, Rosnante's deck is entirely comprised of. So happy to see that, happy to just keep recycling his resources. And I mean, Skipas going to clear out the smaller characters on Alex's board as he failed to establish any active on the turn before. But he needs to keep developing bodies on the board to stay in this game, and Enel's just going to keep trying to clear them.
Starting with a Kobe, we do see a Borsalino, which might be very important since we are at only 1 life.
Yeah, very few decks can actually search that Borsalino card, but randomly this purple deck can find it with all of those Navy searchers. So happy to see that, and that's going to be the Gum Gum Lightning. That's going to take out one of those Senior Pinks as well. With the Rosnanten Law, a pretty solid turn, getting rid of the opponent's characters while also developing a very large blocker.
Yes, very, very solid turn. And you have the Borsalino in hand already for the upcoming turn.
Yeah, and importantly, though I mentioned before he probably wouldn't be able to get the on-play effect of Rosnanten Law, is able to do it. Minuses a ton of Dong throughout these turns, but is just going to play like he's Purple Enel, essentially. Very
another
low
one.
on Dong. My god, he has so many in his deck.
This is his personality.
Yeah, I will not be starved.
Yeah, that's of course a thing. If starving, I believe it's the good way versus Purple now, but the perfect answer to getting starved is Senior Pink, of course.
Yeah, crazy that he's able to find these cards so consistently, and because of that, he is able to recycle that Gamma Knife Elthor time and time again to get rid of that Oshlanten Law. Does not want to use his leader effect to protect that, and is going to disintegrate before Alex's eyes.
It's gonna cycle a Lightning Dragon. Can freeze that 1-cost Rosinante, because why not? Swing a small 5. It looks like we are going to use I Love You.
Just picks up a 2k from his trash. Effectively a Radical Beam that you can use 2 parts of separately, so very nice to have that card in the deck. Very strong card in a deck that doesn't necessarily generate all too many resources, But NL just swinging with a very, very large 11,000 to break through that last life of Skip Us.
And more Gamma Knife.
Oh, another Gamma Knife. Oh.
This looks very tough for Skepas, but we do have Borsellino. We do have quite some defensive tools in hand for Skepas. Let's see, another I Love You picked up, so even more defensive tools.
Yeah, but I mean, that active Senor Pink and even the pudding, because you're playing purple and all, are actual threats. So Skipos needs to develop a couple of blockers here, preferably something like that 5-cost Borsellino, to actually be able to survive this turn. But the thing is, because he's been playing very low in Dong, he only has 7 Dong on this turn, meaning that he can't do one of the fancy things that this deck is able to do most of the time in the 5-cost Borsellino plus the 6-cost Socialante and Law after you use your leader effect, because that would cost 9 Dong total. So needs to make a decision what he actually wants to play on this board, because he doesn't have the ability to expand his board completely in the way that he would have wanted to.
The problem is we are playing Borsa. We are healing 1 life, but it feels like we are delaying, just delaying the swings from purple and L, because we can't get rid of these senior pinks like this. We do have 2 I Love Yous active if you want to. Not now. No I Love Yous, but 2 blockers up.
Yeah, just going to pass with the promo Trafalgar Law 4-cost 6,000 power blocker. It does once again get the on-play effect, just playing down and dirty in NL's domain with low Dong counts.
So we do have lightning in hand.
That is true. Oof. I mean, we've seen the Gamma Knife from NL. There's a couple of events that we have yet to see as well. It's a pretty difficult situation to be in.
I think from these 4 or 5 cards, I see Gamma, Thor, and Lightning. It's basically the perfect combinations of cards. Oh no.
The L Thor gets rid of that Law.
And Lightning as well.
Oh no. No characters, no problem, as he gets rid of both blockers on the board very efficiently. Still 2 Dong up, and that leader effect still unused. 4 attacks potentially going out this turn against only 1 life, and no Dong up from Skip Us. This could just be game if he decides to break through on this turn.
Starting with a 7. Departure with its beautiful Manga Sakazuki. Still quite some cards in hand, but no Dawn open for I Love You.
Yeah, which means it's free reign for some of these smaller attacks. 7k leader will force 2 cards out of hand, or else that leader effect is going to swing for massive amounts. But because he did protect that attack, does mean that instead of 1 large attack, it will be 2 smaller attacks from this Pudding and Senor Pink, which means that Skip Us may be able to hold on this turn, but at what cost?
I'm very positive that we are down to 0 lives. And this was basically the perfect turn for Alex Brout on purple and Nell. I'm gonna swing a 6. Asking for another 2k, because you do know that Rosinante without Dawn open is not playing that many 2ks. Most of the time, 5 to 6 2k counters only. So if Skepas doesn't have a 2k in hand, which he doesn't, 2 1ks. Oof.
Yeah, which means most assuredly this 6k attack is going to go through, and that really, really hurts.
And another Pudding, and we do see the Mama Ragan as well.
Oh no. I think he has the Kitens in his hand ready as well, so if you play a 6,000 power blocker, those are basically just going to be invalidated on the turn after. Okay, well, now at 8 Dong is Skip Us, so is going to just keep trying to clear out these characters. Very good at dealing with these weenies the second that they become rested, as his board is entirely fulfilled with these 2,000 power characters. But as he wasn't able to develop any larger characters during this game, unfortunately not able to find that promo law on that second turn, and not able to maintain his board throughout the game, means that these Senior Pinks are just going to keep hammering hits into him.
Yes, absolutely. So I would be very surprised if we can find an answer here, Skepas. Do you have double I love you in hands, which does basically nothing?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the other card in his hand. If he has a Borsellino, then maybe there's a world where you can survive for a little bit longer, but you don't have the same sort of resilience that a deck like Black Yellow Teach has. We'll be starting with a 7. I think this is a pretty good 7, because NL, a deck that has a lot of 2Ks, but those 2Ks only affect things named NL. So there's a good chance that you either this character dies or you force him to use a Mamaragang plus a 1K, and he is just going to let it disappear. And yeah, okay, I wasn't mistaken. There is the Borsellino, so is going to heal 1, play a blocker, and this time leave a little bit of dome up for that I love you.
Yes, a small problem. The exact hand of Alex Brout this turn is Kitten and Mamaragan to rest this Borsellino. So let's see. Can we? Maybe we can overcome one more turn at least.
At the very least, I mean, it's taken a while, but Alex's hand is getting smaller. I mean, it's at the cost of Skepas's hand as well. If he can hold on for a little bit longer, if he can just get a couple more Borsellinos from the top of that deck, maybe if he uses the stage to draw 1 and trash 1 to just dig further for those selling tools, he may be able to get to a point where NL just doesn't have the resources to either clear or expand his own board. It's not over yet, but it's looking pretty difficult considering his hand right now.
It's looking pretty tough. I do think that he can survive with a blocker up and I love you in hand, especially since we were able to get rid of one of the pinks.
Yeah. And Alex, deciding this is not the turn to go for lethal, is just going to be playing down the 6-cost NL, 6-cost 10,000 power character, which is basically going to be a filter. Doesn't have to show this card either, but importantly, just a very large stat line that Rostante has a lot of difficulty dealing with.
I'm thinking how good is potentially a Lightning Dragon if we go Kitten Mamaragan Dragon.
That would suck if that happened. That would definitely.
Well, we have
suck.
2 out of 3. We have 2 out of 3. So okay, yeah, we get rid of a Kitten. We do have another.
He does have another one. So picks up an Elthor. Does still have the Moragan in hand, and I do believe he. Oh yeah, I think he has 2 Mamoragans. But will be using 1 to rest that Borsellino. Is going to draw 1 card if he finds Lightning Dragon. I don't think that was it.
I think it was
Can make things a whole lot worse. Yeah, Reiju at this point not going to do all too much after you play down that 6-cost Enel, but it's something. You still have 5 life. You definitely can develop that on the next turn, even if you can't find lethal quite yet.
No 1-cost, no dragon or anything else to cycle, I think, for NL's side. So it's just how do you want to attack?
Yes, that is the question. Do you want to even attack at all is one of those things you have to think about. To think, especially if you don't have that many cards in your hand, every character that you rest with, I mean, as we saw the turn before, just a 7k swing can disappear. But going to start with a 5k, a very non-committal swing, and Skipas is going to use that I love you right away. Does want to have that Dong at his disposal and not be forced to leave it active, so just going to grab back a 2k.
And are we going to swing very big into... It feels weird for me to... Okay, I guess he's going to swing 7 into Borsa. He's not going to swing with the pink. So the information that Alex has about Skipas' hand is there is a 2k.
Yeah, I think that is the correct play. The 6k swing, yes, it does get a 2k out of Skipas' hand, but it exposes your Senior Pink to disappearing on the turn after. And if you leave that character active, then on the turn after that, you can make the attack much, much bigger with your leader effect. So holding on to it for now, just hoping that Rosnante doesn't have an answer to it in the few cards that he has in his hand. But at this point, it's a bit of a gamble. You don't know what Skipos has in his hand except for that 2K. And Alex looking to see if Skipos has it or not on this turn.
Also, not to forget, now there is a big 6-cost Anel on the board, and we don't have the answers anymore with Sakazuki Mamaragan, for example, from Skepos' side.
Yeah, it took a couple of turns, but Skipos is now finally at 10 dong, which means he can start to do some very crazy board expansion things that this deck is known for, like playing down multiple Roshanten Laws / Roshanten Law plus Borsellino. Lots of very powerful things that this deck can do once you get to higher dong counts. But can he even afford to do it at this point?
To get rid of one card.
Potentially spoiled for choice, thinking about what he's going to do with the rest of his dong, but you'd be happy to be spoiled for choice rather than left with only bad options in your hand. So thinking carefully about what he actually wants to get rid of in this pivotal match, being 5-1, the difference between a win and a loss, especially in the Treasure Cup, is instrumental.
I think I do see a 6-cost, a 4-cost, another stage. And I love you. The 5th card, I don't really know. He's going to pitch the Marine Fort.
Yeah, and resting for dong is going to be the Promoch Vulgar Law. And yeah, there it is, the double expansion. So happy. Yeah.
Some
slowly
defensive
stabilizing
tools. And almost no cards for purple and also maybe. What do we have from Alex Brout's side? 2 cards in hand for Skepos. Maybe basically 3 because there is an I Love You. I think the other card is just the 2K Law. So we have like 6K counter in hand, 1 life, 2 blockers. Not a 4th Senior Pink. That's already good for Skepos. We do see a Gamma Knife.
And is going to pick that up immediately off of the search. Gamma Knife, I mean, how many has he played at this point in this game? I think this might even be the 4th one that we've seen. Just recycling those with the Senior Pinks over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The big answer to getting starved as purple NL. We did see in Top Cut the players were playing 1 Senior Pink, but Alex is on 3.
Yeah. And hey, I mean, it's been very good in this matchup so far.
Absolutely.
A whole lot of work. Without those Senior Pinks, he'd probably be down to 1 or even 0 cards in his hand and would have to be playing this very, very differently. So super happy to have those Senior Pinks. Unfortunately, no way to grab the Senior Pinks from trash. If Senior Pink could pick up another Senior Pink from trash, you could do some really crazy things, but thankfully only can pick up events. So once you use those Senior Pinks, they are out of the game, unlike some of those events.
2 done to use. This is a very tough turn for NL, so looks like he's going to develop a Reiju.
That does seem like it's one of the only options at his disposal right now. But I think this is one of the most important turns in the game, because if you rest a character you shouldn't rest, then you can lose it. If you are too fast or too slow, then you can end up falling behind in a way. So you need to make sure that you're not only playing this turn correctly, but you're setting up for the turns coming after that.
Mm-hmm.
So just making sure that he knows exactly which lines exist. And it's going to be using that Mamaragan just for the cycle.
That most of the time sounds very expensive, but looks like we are going for some swings.
Yeah, and there's the Gava Knife Elthor combo that beautifully gets rid of an 8k character, minus 5k to one of the opponent's characters, and then KOing a 3k power or less with that Elthor. Skipos does not want to protect it with his leader effect, which means that the Roshanten Law that he just developed is going to very quickly disappear. And once again, Alex is in a very scary position now with 2 large attacks.
That's enough counter. That's 11. So he can push you to 0 right now. Or is he just going for the 4-cost lob?
Yeah, I guess that's the decision here. You go at leader. Yeah, he's going to go for leader. If you go at leader here, then it makes it more difficult for Skipas to play the next couple of turns, especially if he just doesn't top deck a blocker, then the game just instantly ends. And he only has 2 draws to look at, 3 if you count that Marineford stage. It's the top deck of Destiny, once again, for Skipas in this game, but he's been surviving for such a long time, is finally getting rid of that 3rd Senior Pink that's been played down this game. A treacherous card. And what were the top
MVP
decks?
of this game. That's the manga Sakazuki.
Oh, his wallet's too big. Minus 6k onto the Reiju to make it 1000 power until the opponent's next turn into the Mamaragang. Somehow draws every card that needs for this combo and will be able to take out this Reiju on this turn quite comfortably.
Yes, but we have maybe if we have counter. I don't think so. This needs to be a very good stage.
Is going to look for it, but it will end up disclosing some information. You can use the Marineford activation, but doesn't find anything in the end, so is going to concede. Tried his best, but unfortunately in the end, the might of Purple Enel was far too much. Senior Pink, the star of the show today.
Absolutely. Senior Pink MVP and puts Alex Brout to 6-1 and Skepas to 5-2 in this Treasure Cup. This Treasure Cup is with 256 players, so even 6-2 score can get you into a top 32 and get you wonderful prizes. So it's still not over for you, Mr. Skepas. We tried hard, but didn't get there. Purple NL tried to starve, but yeah, 3 Senior Pink very early on as well was just too much. Every single turn he was able to answer very, very well to the cards from Skepas with a lot of Gamma Knives, Eltors, Mamaragans, and so on and so on. And yeah, this brings us to the final round of the Treasure Cup. This was a X1 game, so that means that we don't know yet what the final will be, but the next game that we will watch, we will know the winner of the Treasure Cup. The winner of the regionals, you saw a little bit earlier, was Black Yellow Teach from Kevin.
Yeah, honestly, some of these X1 matches feel a lot more exciting to watch sometimes. You know, if you see someone who's 6-0 or even for the next round 7-0, for example, you know these people have already locked in for the most part, most likely unless their tiebreakers are diabolical, the serial Zoro. But you see these people that are X1 where one Lin is going to be the difference between maybe getting into that top 16 or just falling back down to that top 64 spot. Yes, you still get prizing, but the difference in some of that prizing for these people is quite large when people are traveling from pretty far away to play in these tournaments. So a game that people are going to be trying to win as best as possible to get the best prizing that they can. But still, it was a very close game. It was interesting because I think NL would have preferred to play down the 6-cost NL on that first turn when he got to 5 dong, or the third turn when he got to 6 dong, but didn't have that played down the Senior Pink, which I think in a lot of people's minds was a glimmer of hope because he didn't have that Senior Pink for later on. But he played another one, and he played another one, and then suddenly, even though he didn't have the 6-cost NL, the resource advantage was just enough to push over in the end.
Absolutely. Great showing of the NL build with Senior Pink. That's the whole reason, of course, why people added that card into that deck list. But everyone, don't go anywhere. We have one final round of this weekend left for you, the finals of the Treasure Cup. So be right back.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the last and final game of the weekend in Croatia at the regionals and now at the Treasure Cup of the Zagreb and Treasure Cup regionals in Zagreb. Whoa, that was a very long sentence, which I did very wrong, but you understand the point. I'm Chinois, I'm joined with Kai, and we are going to see the finals of the Treasure Cup. Last game of today. Do you already have a highlight of today?
Oh, man, I've been blanking all day today. There's a lot of things that have happened. Do you have one? I'll think about it for a second.
Skepas won't like to hear it, but the third senior pink was like a oof moment at least. Poor Skepas.
Yeah, no, I keep thinking of some crazy moments from yesterday. We've had some very solid, consistent games. I think even the very first series that we had today, rather big upset where RG Luffy was able to take the win against Purple NL. I think just that game as a whole was honestly very kind of simple in the way that it was played out, but it was very nice to see that you can overcome some of these matchups in some rather simple ways, just slowly, methodically dismantling the opponent through their through their resources. But now we are going to go into another 6-1 match X1 for the final game of the Treasure Cup. This is once again going to be Alex on Purple NL against another Roshidante. Really Roshidante show today.
Absolutely. So not the X0 game. I think they want to have a game with way more tension and nerves on the line, because if you're at 7-0, you are almost locked on having that top 4 and that serial Zoro. However, if you are 6-1, it's quite a nerve-wracking game still, because even that one lost game can cost you. If that was early on, you can still end up 5th or 6th place as well. So I can't imagine that these players are having a nerve-wracking game.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very, very nerve-wracking, and a matchup that now we can talk about a little bit more confidently, as it's the second time in a row that we're seeing this matchup, is going to have a similar start to Skipas running that one cost Roshinante to search H. Trafalgar Law, but does not have the 4 cost to follow up on this first turn, so loses one of the advantages of going first, unfortunately, despite the 2 searches that he had.
Absolutely. And also, Alex Brout didn't have the one cost as well. So basically almost a copy-paste of the game.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. I think every single Purple Ono that we've seen today has missed out on a 1 cost on that first turn. It's a bit of a curse when we're watching the game, I guess. But does find the Shida, so will have an attacker if he chooses to use it on this turn.
Yes, unlike Rosinante, Purple NL does want to hit live.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if he just used one of these now. Does actually have 2 1 costs on the board now, so that makes that decision a little bit easier, but maybe in no rush quite yet, thinking about what exactly he needs to do in the next coming turns as well. Definitely going to use his lead effect. The question is going to be, does he actually swing with the Shida?
I would imagine so. The good question is, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, especially with 2 1 costs on the board, I feel like it just makes sense to. But if he doesn't have that many 1 costs and he doesn't feel confident in his ability to keep reestablishing them and he runs out of the attacks later on, maybe it could feel bad to rest this character, especially looking at Alo Alo, who already has 2 2K characters on the board. But hey, I mean, he missed his 4 cost on that 3 long turn, so you might as well just get that extra swing into the opponent's leader and grab one of the 2Ks in their hand.
And here we go. Okay, so we didn't find... well, if you play something that cycles a Don, you are not going to full 6 Don. That means that he doesn't have the 6 cost NL.
That is true, yeah. Only going to have 5 Don at the start of that next turn. So definitely has something in mind. But we have to see his hand to really see what's going on. Nice thing though, I guess, is because Alala did miss out on that 4-drop on that 3 dong turd. He has a little bit more time to just play a little bit more greedy and cycle through his deck using that Lightning Dragon just for the cycle.
Do we at least have a Rosila this turn? I think so, at the left of our hand. So
yeah, you definitely want to play that on this turn if you have it. I mean, absolutely
Yes.
always going to be the play, but
the
if he
problem
doesn't
is
have it,
it doesn't draw, right? Or maybe
Yeah.
yeah, it does. It does. I guess they are at 4 done. I think.
he's at 3 dong right now, so
Oh,
you have
it's
to
even at
minus
3 done.
Yeah, he'd have to minus a significant number of dong to actually get that draw, but it's really not worth it at this point. So Rosnante will just be playing down that Roshila, but doesn't get the re-ramp nor the draw, just dropping down this 6-cost 8,000 power blocker, which is still very good.
Yes, absolutely. Sadly, no ramp, no draw. But does Alex Broad have some plays to do? Does he have a forecast to combine it with right now? Oh, but we do have the Gamma Knife, apparently.
Yeah, which means that he's not going to be playing down a 4-cost on this turn. So Alex's board is really, really weak in this situation. Yes, he will most likely be able to get rid of this Rosinante and Law, whether it be through a Mamaragang or a Elthor. He really has a whole lot of options at his disposal, depending on what he has been able to draw in this game. But not developing your board on this turn, the first time that you're able to develop these larger characters, is going to sting as the game goes on.
Let's see. Okay, he is going to use Mamaragan instead of the Eltor.
Yeah, and 5 into 3. Now, Alo does have a choice to make if he wants to just grab his life to defend that character through his leader effect. But because there are 2 more characters on the board, one of which can still attack, you probably just have to let this card go.
Yes, I think so too. It will be too costly to save it. We have a Satori, I think.
Yeah, it does have Satori in his hand, and hopefully that can translate into some better draws in the next coming turns. He's just going to play that down, but he's going to re-ramp a lot of Dong here, going up to 5 after minusing all of his Dong on this turn, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
But still no 6-cost in Allen hand for Alex.
Yeah. Oof. Not the start you want to see from Alex, but Alo beaming from ear to ear, I'm sure, right off the camera screen right now. Just seeing how he's struggling in this early game. But still, as we saw before, even if he gets a slightly slower start, he just needs to get that aggression and he might be able to just push through in the end. So not out of it by any means. Alex Sprout just going to continuously keep on the pressure, just making sure that he's making all of the correct decisions here.
Oh, he's only ramping 3 done?
Yeah, it
he's
seems
only
like
going
he
to
chose... 4. Interesting. So he's trying to play around Roslante and Law coming down to get that free draw. In a way, both these players are trying to deny each other resources. Alo not hitting the NL to deny him the ability to grab cards from his life. And Alex Sprout, by staying at 4 dong on this turn, using his leader effect that can ramp up to 4 dong, is actually just going to ramp 3 and leave 4, making it very awkward to for Alo to do his play.
I honestly think this is really cool to see how these purple NLs can manipulate their dons and just go to 4 just to negate the draw of this Rosinante and Law, which he just drew from his Marine Fort. Again, a blocker which is not able to draw or ramp.
Yeah, and the first time today that I've seen the standard art of that card, so I had to take a little bit of a double look to make sure that I was looking at the right card. And he's also running that Dragon Twister for some of those green matches, but this matchup, not a matchup where that card is really going to be all too relevant. But yeah, I mean, now he has that Oshlante in Law, but because Alex Brow only ramped 3 Dong through his leader
Oh,
effect.
I don't think this was this
Oh.
legal?
He may have been able to return more Dong with the Marine Ford.
4?
Oh, yeah, I think he has 4 now, and
yes.
re-ramped
Yes, he
1
was
Dong.
also
So
at
yeah.
4. Yeah, both
Yes,
were
the
at
Marine
4.
Ford
Okay.
was able to get him down to another range. So Alex Sprout trying to play around the fact that he didn't have the stage up until that point, but LOL able to respond in kind, being able to get that draw that Alex Sprout was trying to deny him.
Yes, thanks to Marineford. Without Marineford, this play wasn't possible, but here is the MVP from last game for Alex Brout, Mr. Senior Pink.
Yeah, and we know that this guy runs at least 3 of them in his deck, as we saw from the last game. Same guy on stream twice in a row. Suddenly, this is the Alex Sprout show, and he's going to start doing some things that Roshanti really doesn't like, playing down the Gamma Knife into the Mamaragang once again.
Yes, and Senior Pink, you can't hate that card or personality in the anime, so I don't mind if someone is playing 3 copies of it.
Yeah, very hard-boiled man. I think his backstory, one of the best. And a little fun fact, by the way, Gavin, way off when in Japan land, the official caster for Bandai, his favorite character is Senior Pink. So a little shout out to him if he is somehow, some way watching this stream. This character's been doing a whole lot of work in these last couple of rounds.
Absolutely. And we do know that he's playing more copies of it, so maybe.
Oof, man, despite the slow start, Alex just able to consistently get rid of his board so easily, being at exactly that 8,000 power stat line, susceptible to so many forms of removal that he has.
Did you see the top 2 cards?
I did not.
Gamma Knife and Lightning.
This guy, man.
This is looking really good again for Purple NL.
But we still have to remember, he had a very slow start. This could be significantly worse if he was able to find a solid character to play on that 3rd turn. Only has the Senior Pink at the moment, and Alo, which hard to see how much life he has with those black sleeves, but I believe he has 2 life.
Yes,
I think.
yes. And he needs to counter a 6,000 swing now from the Satori.
Yeah, has less than 6 Dong. He's going to give up 1 more 1k. Now, that does feel like 2 1ks, which feels a little bit bad, but because you get the draw of the Mabaragang, technically only -1 to your hand, so it doesn't feel the worst, assuming that you can deal with this 5k attack.
Another 5. Do we have a 1k left? Yes, we do have a pitch law.
But Alex's hand pretty big right now. He may consider wanting to hold on to that, depending on what other cards he wants to play. But no, just giving up for the 1k counter. May have felt forced to, depending on the other cards in his hand. And the Lightning Dragon going to draw those cards that he just saw with the Satori, pass back the turn, and has all the removal in the world to be ready for whatever Alo can throw back at him the turn after.
Absolutely. At least 1 Gamma and 1 Lightning in hand for Alex. We are at 7 done, I think, for Rosinante.
Yeah, and the Lightning Dragon, which most of the time in these sorts of cases would just be a way to cycle more cards. That card does not have counter, so you do want to get out of your hand if you don't think you're going to get all too much value out of it. Is actually going to be kind of annoying here because it means that you won't be able to get rid of these weenies after he counters this first one. One of these weenies is guaranteed to survive into the next turn, even if he swings with his leader.
See, even defends 1 small body as well. So Lightning Dragon not able to get rid for a complete board clear right now.
These purple mirrors are so complicated. So much adult manipulation that goes on both sides. so many things you have to keep track of. And although yes, he has 7 Dong, but playing something down like the 7 Sakazuki at this point can potentially feel pretty bad. We have to see what options he actually has at his disposal, though.
He's gonna do it.
Ooh. Yeah, the Dragon Twister, which in a lot of cases would not be very helpful, is very good against that Senior Pink that, as we saw the game before, abuses Skip Us. Oh, and it's just been ejected off of the field.
Judge double checking, but yes, this definitely works. Senior Pink is strong, very strong, but can't overcome this.
Yeah, and basically every single other card in Alex's deck, at least characters they can play, whether it be the 4-cost Reiju or the 6-cost Eno, would be able to handle that Dragon Twister. But because he wasn't able to play anything on that first 6-stone turn, because he only played down the Senior Pink the turn after that, so this Dragon Twister hurts a lot more. We didn't see Skip Us pull it out at any point in his game, but Alo Alo does have the response ready and is feeling a lot more comfortable. Though unfortunately, there is 1 ohm left on Enel's field.
We are at 2 lives, I guess, but... And the reason that he still has that 1 body is because he countered the swing of the Searcher Rosinante with a 1k, and that was a very good counter, because otherwise 1 leader ability would go to waste potentially this turn, while now he has the option to still attach Dance to this Ohm and start pressuring the Rosinante if he really wants to. But do we have a 6-cost now? Do we have a Pink, or do we have a Reiju? That's the question.
Yes, he absolutely needs to reestablish board on this turn, so having at least one of those cards will be able to start that cycle. But if he doesn't have anything right now, it's only going to get worse for him, as Rosinante would get the time that he desperately wants. You also have to imagine that 1 Dong active Rosinante must be something like I Love You as well, so he's prepared for the chip attacks that can come out of Enel on this next turn. Otherwise, he would have just attached that to the Rosinante and swung for 3k into 2k instead of just 2 into 2.
Yeah, I do wonder, what are we not playing for 3 pinks? Are we not playing any Frankies, maybe? That's the card that we didn't see so far.
That would make sense to me. I mean, that card, even if you run it, only you run it at a couple of copies in the deck. So especially if you're trying to add in more pinks, it would make sense to get rid of some other 4 costs that would be played in tandem with things like that Gamma Knife or Gum Gum Lightning. And there's Senior Pick number 2.
Another
Picks up
one.
the Mamaragang. Yeah, and we already know that he has a Gamma Knife in hand from that draw before.
So I guess he can just swing big. Don't really need to do anything. Seven is also annoying. Even with an I Love You, he's asking 1 extra card as well. So yeah, we are gonna take this.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty reasonable read. He can still use his leader effect and just potentially swing for another 7 if he attaches all of that Dong onto the Ohm and try to get as much pressure as possible. Then Alalam might be forced to give up the I Love You. But, I mean, the board isn't terribly strong right now. Enel ideally would want to develop a 1-cost to be able to use his leader effect on the turn after as well. So might just go for a lower power swing, and seems like he is going for it, as he did once again only attach 3 Dong onto that Ohm.
Ooh, and the whiff from Pudding again.
That's big.
Caster Curse.
Every time we cast this deck, it just doesn't function, it seems, as the Pudding, for the 2nd time in 2 days, whiffs in a deck that feels like it has so many events. Doesn't find it off of the top 4 search. If it was 5, maybe it would have been enough. But Enel just passing back the turn, 3 Dong on Ohm, does not want to rest that quite yet in the face of these rather terrifying 2000 power bodies.
Yes, but this is the potential time that Alu Alu needed from Purple NL to establish a little bit of a board.
Yeah. And it's nice. At the beginning of this game, I was kind of worried we were seeing a repeat of a matchup that we just saw. If it would be exactly the same as before, then it could be a little bit less exciting of a viewer experience. But I'm glad that we're starting to see what can happen in this matchup, what can go down to actually make so that Rocinante can win. Sometimes it's Rocinante finding all the pieces he needs, but sometimes it just means your opponent not finding the pieces that they need.
Yes, and I'm not sure how much cards we have in hand as Purple NL, but maybe we have we have an opening here as well to play 2-cost Pitch Law. Well, 4-cost, but 2 because of the Leader ability of Rosinante. And you can maybe set up Law and the Borsalino. I'm going to start with Borsalino.
Yes, the Borsalino healing 1 life while being a blocker. Though the blocker can be dealt with NL relatively easily, that life is going to be required to be pushed through at some point in time, as the first swing into leader is going to happen. Rocinante finally starting to find his footing in this matchup.
This means we are going to play Law. Yes, that's the
There
reasoning.
it is. The slot machine.
Can he take Lightning and a Mamaragan, or a card at least as powerful as that out of hand?
Will he catch lightning in a bottle? Grabs 1 card, 2 card. What is it going to be?
Oh!
Oh!
Torque and Lightning. Those
Oh
are
my
very
God.
good picks.
Oh, okay. You asked for my highlight of the day. That is it. He finds exactly 2 cards that would have been able to easily deal with that Borsalino one way or another. And suddenly, NL has to look through his hand again and recalibrate, figure out what options he actually has at his disposal now, because that 1 card answer to Borsalino is gone, sniped out of his hand.
Really good pitch from the Law. And suddenly we have a game.
Yeah, suddenly we have a game, I guess. As Alo got the hit into the leader and able to rip cards out of hand with the Rip Law, and all not respecting the potential of that card and pays for it heavily with the Gum Gum Lightning.
Absolutely. And maybe we will have some time right now for setting up a Sakazuki, maybe even with the Mamaragan to get rid of this NL as well, and slowly but steady coming back in this game. We are still at 2 lives thanks to this Borsalino.
And because he played that NL, there's a very good chance that these characters just stick onto the board now. So Alex is just choosing use this turn as a recalibration turn just to set up his board for the next turn. But if Alo can respond in kind with either clearing the opponent's board or just setting up more and more blockers like this deck is so good at doing, then he can start to mount his comeback in this game.
He doesn't need to show the card. Puts it in the hand and needs to pitch 1 card. I think he picked Reiju. We're going to get rid of a Divine Departure.
An exciting turn of events here, but neither party out of it quite yet. Alex still very tanky, 4 life to his name. Alo starting to develop a bigger board, but if you look at the power line, it's still relatively small, so it's going to take a little while. But I think the main battle is not a battle of the board, but actually a battle of hand, and slowly but surely, if you can chip through that hand size, then eventually they won't be able to protect anymore, regardless of the number of life cards that you have.
5k swing. Do we take the free block? Are we feeling confident as Borsalino? There's no Don-up, so you don't have to be afraid of like a Gamma Knife or whatsoever. So yes, he does take the free block.
Yeah, feeling confident enough to just take that free block, not afraid of any sorts of power reduction. Would have to commit several Kiden to actually make it lower than the leader's power now, so feeling comfortable to do that.
Also, one small notice that we got whispered. If you're wondering why we were not able to stream the 7-0 table, one of both players has a broken leg and has a fixed seating and couldn't move to the casting or to the featured table. So that is.
That's I've never heard that reasoning for not having on the 7-0 table, but I think honestly this game is very exciting as well. 6-1, a lot is on the line in this case, and even if the physical injuries can impair you, the mental fortitude required to play this game will persist nonetheless.
So lesson of the day, if you have a broken leg, your games won't be streamed. Uses I love you.
Yeah, and if you have stage fright, I guess you don't want to show up on stream, break a leg. in the better sense of that word, hopefully. But yeah, Alex is actually going to use that power reduction onto the Borsellino after it already took the free block, but developing a 1 cost after that. Just really trying to set up his board as best he can for the next coming turns. But Bastante, deck that's deceptively good at stalling games.
Absolutely, yeah, they can do that so well because they can set up so many blockers. I Love You is such a broken defensive tool in the deck as well. Heals, Borsalino, they basically almost have it all.
Yeah, and finally approaching 10 Dong is that Rocinante. So we'll have a lot of options as disposal now. With a fair few number of cards in his hand, all of that Dong, even if he doesn't get some of those re-ramp effects like the 6-cost Rocinante and La, I think he's feeling relatively comfortable as long as he can sort of maintain the amount of life that he has, cards in hand, and slowly but surely start to chip away at NL's life.
I think the only thing that he needs to think a little bit about is we are down to the last 5 minutes. You are playing also against the clock.
Yeah, terrifying prospect, because you do need to make sure that you make the correct plays, but one fumble when you're trying to play at a faster pace can just spell defeat for yourself. So trying his best to stay within time while not making any mistakes either.
Starting with a 5. Can imagine that as purple and now you slowly also want some extra cards in hand as well. You're not at 7 cards in hand, so you don't have to be afraid to get punished again by pitch law. Here we go, 6 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, but if you make this next attack larger, then you could still potentially go for that pitch law. Because NL doesn't have a blocker on the board, you can try to abuse them in some ways if you have that card. But generally, Roslantes, even though that law is Culture law, usually only run that card at roughly 2 copies if they do run it in their deck, just because it's a late game card that's somewhat niche in its use cases. So low chance that he has it in his hand right now. So Alex doesn't need to worry about it as much, even if the next deck is larger. But maybe there's a bit of a psychological aspect to this. You don't know what could be coming out.
Yep. Ooh. A 5
He's
with
picking up the
Kobe.
pace.
But the 5 with Kobe also indicates to me that you have a very weak hand.
Yeah, well, he won't be expanding 2 characters, but we'll be using his lead effect first. We'll have to see what comes out. It could still be something like that Rostante and Law plus 1 long active for something like I Love You. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but not ideal, honestly. I don't think he gets the re-ramp either, unfortunately, despite minusing quite a few Dong on this turn. Yeah,
Okay.
and we'll be passing back the turn. Okay.
Not the best turn for the Rosinante.
I prepared 35 minutes, so
But
Indeed, a little bit of a slower turn.
so that's why
Reiju, 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock, and the game doesn't feel like it's any closer to being finished because this is going to be a very defensive turn from Enel. We already know he has that Gamma Knife. We know he has the Mamaragang from the Senior Pink the turn before. Oh, he did counter with it, though. But as long as he has an Elthor, which he does have, he will be able to handle that Rosnante and Law.
But the Rosie gets the option. Do you want to take a live Unprotected? Or are you scared of a second Eltor or the Marmaragan, of course? I do think there are too many cards that might be too much of a punishment. So yes, he is letting it go.
Yeah, defending your characters is nice, but if it comes at the cost of your life into one of these matchups that can just stack Dong onto a character and suddenly swing out of nowhere for upwards of, what is it, 15,000 if you attach all that Dong onto the 6 cost NL, could even become 16, then you really can't afford to be taking those lives when you start to get lower. Now, he still does have 2 life, I believe, so we'll still need to break through that, but it's
2
2 life
lives, 2
versus 3 life.
blockers.
Yeah, blockers and only 1 minute on the clock. And so, if you would remind me and chat, perhaps mostly me though, because I am the Asian that's here. What happens when you go to time in a treasure cup?
I have to be the judge. That first thing is you get or 5 minutes or 3 turns, basically. So turn 0, turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3, or 5 minutes of overtime. If those turns or those 5 minutes are concluded, then you will watch to which player has the most life cards.
I see. Yeah.
And you have more rulings about it. I'm not a judge, but I think that second tiebreaker is the amount of cards in your deck. And third is the amount of characters on board.
Oh, okay. That one is different because in Japan, it goes to rock, paper, scissors after cards in deck. That was very exciting if you actually watched the most recent Japan Wave 1 finals. It actually came down to how many cards were left in deck in a purple NL mirror. And one of the purple NLs had 11 cards versus the opponents, 9 cards, and won that way in a very, I would say, heart-wrecking finals. But we may not go to that point, but it is possible when you're playing these yellow decks to just heal, pass back the turn after the 5 minutes are up as we do go into overtime, starting with that Roslante search. And Roslante does need to find a way to close out this game, but for now, just going to keep healing.
We are 2 lives, 2 blockers up, but yeah. You are looking at some attacks of Senior, Pink, and 10k NL the upcoming turn, so we will lose some blockers or lives. And this is basically turn 0 for Alu Alu.
Yes, so technically each player now will have 2 turns, or I believe 5 minutes of overtime, as you have mentioned.
Yes.
So we'll see exactly how he ends up going about this. I do believe if it does end up going to the number of cards in deck, Purple Annal's a deck that just naturally draws a lot of cards, so it would tend to favor the Rostante, but it is still quite a tall ask to actually get to that point in the game, considering that the Annal is going to have the final turn if it gets that far. Still though, 5 minutes is not a lot though.
Absolutely. And it took us a whole weekend. 8 rounds of Swiss, a full top cut, and 2 rounds of Treasure Cup to witness the first overtimed game.
Yeah, it's nice to see people trying to play their best within time. Definitely don't feel like either of these players are trying to run the clock by any means, but some of these matchups, especially when you're trying to play a deck that wants to starve the opponent, ends up becoming longer and longer as the game goes on. You need to actually find ways back into the game. And if the opponent doesn't show you those openings, then that you just keep stalling longer and longer. And we're seeing the result of that. Alo has been keeping his footing in this game the entire time. Alex, though, unrelenting and trying to make sure that Alo loses the proper way.
Starts with a 7. Now 6 constant now swinging. I guess we will take at least 1 life. Play another Reiju. Do we also have a Lightning Dragon? Yes, we do. That Lightning Dragon super good on that. Barcelino not able to re-stand.
Yeah, the Lightning Dragon here is going to be pretty influential because that basically means that for the rest of the game, that Borsellino is not going to become a blocker, as NL is just trying to hammer hits into Rostante, even if it goes to the alternative win conditions. to make sure that he has more life, as he still sits at 3. And if Rosante goes down to 1 at this point, 2 Borsalinos is not enough to get you back to that point. So at the very least, right now, considering the block, I don't even think that he has all too many means of healing left in his deck because he's not a standard yellow deck. Definitely don't think that he'd be playing towards that in any case, but this is going to be the final turn for Rosante in this game. He needs to make something work.
He needs to take 3 lives from this purple NL, and afterwards being able not to take any life at all. This looks locked for Alex Brout, and this looks like a win for him.
I'm running through all of the lines. If he can manage to heal 1 life, play down a blocker, Borsalino, for example, heal 1 to make it 2-2, then maybe you get there. But there's so many blockers on NL's board, and those blockers also translate into attackers on the next turn. The 10Ks, the 7Ks, the 6Ks, and the leader all ready to attack into him. I think surely, although Alo is trying his best to cling on to this game, it is slipping out of his fingertips.
Yes, and I finally found the Bandai ID, or at least the name that some people might know, Alex Brout, the Greece player. You might know him as Kulum Tupas.
I wish I knew more European players, but it's okay. I will in a couple of months. Soon. I will be in Utrecht, so that'll be very exciting.
Absolutely.
Alalo is just trying to get some damage through. Does actually have that Borsalino, so is going to heal now up to 2 life.
Yes, but now if you pass and Alex just says, okay, pass back, then it's over.
Yeah, no, that is the end of the game. No need to play the last turn, as Alex Brout does have more life with the final turn as well. That is going to be Alex, or whatever you just said, his Bandai ID. Going 7-1.
He's going 7-1 with purple NL. He had to overcome 2 purple-yellow Rosinantes in this last 2 games. One of them was Skepas, one of them was Alo Alo, but he's going 7-1, and now it's time for him to wait for that final standings. Is he making it into the top 4, or is he bubbling out and becoming 5th or 6th place? Because 5th and 6th place is also 7-1 scores, so you might just miss on that serial Zorro even after a very good day of One Piece. But we have come to an end. This was the last game of the weekend. We had yesterday 8 rounds of Swiss, the top 16, and today we played the top 8, top 4, finals, round 7 and round 8 of the Treasure Cup. It was a very big pleasure casting with you, Kai. I had a very
as well
fun weekend. I honestly almost enjoyed every single game that we saw, some very cool stuff. So now my final question, I asked your highlight of today, I asked your highlight of yesterday, but what highlight is winning?
Dude, the red-green Luffy Ace game from yesterday is still just stupendous. Even though he ended up losing the game at the end, just getting that trigger out to KO the opponent's forecast Usopp, that was a wonderful highlight. Anyone who's watching this stream right now and hadn't seen that game, I recommend go and check out yesterday's stream. But in any case, it's nice that we have these streams in general, because a lot of the times you have these events that are not streamed and you have some crazy things that can happen in these events. We saw the Rosante, who made it to finals, Mage, actually ended up getting over 2 purple NLs in best of 3s to make it that far. Though he did end up faltering to Blackout Teach in the finals, these last 2 Treasure Cup games felt very, very close, because we had that precedent of Rosante being able to beat NL. So it was a very exciting day for me. What was your highlight from these last couple of days?
I think I have to go for the same one. Luffy, that trigger on turn 2, we were both, oh, it's over. It's taking 3 lives, 777 is coming in, and he was still able with Luna into Luna, and yeah, you just have to watch the game. It was insane to watch. So yes, that's also my highlights of this weekend. So, furthermore, I don't think we have anything to add. Do we have anything to add from your side?
No, not particularly,
Etienne?
but it's once again huge shout out to Magic Omens for putting on the stream and making such a great event. The venue looked beautiful. The timing of the event also was very smooth, no very long breaks in between rounds. Everything felt very smooth from us, the casters, and I hope that everyone watching at home had a great time watching as well. Do you have any closing remarks before we sign off?
Yes, I want to thank, first of all, of course, everyone for watching. I want to thank Magic Ohms to be able to have a stream of the regionals. That's one thing that a lot of players are asking for every time that there is a regionals, especially if we have a regionals without a stream. You definitely hear them very loud. I want to thank you for the casting. I had a very fun time as well. And yeah, everyone, make sure to like and subscribe here on the YouTube channel of Magic Ohms, because when they are doing originals or a very big tournament, make sure to get a ping when it's going live. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. Have a great last few hours of your Sunday, and we see you guys next time.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.